Recorded Books is pleased to present the Modern Scholar series, where great professors teach you. My name is Richard Poe, and I'll be your host. Today we begin a course entitled A History of Moral Thought: What's Right, What's Wrong, and How We Know the Difference. Your professor is Peter Kraft of Boston College. Professor Kraft has authored over 40 books, including Philosophy 101, An Introduction to Philosophy, Back to Virtue, Traditional Moral Wisdom for Modern Moral Confusion, Summa of the Summa, the essential philosophical passages of St. Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica, edited and explained for beginners, C.S. Lewis for the Third Millennium, Making Choices, Practical Wisdom for Everyday Moral Decisions, Socrates meets Machiavelli. The father of philosophy cross-examines the author of The Prince, and Socratic Logic, a logic text using Socratic method, Platonic questions, and Aristotelian principles. This course addresses some of the eternal questions that humans have grappled with since the beginning of time. What is good? What is bad? Why is justice important? Why is it better to be good and just rather than bad and unjust? Most human beings have the faculty to discern between right and wrong, good and bad behavior, and to make judgment over what is just and what is unjust. But why are ethics important to us? This course looks at our history as ethical beings. We'll travel into the very heart of mankind's greatest philosophical dilemmas, to the origins of our moral values and the problem of ethics. Are ethics universal, absolute, and unchanging? Or are they culturally relative, changing, and created by humans? Furthermore, we'll delve into the creation of ethical systems, not just for ourselves, but also for society at large. And we will consider the ongoing process of establishing ethical frameworks for society. For more information on this course, please visit its webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll have access to links to related sites, a seminar room to share your thoughts with other students, and yes, of course, a final exam. And now we begin A History of Moral Thought: What's Right, What's Wrong, and How We Know the Difference. Lecture 1. Being Good and Everything Else. An Introduction. And now, Professor Kraft.
Why are you listening to these lectures on the history of ethics? What do you think you're buying with the money you spent for them? And more important, the time you are now spending on them. Time is life. It's precious. You are investing a little bit of your lifetime here. What can I give you for it? And will it be what you wanted? I think you wanted to think. If you only wanted to be entertained, if you wanted someone else to tickle the suburbs of your brain for a little while to relieve the boredom, you would be listening to something else. And you want to be self-educated. If you thought that education was only what happens in school, you would be thinking, I'm out of school now, so education's over. And I think you want to philosophize. Ethics is part of philosophy. Philosophy means the love of wisdom. If you didn't love wisdom, you wouldn't want to philosophize. You can't study philosophy without philosophizing yourself. Philosophy happens between your ears, not between the covers of a book or on a CD player. Finally, you want wisdom about ethics, about that crucially central dimension of our lives that we call morality, or right and wrong. You could have chosen something easier and less important to think about. And you want to think about ethics in the company of the great philosophers of the past. You chose this series on the history of ethics. You want to think for yourself, but you don't want to think by yourself. You want to join the great conversation. If I have your mental profile right, welcome. I shall try to supply what you are looking for. Within these parameters, let's be more specific about the scope and purpose of these lectures. I want to focus on the big questions in ethics, not the little ones. When I try to remember what I learned at Calvin College and Yale University and Fordham University and the University of Pennsylvania, when I remember the half-dozen really great teachers I've had, when I ask what I am grateful to them for, I do not come up with hundreds of little ideas, but with just a few big ones. And when I turn my attention to the thousands of books I've read, I come up with the same result. A few great books are worth much more than thousands of little ones. I agree with William James, the American philosopher who divided philosophical questions into big ones and little ones, or as he called them, live issues and dead issues. Live issues are questions that make a difference in our life. Those are the big questions. Does life have a real objective meaning and goal and purpose and design? That's a big question. Are we basically good or evil? Are we free or determined? Is there a God? Is there a life after death? Those are all big questions, live issues, questions that make a big difference to our lives, to everything in our lives, and certainly to our reasons for being moral. Unfortunately, most ethics courses today do not have that focus. They're usually more like law school case studies. They usually do a good job in prodding you to think about how to apply principles to cases, but they don't usually explore the foundations for those principles. What they do seems very interesting at first, arguing about whether a given war was a just one, or whether cloning or abortion or surrogate motherhood or homosexual marriage should be allowed, or about the conflict of rights between developers and environmentalists, or between police and suspects. Well, that's a legitimate part of ethics, but I don't think it's the most important part, and in the end, not even the most interesting part, even though at the beginning it may seem to be. All those questions are examples of what we could call arguing forward, from principles to applications. The technical name for that in ethics is casuistry. That's a perfectly good and legitimate thing, although the word casuistry has acquired the misleading connotation of something dishonest or hypocritical, or at least inhumanely legalistic today. But I want to focus on the opposite mental process, which we could call arguing backward, exploring the foundations for our principles. We find surprisingly little disagreement about ethical principles. Almost no one defends injustice, cruelty, stupidity, slavery, murder, selfishness, cowardice, addiction, despair, hatred, or arbitrariness. And almost no one attacks justice, kindness, wisdom, freedom, respect for human life, peace, courage, self-control, hope, unselfish love, or reason. The disagreements come in two places: when we try to apply these principles or values to complex situations, that's casuistry, and when we try to ground them, or justify them, or explain them to explore their foundations. To do casuistry, to argue forward, you don't focus much on history, because you are looking forward, looking at the future. But to do the second thing, to think backwards, to explore the foundations of the ethical principles, we find the history of ethics is very helpful. To see that, make a little thought experiment with me. Suppose that a dozen of the wisest thinkers who have ever lived were alive today. Solomon, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Augustine, Aquinas, Descartes, Pascal, Kant, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Buddha. Wouldn't we want to listen to them and dialogue with them and insert them into our thought lives, into our conversation? Of course we would. Well, we can do just that. Or at least we can do it to their ghosts, because they wrote great books which give a kind of afterlife to their thoughts. We can insert them into our conversation by inserting ourselves into their conversation. They conversed with each other, they entered into dialogue with their dead predecessors, and we can all do that. Philosophy is not an elitist thing for Olympian gods. It's for all humanity. These great philosophers speak to us, and for us, or against us, and we have to respond. We have to talk back. We can't just be passive. They're not entertainers. They're thought prodders. Another reason for doing ethics by looking at its history is this: it's almost true that there is nothing new under the sun. We seem to be confronted with new ethical problems, both in theory and in practice. In practice, we see scandals at the highest levels of government, business, and church. In theory, we see new challenges that our ancestors never dreamed of, like genetic engineering and cloning, radically new attitudes towards sexuality and family, new responsibilities to the environment and animals, new forms of war, terrorism, and weapons of mass destruction. We seem to be living in a brave new world. But these ethical problems, both in theory and in practice, are not wholly new. In practice, there have always been scandals. We humans have a history of finding it very hard to practice our principles. And in theory, I don't think there can be wholly new principles, only new applications of old ones. Think what wholly new ethical principles would look like. Imagine a society dedicated to selfishness and cowardice and dishonesty and injustice as moral goods. It's literally not imaginable. We can imagine a personal preference for evil. We can desire hatred or rape or torture or murder, but we simply cannot experience a moral obligation to do those things as moral goods. In all of human history, no one has ever discovered a wholly new moral value, any more than a wholly new color. Well, where do these moral values come from then? Do we create them in our changing history, like the rules of a game or like the arts? Or do we discover them? Are they posited by our wills, like the arts, or are they discovered by our mind, like the sciences? Are they subjective or objective? That is one of the biggest questions about them, and certainly the one that most radically divides our culture today. The answer every pre-modern society gave was that they were objective. The answer most philosophers, most intellectuals in modern Western society give is that they are not. Most modern intellectuals criticize the old view that there are universal, unchanging, objective, absolute moral values as narrow-minded and dogmatic. On the other side, traditionalists criticize the new view of the modern intellectuals that moral values are culturally relative and changing and man-made as immoral and destructive of morality itself as well as of society. And if they are objective, so that we discover them rather than inventing them, where do we find them? We use the word art for what we invent and nature for what we discover. So do we find moral values in nature, then, or somewhere else beyond nature? If we find them in nature, it must be in that part of nature that we call human nature. Is human nature unchanging, then? If you say no, human nature is not unchanging, and if you say that basic moral values are unchanging, then they can't come from human nature. So where do they come from? In these lectures, I will try to explain different opinions about this and other questions as fairly and clearly as I can. But I'll also tell you my own opinion for the sake of full disclosure honesty. I agree with Socrates, who was not only the first, but I think also the greatest philosopher. Socrates was confronted with that very issue of moral subjectivism versus objectivism in his society, Athens in the 5th century BC. And he agreed with the traditionalists that there were such values, but he did not believe, as most of the traditionalists in his society did, that they were secure and obvious and easy to find and to define clearly. So he offended both sides. He was neither a dogmatist nor a skeptic. That's why he asked questions. If you are a dogmatist in the popular sense of the word, that is, if you think you have all the answers, you don't ask questions. And if you're a skeptic, if you think there is no objective truth to know, you don't ask questions either. So both the dogmatist and the skeptic do not philosophize. Neither a dogmatist nor a skeptic would be interested in listening to lectures like these. You philosophize, you think about the big questions, you buy a set of lectures like these to help you do that, only if you believe two things. First, that there are or may be some answers, some truth to be found, some valuable truth to be found. And second, you don't have it all. that it's not easy to find this truth, that it takes effort, it takes thinking. I think all real thinking takes more effort than we think. One way you know you've really been thinking and not just being entertained is that you feel exhausted after an hour or so. It takes something out of you. The adrenaline has flowed. At some point, eventually, you get very quiet. Time seems to stop. Your attention suddenly is arrested by some idea. That's what happens when you see some new truth from afar and you see how precious it is and how long the road to it is and how small you are compared to that light. Another feeling you have when you really philosophize is usually confusion. You lose your way. Two opposite paths both seem to lead to the truth. Or maybe none do. If you're never confused, you're either a god or an animal, but you're not a philosopher. The best way to study ethics is by starting with the history of ethics. This is so no matter which way you answer the basic question of whether moral values are objective or subjective, natural or artificial. If moral values are not objectively real, but man-made, then the best way to study them would be by a study of history, the history of how different philosophers have made these different values. And if they are objectively real, the best way to study them is still historical, because even if they are timeless truths, like the truths of mathematics or physics, it took time for humanity to discover them and understand them, and we can appreciate them best by a study of some of the highlights of that historical process, whether it's a process of creation or of discovery, whether they're man-made or in the nature of things. By the way, when I say man-made, I am using inclusive language instead of the currently fashionable exclusive language, which calls itself inclusive. In Great Books English, the word man does not exclude females. Man, when used abstractly, means human nature, not masculine human nature as versus feminine human nature. And when used concretely, man means male and female human beings equally, not males as exclusive of females. The currently politically correct speech code claim that traditional English, which uses man in this gender-inclusive way, is really doing exactly the opposite of what it says. It's really excluding women. I must honestly confess that I find this claim simply false, in fact, in linguistic historical fact. And I don't believe that the best way to atone for past sins against women, and there were indeed many, is to commit new sins against language and history. Studying the history of ethics is like growing up and entering a serious adult conversation that's been going on for a long time. I remember once when I was about 3 or 4 years old, my parents had a lot of relatives and friends over for a late-night party, and I had to go to bed early. Of course, I only pretended to be asleep, and I snuck out of my bedroom and tried to overhear the conversation at the party. It was all grown-up conversation, and it felt confusing and fascinating at the same time. I think that is the experience of the beginning philosopher, starting to study the great books of the great philosophers. You enter the great conversation, but that takes time. You need to know some history first, and to know what these adults are talking about. What has the conversation been about so far? That's the purpose of these lectures, to translate the adult conversation of the great philosophers into language we children can understand. Because I'm a child too. I'm not a great philosopher. I'm a teacher of philosophy, which means a translator, an interpreter of the philosophers to students, to beginners. Great philosophers don't take my classes. They write my books. This course of 14 lectures is only a sample, some highlights, not a complete summary of the history of ethics. I will suggest a few great books for you to read in connection with some of the lectures. Some Socratic dialogues of Plato, the Republic, Aristotle's Ethics, Machiavelli's The Prince, Kant's Metaphysics of Morals. The lectures should lead you to the books, like a matchmaker. If you've read some of these books already, please read them again. A great book is a book that rewards endlessly repeated rereading. It's inexhaustible, like a person. Have you ever said to yourself, why should I talk to Sam? I've talked to him once already. Of course you don't say that, and you don't say that about Plato either. So please don't say, I've read Plato's Republic That's like saying, I've met Plato once. You always find something new each time, if you read both with your ears and with your tongue. That is, if you both listen and talk back. If you let Plato question you, and then you respond and question him. And if you ask the right, reasonable questions, you'll find your great book answering you, coming alive, almost like a ghost. A book is a little bit like the ghost of its author. Not as alive as the embodied person was, but nevertheless it's alive, for minds are immortal. If you want some advice for reading great books, I highly recommend Mortimer Adler's How to Read a Book. It gives you the logic of reading, the structure and strategy of reading. It's a rather dull book to read, but if you use it, it makes all other books you read much more interesting. Just as a cookbook is dull reading, but if you use it, it makes all the meals you cook more interesting. I want to use the rest of this introductory lecture to define the subject matter of this course a little better, to tell you what I mean by ethics. I will do that by mentioning 7 things I believe ethics is not, 7 things that are often confused with ethics, 7 things this course is not fundamentally about. All 7 may be mentioned in the course, but only in relation to what ethics is most fundamentally about, which is the good life, the good person, good and evil, right and wrong. By the way, I will use the words ethics and morals or morality in the same way. Some philosophers distinguish them by using the word morality for our spontaneous, unthought moral values, and the word ethics for conscious, rational, philosophical thinking about our moral values. I think that's an artificial distinction, because as soon as you have a human being, you have conscious, rational, philosophical thinking. It's only a matter of degree how rational, how philosophical, and how self-conscious the thinking is. Many people distinguish ethics and morality by an unconscious set of connotations or associations. Morality to them connotes personal, private values, while ethics connotes public values. Morality connotes something that's expected to vary with different individuals, while ethics connotes something that the whole society is expected to agree on. And perhaps connected with this difference, morality usually connotes sexual morality above all, while ethics connotes justice above all. I think that's a misleading distinction too, because both sex and justice are important in life, and both need to work well, and both raise ethical questions, and neither one is merely private or merely public. Sex is something you do with somebody else, if only in your fantasies, and thus it always has something to do with justice, with fairness to those others. And justice is something that, however social it is, only an individual can practice. When you call a whole society good or bad, you mean primarily that it's good or bad individuals making it good or bad, or that its laws and institutions make those individuals in it to be better or worse. I see no way of keeping any moral value in the private sector alone or in the public sector alone. Now, here are the 7 common misunderstandings about ethics. First, many people think of ethics as a kind of checkup, like going to the doctor every 6 months to be sure you don't have anything to worry about, like cancer. When some new program or institution comes from government or a business or in medicine, an ethician is often called in to be sure nothing unethical is going on there. Ethics then is like a PS, like don't forget your umbrella just in case it rains. Don't forget your ethics just in case something immoral comes up. Ethics is then a kind of veto power, something negative. Check that what you're doing isn't X, Y, or Z. But ethics is really much more important and more interesting than that. It's positive. It's about the good life. It's not about not doing something so much as it is about doing something or doing it well. And it's not merely a checklist of rules. It's substantive. It's essential. It's about the good life. All of life is ethical. For instance, telling a joke is an ethical act, because it's a morally good thing to have a sense of humor. It contributes a little bit to the good life. Wicked people usually lack a good sense of humor. And humor has power to bypass reasoning and influence us without argument. And that power can be used for good or evil, just like any power. So there is morally good and morally bad humor. Jokes can hurt or heal. They can weaken our foolish attachment to some demagogue by on-target satire, or they can weaken our attachment to someone who's wise and good by unfair satire. The reason many people think of ethics as a kind of PS or checkup is, I think, because they think of it as a set of abstract rules. Most great ethical philosophers think of it as an investigation into something real and solid and substantial. What is a good person and what is a good life? Those are much more fundamental questions. A second confusion is between morals and mores. Mores are facts, morals are values. Mores are patterns of behavior, morals are principles of behavior. Mores are common to man and beast. Morals are present in man alone. I say beast instead of animals because we are animals too, rational animals. By beast, I mean animals without human reason. The difference between morals and mores corresponds to the difference between shame and guilt. Shame is the frustration of the desire to be accepted by others, by the group, the desire to save face. Guilt is the frustration of the desire to be morally good. Shame is social. Guilt is individual. Shame comes from others. Guilt comes from yourself. When the dog pees on the carpet, it feels no guilt. It feels shame only if you see it. When your pants fall down in public, you feel shame, but not when it happens in private. But you don't feel guilt for something you didn't freely choose. In guilt, the self is divided into two in a way no animal can do. One of the two is the observing and judging self that says you are guilty or you are not guilty, you are evil or you are good. The other self is the observed, judged self that hears this judgment. So it is this self-consciousness, this ability to split ourselves into two, the subject and the object of judgment, that distinguishes us from the beasts. It is not consciousness, but self-consciousness that distinguishes us. All animals have consciousness, and many of them are superior to us in their consciousness of the world. They often have better senses than we do. But only man has self-consciousness. That's why only man has ethics. There seem to be at least 3 distinctly human powers innate to human nature that animals don't have. One of them is the power of free choice, the power to make moral judgments. That's the subject of ethics. Our ethical awareness is usually called conscience. It's not just practical judgment about what works, but moral judgment about what's right. It's not just, if we don't hit each other on the head, we won't hurt so bad. Animals might be able to figure that out too, but it's wrong to hit you on the head. A second distinctively human power is religion, the ability to believe in and worship some absolute, something like God. Again, not for practical purposes, but for its own sake. And a third is the aesthetic sense, the love of beauty for beauty's sake, not for practical purposes like sexual attraction. Animals don't seem to appreciate aesthetic or religious or moral values. A fourth distinctively human power is often said to be curiosity, or the thirst for truth for its own sake, rather than for practical success, like the sniffing dog's curiosity about where its food is. But some of the higher animals seem to have curiosity too, so I'm not sure that does distinguish us. But we obviously have a power the beasts don't have in this area, the mind. We can abstract. We can know universal truths like 2 and 2 are always 4, and effects always need causes, and all men are mortal. That's why our language is so different from all animal languages. It has not only words for concrete things, but also for abstractions like these. A third popular confusion is between ethics and psychology. Ethics is not about how you feel about yourself or about certain actions. Animals have feelings too, though not as subtle and complex as ours. Psychology studies our feelings, including our feelings about good and evil, that is, guilt feelings. But guilt feelings are not guilt. A cartoon has a prisoner looking up at the judge and protesting, "But, Judge, I don't feel guilty." Psychology may try to take away our guilt feelings, but to take away our guilt, we need something else, something like religion, something like the mercy of Allah or the Day of Atonement or the blood of Christ. There's a lot of confusion in our society between psychology and philosophy, and therefore between psychology and ethics, which is part of philosophy. My philosophy students constantly begin sentences in philosophy essays with the words, "I feel that." That's psychology, not philosophy. It's also bad grammar. You don't feel that, you just feel. You think or believe that A is B. That's a truth claim. There's no truth claim in feelings, and therefore no argument. When someone says, "I feel sick," you don't reply, "No, I feel great." I hate yogurt and you love it, and those are just two facts about how we feel, but not a truth claim and not an argument. Philosophy is not the same as religion either. Philosophy doesn't claim to remove guilt, but philosophy can argue about it. Religion claims to remove guilt, but religion doesn't argue. We'll talk more about the difference between ethics and religion in a few minutes. A fourth confusion: ethics is not ideology, whether left or right. An ideology is man-made. Ethics seeks the real truth about good and evil that does not change with time and place as ideology does. Ideologies can be judged as moral or immoral. There can be ethical as well as political arguments between ideologies such as right and left. For instance, is it more ethical to give welfare to the poor out of compassion and the golden rule, or is it more ethical not to teach them to fish rather than give them a fish? Ethics argues about and judges ideology. Some ethical philosophers today, notably the deconstructionists, disagree with this. They say that ethics is just ideology, in fact, camouflaged ideology, power putting on the mask of justice. In other words, might makes right. Machiavelli teaches this, but it's a claim as old as the Greek sophists, and we will explore it when we study Socrates and Plato. A fifth confusion is between ethics and what philosophers call meta-ethics. Ethics is thinking about good and evil. Meta-ethics is thinking about ethics. Much of contemporary philosophical ethics is meta-ethics. It asks questions like how moral statements are linguistically meaningful, or how moral reasoning differs from reasoning about facts. For instance, whether the conclusion of any moral argument can be certain, whether any value judgment can be infallible, and how we make these moral judgments. Those are important questions, and we'll touch on some of them, but they're secondary. They're secondary in time. They come later. In fact, they come in the third place after we've first made moral choices, after morality has first appeared in our experience, and then in the second place, we've reflected on this moral experience and moral values philosophically. Only then do we, in the third place, make a reflection on our ethical reflections. It's like making a movie about life. These questions are also secondary in interest. Ordinary people rarely ask them, only philosophers do. But ordinary people are very interested in first-order ethical questions. Confusion number 6 is between ethics and applied ethics, which we've spoken of before. Casuistry. Applied ethics is to ethics as technology is to theoretical science. There are many new tricky situations that call for the application of ethical principles in medicine, business, law, social science, life sciences. But for this, you need to know the specific details of the field. Knowledge of philosophical principles is not enough. For instance, I've never taught business ethics or legal ethics or medical ethics because I just don't know enough about business or law or medicine. And the seventh confusion may be between ethics and religion. You don't need religious faith to do ethics, though it may help you to do it. Philosophy and religion may be synthesizable, marriable, but they're as different as male and female. Ethics is based on reason, religion is based on faith, or on fear. But religious fear is very different from practical fear. The fear of God or of a spirit is very different than the fear of a tiger or a cancer or a bullet. It's something in another dimension, something unknown, something awesome. The religious instinct is to believe in or aspire to or worship that transcendent, mysterious something. The moral instinct is to feel obligated in conscience to do good and avoid evil. Both instincts are in another dimension from the practical. I know I stand a better practical chance of surviving if I don't jump in the lake and try to save the drowning baby, but I may jump in anyway because I feel morally obligated to do it. So both religion and morality go beyond the practical and the factual. So we might confuse these two things with each other, especially in the West, since in the three major Western religions, that which is worshipped is also supremely moral. God is righteous and commands us to be righteous. But the religious instinct and the moral instinct can be found separated from each other. More in Eastern religions than in Western, where morality does not go all the way up to ultimate reality, to a God who is a person with a moral will, and religion and morality are separated much more in pagan religions, which are often not just amoral, but sometimes immoral, and of course also in atheistic secularism or secularist humanism, which rejects religion but not morality. Atheists have ethics too. One of the questions of a later lecture will be about that, the foundations of ethics without God. So, ethics is not about these 7 things: a checkup, mores, psychology, ideology, applied ethics, or religion, or metaethics. And what is it then? It's about the good life and the good person. But that sounds very vague. We need some order, some outline, some structure. One way of doing this, logically, is to say that ethics is about 3 terms: good, right, and ought. Good means the thing desired, the goal, the ideal, the desired fulfillment or perfection or end. Right means the opposite of wrong, as defined by some law. And ought means personal obligation, duty, responsibility. That's what we experience in conscience. Perhaps the simplest and most helpful outline of the subject is to divide ethics into 3 main questions. C.S. Lewis gives us the helpful image of a fleet of ships. We are those ships, and ethics is like our sailing orders. And the sailing orders tell the ships 3 things. The first thing is how to cooperate, how to avoid bumping into each other, how to supply each other's needs. That's social ethics. The second thing is how each ship is to stay shipshape and afloat. That's individual ethics, virtue ethics, how to be a good person, character, moral character. If you don't have good individuals, you can't make a good society. Just as if you don't have good bricks, you can't build a good building. And the third thing the ships have to know is the most important of all. What is their mission? Why are they at sea in the first place? That corresponds to the question of values, especially the highest value, the greatest good, the meaning of life, the ultimate purpose and goal of human life. If we don't know or care where we're going, then it doesn't make much of a difference which roads we choose. In Alice in Wonderland, there's this philosophical conversation between Alice and the Cheshire Cat. "Would you please tell me which way I ought to go from here?" said Alice. "That depends on where you want to get to," said the cat. "I don't much care where," said Alice. "Then it doesn't matter which way you go." So this, I think, is the most important question of all. At least according to the ancient philosophers. Quo vadis? Where are you going? What is the goal? Many modern philosophers ignore that question, either because they're afraid it's too religious, and they're afraid that arguing about religion will put us back into the times of religious wars, or else they ignore that question because they're too skeptical to think we can ever answer it. Most modern philosophers make a very sharp distinction between questions about what is and questions about what ought to be, between facts and values, so that values are not facts and therefore not knowable as true or false. Ancient philosophers do not make that sharp distinction. They think that values are the most important facts of all, that the good is part of reality, that what ought to be is a part of or a dimension of what is. Their worldview, their metaphysics, included a life view or an ethics. One of the recurring themes of this course will be that everyone's ethics depends on his metaphysics, or lack of it. Ethics must depend on metaphysics because what is the good for man depends on what is. And ethics must also depend on your anthropology, on your philosophy of human nature, because what is the good for man depends on what man is. And ethics must also depend on epistemology, which is that division of philosophy that studies knowing, because knowing what the good for man is depends on what knowing is. So we will be asking questions of metaphysics and anthropology and epistemology, as well as questions of ethics. You can no more separate them than you can separate the stories of a single building. We can distinguish them in thought, and we should, but we can't separate them and treat them as if they were separate and independent buildings. We can abstract out these different questions, but we should be careful to avoid the philosopher's favorite fallacy, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, treating abstractions as if they were concrete realities. We are the concrete realities. The contrast I've drawn between ancient and modern attitudes to ethics needs to be made much more clear and specific, because it will be a theme running through the whole course. That will be the subject of our next lecture. To prepare for it, you might try to outguess me and construct the lecture yourself before you listen to it. Write down the outline of the lecture you would give if you had to compare the traditional ethics with the typically modern ethics, point by point.
This ends Lecture 1. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 2. Being Good and Being Traditional. Why do we call it ancient wisdom?
The best way to understand anything that seems at first to be a bewildering variety is by relating them all to some common standard. The standard doesn't have to be assumed to be right, just a useful point of reference. Modern ethical philosophies seem to be a bewildering variety, especially when compared to the relatively universal consensus that we find in pre-modern or classical Western philosophy. So the best way to understand the ethical philosophies in our modern pluralistic world, I think, is by relating them all to the single ethical philosophy that was believed almost universally by the societies and cultures that our modern world emerged from, namely the classical Greco-Roman culture and the Judeo-Christian culture, and the synthesis of these two in medieval culture. That's also a very useful standard because most of the disputes today are between some part of the old or pre-modern view and the new or modern view. That's a useful oversimplification. So we begin by a short but systematic summary of the most important planks in the platform of pre-modern ethical wisdom. This traditional morality is still very much alive, in fact more alive, more popular than any of the modern alternatives in the minds and in the lives of most people in our culture outside of university classrooms. Our language pays tribute to it by calling it ancient wisdom. Notice that. We don't say modern wisdom, but ancient wisdom. We say modern knowledge, assuming that we know more facts than the ancients, especially scientific facts, but we don't say modern wisdom, which seems to assume that we suspect we may be less wise, even though we're more knowledgeable. If so, then we should be able to learn something from this ancient wisdom. I see at least 12 important differences between the typically ancient, traditional ethical philosophy and most typically modern ethical philosophies. First, ethics comes first, not second, for the ancient teachers. The single most important ingredient in a good life is to be ethical. The whole point of the good life was not life, but goodness. Moral virtue was seen as the indispensable way to blessedness, to happiness, to the good life. There was disagreement within this view, for instance, between Plato and Aristotle about whether material goods and success was also a necessary ingredient in the good life as well as moral virtue. Aristotle said yes, and Plato said no, but both agreed that virtue was the main ingredient. Modern disputes are more likely to be the opposite, over whether moral virtue is also necessary as well as material success. Our priorities have changed. Ethics was central, at least for the intellectual leaders in ancient classical cultures, Greek, Roman, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim, but ethics is often an afterthought for the intellectuals in our culture. I don't think there's that much difference between the masses in different cultures. There are moral heroes and moral villains and something in between in all cultures, but there's a stark difference between the intellectuals, the teachers, the mind molders of modern culture versus those of pre-modern culture. In ancient times, the teachers were more moralistic, more idealistic than the students. In our culture, the students are usually more moralistic than the teachers. Another way of saying that ethics is first and not second is to say that morality is not merely a means to an end, it is the end. The point of living is not just to live, but to live well, not just to be, but to be good. And therefore it would be wise to sacrifice anything, if necessary, in exchange for being good. The ancients did not feel surprised or resentful when the need for suffering and sacrifice arose. They expected it, not just because of their primitive science and technology, which had not yet abolished so much of it, but because of their philosophy. They too could be part of the good life. In fact, suffering could be part of blessedness or happiness. A second fundamental principle of traditional morality, not surprising, is the respect for tradition and authority and obedience or conformity to it. This word conformity has a bad connotation to us today, but not to the ancients. Both ancients and moderns agree that morally good people do not just conform to social fads and fashions, to propaganda, to popular opinion, to what everybody's doing, but the ancients did want to conform to higher authorities, both to abstractions like moral values and to concrete individuals like the saints and sages and the great minds and great books that stored this wisdom of tradition. That conformity is no longer popular because the canon of wisdom is no longer in place. The consensus or basic moral agreement is no longer in place in Western culture during the last 500 years or so. Because of this newness and variety and disagreement, we tend to believe that man creates his own moralities, creates his own values, and different cultures create different values. The ancients were not cultural relativists, except for the ancient Greek sophists. They were just about the only exception. The ancients thought you could no more create or invent a new morality than a new universe. When we speak of conformity to authority, we don't think very highly of it because it connotes to us the arbitrary authorities of changing social fashions or political powers. But the ancients did think highly of obedience to authority because they meant by authority not power, but goodness, not might, but right. Authority meant moral power, not political or social power to them. The Chinese word te, for instance, in Confucianism and in Taoism, means that moral force which doesn't need or use physical force. The power of moral goodness in a saint or sage that appeals to our conscience and wisdom, not the power of rulers or propagandists. This is one of the sharpest differences, I think, between ancient and modern moral attitudes. The ancients respected conformity and humility and looking up to your moral superiors. They assumed something we moderns almost never assume: hierarchy, superiority and inferiority, inequality. To show how sharp a difference this is, I take an incident from my own teaching. I teach a course on death and life after death, and I wrote a book for that course called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About Heaven But Never Dreamed of Asking. There were hundreds of interesting questions in the book, such as, is there sex in heaven, and is there really a hell, and how do you get there? Questions I thought students would find pretty important. But every single time I ask them to argue about any of the points in the book, they always pick one little paragraph first, where I ask the question, will we all be the same in heaven? And I argue that the right answer is no, because then we would be lacking one of the greatest pleasures we have on earth, namely, learning from those wiser and better than us. Well, almost all my students were shocked that I didn't think heaven was a democracy. I invited them to argue about it, and I remember one wrote, "If heaven isn't equality, I hope I never go there." When I asked her whether she meant equality with God too, she replied, "Of course, I prefer a God I can feel comfortable with." I asked her whether she really would rather have a God who was no wiser or more beautiful than herself, and she seemed really surprised that anyone would think that way. A third assumption of the ancients about ethics is that you do it by reason, by mind, not by feeling and emotion. If Moses or Solomon or Socrates or Plato or Aristotle or Aquinas were transplanted into contemporary America, I think the two things that would probably shock him the most would be how much reverence we have for feeling and how little for reason. And that would, in his mind, probably explain why we have changed one part of traditional morality in content the most, namely sexual morality. For both these reasons, the centrality of feeling and of sex, he would probably single out Freud as the single most influential thinker of modern times. Live according to reason is probably the most universally accepted of all ancient moral principles. Socrates and Plato seem to go so far as to say that reason is the only thing necessary for virtue. If only you know the good, you will do it. If only you have wisdom, if only you are wise enough to know that you can't possibly attain happiness without moral virtue, then you would always be virtuous. Aristotle, who was more commonsensical, disagrees with that, but he too makes moral goodness largely dependent, though not wholly dependent, on reason and mind. Live according to reason. That's a fundamental moral principle of all schools of ancient wisdom. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, the Epicureans, the ancient Jewish and Christian philosophers too, even though they had a more expanded notion of reason and wisdom that also included a relation to faith and to the supernatural. Solomon says in the Proverbs, "Keep your mind with all diligence, for out of it are all the issues of life." The first line of Buddhism's most popular book, the Dhammapada, says, "All that we are is dependent on our thoughts." And right mindfulness is probably the most important of the 8 principles in Buddha's noble eightfold path to enlightenment. The reason the ancients emphasized reason more than the moderns do is that they had a much broader concept of reason. Reason meant to them not just calculation, not just logic, and not just scientific method, but wisdom, understanding, something intuitive as well as logical. When they defined man as the rational animal, they didn't mean merely an ape with a computer and a laboratory. Here's another fourth difference between ancient and modern ethics. Ancient ethics was more like religion, or at least more open to religion, more connected to religion. Modern ethics is deliberately non-religious, not necessarily anti-religious, though sometimes it is that, but it's determined not to base itself on religion or to depend on religion. I think this is not only because religion had a far greater public and social force in ancient times, but also because it had a virtual monopoly in most ancient societies. There was a religious consensus, which no longer exists. We live in a pluralistic society, and our memories are scarred with the horrors of religious wars that tore Western civilization apart, and did so much to disgrace religion and to cause it to lose so much of its social force. Perhaps this secularization of our social order has only changed that religious force from a political force to a purely spiritual force. Perhaps religion has actually been strengthened and purified by its political disestablishment. But whether that's so or not, modern ethics is less closely allied to religion. And that's probably one of the reasons why modern ethics tends to shy away from the question of the meaning of life, the greatest good, which I've called the most important ethical question of all, because that question sounds religious, and therefore, the modern mind thinks, divisive and dangerous. Ethics, or morality, or a moral code, is part of every religion in the world. Atheists also have some moral code. Now, there's much more unanimity, more agreement about ethics than about theology among Protestants, Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, Taoists, and atheists. So, we in America have based our society not on any one particular religion, but on a natural law morality, or a philosophical ethics, a rational ethics. Moral controversies have divided America, like the right of women to vote, prohibition, civil rights, racism, abortion, homosexuality. And one of these moral controversies over slavery led to bloody civil war. But none of them were essentially religious controversies, like the wars that divided Europe, including the 30 Years' War and the French Revolution. Just to take the two most recent examples, religion motivated most civil rights activists in the 60s, and it motivates most pro-lifers today. But though religious people use their religion as a standard to judge what's right and wrong, and as a motivation to fight for what they believe is right in the public square, the controversies are not about religion, but about morality. But historically, religion has always been the strongest source of morality, or the strongest foundation, or at least the strongest motivator. Dostoevsky wrote, "If God does not exist, everything is permissible." Now, that may be too extreme, or maybe not. That's exactly one of the questions we'll look at later, whether an atheist can have a solid ethics. But obviously, if you do believe in a moral God, if you believe that morality goes all the way up, so to speak, into eternity and into ultimate reality, then you will naturally tend to take morality much more seriously than if you don't believe that. For this reason, I think, our American founding fathers encouraged religion, all religion, as the strongest support for morality, which they believed was in turn the strongest support for a just and peaceful and happy political order. That connection is very much in question today. Most of our ancestors did not think an atheist could be ethical. I think most people today, even many thoughtfully religious people, disagree. So that makes for our fourth difference. Here's a fifth difference. The ancients had a deeper concept of happiness as objective perfection of life and not just subjective contentment, and a deeper concept of ethics, not just as a set of rules, and therefore the ancients did not contrast these two things, ethics and happiness, as we often do. We often think of ethics as a set of rules that interferes with what we feel like doing, and therefore with our happiness. For them, ethics was the roadmap to the country of true happiness, blessedness, perfection, the good life. If you want to be happy, you have to be good. That was another universally accepted ethical maxim. Another connected difference between the typically ancient and typically modern ethical philosophies, difference number 6, is that all the ancients based their ethics on human nature. That's one of the meanings of the term natural law. Those who thought human nature was essentially the same as the nature of an animal, like Epicurus and Lucretius, deduced from this anthropology the ethical conclusion that the highest values were pleasure and comfort and peace. Those who thought human nature was essentially the same as the nature of the gods or angels or spirits, like Plato and Plotinus, deduced from this anthropology the ethical conclusion that the only true values were spiritual, that material goods didn't count at all. And those who thought human nature was neither animal nor angel, but both spirit and matter, both soul and body, like Aristotle, deduced from this anthropology the ethical conclusion that both spiritual goods like wisdom and virtue and material goods like pleasure and wealth counted, but spiritual goods counted more. My point here is not that moderns tend to be more materialistic, but that moderns tend to be more skeptical of basing ethics on anthropology. They tend to base it either on desire and satisfaction, calculating the consequences of an act in terms of the greatest satisfaction for the greatest number of people, that's utilitarianism, or else on pure reason abstracted from experience in human nature, like Immanuel Kant's purely logical categorical imperative, which is basically the golden rule: do unto others whatever you want them to do to you. Instead of any specific content based on human nature, like do not steal because humans need private property, or do not commit adultery because human sex is for families, not just for individuals, or keep a Sabbath because humans need leisure for their highest capacities to flourish. Instead of this, we have a kind of whatever. Do to others whatever you want them to do to you. It's like an equation. Instead of something like 7 plus 5 equals 12, we have something like A equals A. Instead of specific content, which could be right or wrong, we have mere equality between the two sides of the equation, which are the two people involved. That's the criterion for moral goodness, something you can determine by consensus, by agreement, without reference to human nature. Now, not all moral modern philosophies take these two routes, the utilitarian or the Kantian. Early modern philosophies did base their ethics on their anthropologies. For instance, Machiavelli and Hobbes believed men were essentially evil and selfish and competitive animals, so their ethics centered on power and institutions to check human nature. In contrast, Rousseau denied any innate evil in human nature, so his ethics is permissive and spontaneous. The founding fathers who wrote the American Constitution explicitly based it on an anthropology that denied both Hobbesian pessimism and Rousseauian optimism. They gave us a democracy which presupposes the ability of everyone to make good choices, but one with checks and balances, and laws which presupposes the need to check and the need for laws. One of them wrote, "If men were angels, laws would be unnecessary." When a lady asked Ben Franklin what kind of government the Continental Congress had come up with in Philadelphia, he replied, "A democracy, madam, if you can keep it." Here's a seventh difference between pre-modern and modern notions of ethics. For the ancients, the most important question in ethics was not how to treat other people, or how to improve the world, or how to have a just society, though those were all important questions. The most important question was not even what a good person was, what rules to follow, or even what virtues to have, though that was even more important. The most important question was the question of the meaning of life, the ultimate end or purpose or goal or good, the greatest good, the summum bonum, the Latin phrase for the greatest good that's become a kind of common technical term among philosophers. Now, if you believe, as many modern people do, that the scientific method is the only reliable method for finding the truth, then you probably won't have much hope that this question of the summum bonum can ever be answered, because the scientific method won't work on that question. You can't put the value of virtue, the value of money, the value of knowledge, and the value of physical pleasure in some test tube and see which one is more basic, as you can put chemicals in to see which one is hotter or heavier. But if you say that the scientific method is the only reliable method for finding the truth, I think you contradict yourself, because that principle can't be proved by the scientific method. It's your human choice to use that method, either always, or sometimes, or never. The method itself can't tell you whether to use it always, or sometimes, or never. You have to have some set of values first to tell you whether to use it always, or sometimes, or never. So some set of values and some philosophical assumptions has to come before using the scientific method. A materialist who believes that only material things are real, and therefore only material values are real, would use it always. An immaterialist, a spiritualist, a Hindu or Buddhist mystic, for instance, who believes that matter is an illusion, a dream, a mere projection of consciousness, would probably use it never, or perhaps only as a kind of toy. A dualist who believes that both matter and spirit are real, and therefore that both material and spiritual values are real, would use the scientific method sometimes. He'd use it on material things, but not on spiritual things. Ancient Western culture used to be mainly dualists, with a few spiritualistic monists like Plotinus and a few materialistic monists like Democritus and Lucretius and Epicurus, modern Western culture is much more materialistic, at least in its intellectuals, its philosophers. Here is another difference, number 8, between the ancients and the moderns. All the ancients believed that politics was social ethics, that there was not a double standard, no totally different ethics for individuals and for societies. The aim of society, according to all the ancient philosophers, was virtue. Almost no modern political philosopher believes that. In fact, the only one I can think of is Peter Morin, who was a homeless bum who wrote easy essays and taught Dorothy Day, the American Mother Teresa, who founded the Catholic worker movement on the Bowery in New York City. He defined a good society this way: a good society is one that helps you to be good. The ancients would have said, of course, to that definition, but the moderns do not. The aim of society is defined in different ways, and sometimes the question itself is rejected as the wrong one, but nobody says the aim of society is moral virtue. And the philosopher who effected that revolution above all was Machiavelli. Most modern systems of political philosophy are revisions and waterings down of Machiavelli's revolution. Here's another difference, a 9th one. Most of the ancients believed that human nature had both good and evil tendencies in it. Many modern philosophers believe that too, but 3 other views have become much more popular in modern times than they were in ancient times. One is that we have no essence, that human nature is just a word, and that therefore everything we find in us is put there either by ourselves or by others, that human nature is malleable, changeable. The most extreme version of this is Marxism, which goes so far as to say that there is nothing in common between feudal man and capital man and communist man, that all words change their meaning from one stage in history to another. Another view, more popular in modern times, is pessimism, which believes that man is innately bad and not innately good. He's a selfish animal, and it takes force to make him act well. So ethics has to be unnatural, a curb, something like a bit or a bridle on a horse. Still another modern view, probably the most popular one in America, could be called optimism, which says that man is innately good and not innately bad. He is a victim. Blame social structures or circumstances, but don't blame him. Here is another difference, number 10. Many people today want ethics to be scientific. It's a popular belief that the rise of science caused the decline of religion, but not the decline of ethics. According to this view, just as in ancient Greece in the time of Socrates, rational philosophy replaced and gradually kicked out pagan religions in people's minds, so in Western Europe in the last 4 centuries, modern science did the same to the Christian religion, which had dominated medieval culture. So, if science has proved more reliable than religion, we should switch from a more religious ethic to a more scientific ethic, according to this view. Whether ethics can be based on science or not has to be argued on logical grounds, and I'll do that later in this series of lectures, but this history seems much too simple to me. For one thing, religion has not died, but keeps reviving. For another thing, science has not disproved a single religious dogma. For instance, it was not dogma but popular opinion that said the earth was only 6,000 years old or that hell was at the center of the earth. The decline of religion was not caused by science itself, but by something else. In any case, it's much more certain that science has succeeded than that religion has failed. The most obvious single difference between our civilization and all ancient civilizations is the success of science and its practical product, technology. It's what we are very, very good at, far better than any other civilization in history. Well, how does this affect ethics? The question arises, can ethics be scientific? The attempt to do that is part of the modern project, especially during the so-called Enlightenment, roughly the 17th and 18th centuries. If science is the only method for attaining objective truth, then ethics must become either scientific or subjective. And that explains what is probably the most important of all the differences between ancient and modern morality. The ancients believed the moral good was objective, part of nature, because nature meant to them not just what science can see. Most moderns believe the moral good is subjective, an art, man-made. Here is an 11th difference. In all ancient philosophies, ethics was dependent on metaphysics. Ethics, or your life view, depended on metaphysics or your worldview. But modern philosophers are much more skeptical about the possibility of metaphysics. So most of them try to do ethics without metaphysics. The most influential and serious attempt to do that is Kant's. We will spend one whole lecture on Kant. Finally, a 13th difference between ancient and modern ethics concerns society. Most of the ancients would say that what makes a society survive and prosper is ethics, not economics. Plato's Republic, for instance, has 1 paragraph about economics and 10 books about ethics. Today, candidates for public office spend almost all their time arguing about economics and almost never about ethics until some scandal comes up. It's hard to exaggerate this difference. If you were to write to the king or the bishop or the shaman or the sage or the head of any ancient society and ask philosophical questions like, what is the meaning of life? What is the nature of reality? What is the nature of man? What is good and evil? You would get answers, official answers, answers the whole society agreed on and lived by. Now, if you were to ask those questions of any modern government, the answer would be, we don't tell you that. That's up to you. Modern society gives you more knowledge, more power, more wealth, and more freedom than any ancient society, but it gives you less meaning, less moral meaning. Most of us like that arrangement. We don't want our government imposing a philosophy on us. But that gives us an obligation far greater than people ever had in ancient societies. We have to find moral meaning and truth for ourselves. Each lecture will pit the ancients against the moderns, which means it will pit our own ancient minds against our own modern minds, because each of us has both dimensions in our own minds. We have to confront these 12 dilemmas in ourselves and in our society. But to do that, we have to think for ourselves. We all have to be philosophers. We don't all have to be scholars or professionals, but we all have to do our own thinking, because we all have our own individual minds. The answer to the question, who's to say, can be found in the mirror. But how much can the mind do? Isn't ethics more a matter of instinct and training than a matter of thinking? Can the mind make you a better person? Can philosophy, the love of wisdom, help you not only to think about what is good and evil, what is the good life, but also to live it? Socrates thought that it could. The first great philosopher in the world was convinced that the key to the moral life was wisdom. For next time, we will think about the role of thinking in moral living with the aid of Socrates. If you are inclined, and if it is possible, I suggest you read the Apology and the Meno, 2 of the dialogues of Plato, next time, because we will investigate the issues raised in those 2 little masterpieces.
If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 3, Being Good and Being Wise. Can Virtue be Taught?
The title of this lecture is Being Good and Being Wise. It's about Socrates and the role of reason in ethics. Socrates was born in the 5th century BC during the so-called Golden Age of Athens, the age of Pericles. He died in 399 BC, an easy reference point date to remember, at the age of 70, condemned to death by a jury of 501 citizens for the crime of not believing in the gods of the state. All philosophy after him stems from Socrates, and since most of the sciences are spin-offs from philosophy, it's not much of an exaggeration to say that half of Western culture depends on Socrates. No one man in history, except Jesus, has ever made more of a difference to history. Every school of ancient philosophy, except for materialistic Epicureanism, claimed to be the true disciples of Socrates, rather like every Christian church and denomination claiming to be the true disciples of Jesus. The difference between Socrates and preceding philosophers is so much greater than the difference between any of his successors that all his predecessors are lumped together in a category called the pre-Socratics. What made Socrates so different was not so much new ideas as a whole new way of thinking, a kind of skeleton key that would open any number of doors previously closed to human thought, a new power tool for thinking. Socrates was the first person in history to have a clear idea of what a logical argument was, when a point was really proved to be true. He used the so-called Socratic method of questioning an idea as a lawyer would question a witness in court, and doing it in a logical, step-by-step way so that if you accepted certain premises as true, he could show you that you necessarily had to accept certain conclusions as true too, because these conclusions logically followed from those premises. If all A is B and all B is C, then it absolutely must be true that all A is C. This may sound very simple and obvious to us, but Socrates first discovered and practiced this art. Logical reasoning had always been an innate power of the human mind, but it seems to have awoke from sleep for the first time in Socrates. In Socrates, for the first time, reason became aware of itself, became a differentiated psychic function, as William Barrett puts it in Irrational Man, his fascinating book on modern existentialism and how it fits into the history of Western philosophy. Barrett contrasts Oriental civilization with Western civilization and asks the simple question why science arose in the West, and why Oriental man, who is no less brilliant and profound than Western man, always remained intuitive and mystical rather than rational and scientific. And his answer, in one word, is Socrates and his successors. And, fortunately for us, who are using him here in this series of lectures on ethics, Socrates applied his new method only to one subject, ethics. He was not interested in the physical universe, as most of the other Greeks were, or in the arts, or in politics, but only in ethics. And his most important teaching was the one that connected these two things, reason and ethics, by claiming that virtue is knowledge and vice is ignorance, that if you really know the good, if you really know what is good for you, then you will do it. Thus, all evil-doing is rooted in ignorance. He didn't mean ignorance of facts, but ignorance of values, moral ignorance. Now, this sounds ridiculous at first, to say that virtue is knowledge and vice is ignorance, because we all know of brilliant villains, like the Marquis de Sade, and simple-minded heroes, like Forrest Gump. Intellectuals are no more virtuous than other people, it seems. So what could Socrates possibly mean by saying that virtue is knowledge and vice is ignorance? We have all had the experience of knowing what is good and what is evil, what we ought to do and what we ought not to do, and yet choosing the evil rather than the good. Socrates was not unaware of this fact. How did he explain it? The answer is found in one of the greatest speeches ever made, Socrates' Apology, his defense before the court that condemned him to death. Apology did not mean admission of guilt, but argument in defense. Apologetics is the art of defending your beliefs. It doesn't mean, oops, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry at all. I'm right, and I'll prove it. In this speech, Socrates tells the story of how he became a philosopher. He's on trial for atheism, for not believing in the gods approved by the state. And this story answers that charge by showing how pious he really was. One of the holiest shrines in Greece was the temple to the god Apollo on the island of Delphi. There lived the Delphic oracle, who was a prophetess, the Sibyl, a woman supposedly inspired by Apollo, who would give guaranteed true answers to any question. But the answers were in the form of riddles, whose meaning came clear only later. Now, even the Greeks who were skeptical of the gods, and there were quite a few of these by Socrates' time, they usually believed in the oracle because her predictions always somehow seemed to come true. Well, one day, when Socrates was still a young man and only a stonecutter and not yet a philosopher, Socrates' friend Chaerephon got to see the oracle and ask her one question. And his question was, "Is there anyone in this world wiser than my friend Socrates?" And the oracle answered, "No." And when Chaerephon went home and told Socrates what the oracle said, Socrates was totally astounded. He probably dropped the stone he was cutting on his foot, because he knew that he had no wisdom at all. How could he be the wisest man in the world? Now comes the part of the story that proves his piety. Instead of just dismissing the oracle as a fraud, he assumed that a god cannot lie, and therefore she had spoken the truth. So he demanded to understand the meaning of this riddle. So he went around trying to find someone wiser than himself, so that he could take that person to the oracle and say, "Oracle, you said no one is wiser than I, yet here is so-and-so, and he is wiser than I. Please explain your riddle." But he never got to go to the oracle with that wise man, because he never found one. What he found instead was that everybody thought that they had wisdom, but upon cross-examination, no one really had it. And this was the way Socrates developed the art of cross-examination, the Socratic method. Thus, the oracle inveigled Socrates to become a philosopher. The oracle's riddle was the catalyst that produced that reaction in Socrates, the discovery of the method of logical cross-examination, the art that was to remain philosophy's method down through the centuries. For instance, Socrates would approach a politician renowned for his wisdom and ask him, "Oh, great and wise politician, what are you wise about?" "About justice, Socrates. That's my thing, justice." "Well then," Socrates would say, "could you please answer me the simplest possible question about it? The very first question that a beginner would ask, that a child would ask." "Well, of course, Socrates. What do you want to know?" "Well, to start with, I want to know what it is. What is justice? Could you please give me a definition so I don't confuse it with injustice?" "Oh, Socrates, everybody knows what justice is." "Oh, well then you know too, right?" "Of course." "Well, please tell me, because I don't know." "Well, that's easy, Socrates. Justice means paying back what you owe." And Socrates would say, "Thank you, sir." But he wouldn't just leave it there. He'd ask more questions about the definition. He would say something like this: "I'm not sure I understand your definition. Do you mean, for instance, that if I owned this weapon and I lent it to you, and then I became a homicidal maniac and wanted it to kill you with, that it would be just for you to give me my weapon back while I was in that state?" "No, of course not, Socrates." "Well, then justice is not always paying what is owed, because it would be paying what is owed for you to give me back my weapon, but that would not be just. So please tell me what justice is, what it always is, necessarily is, universally is by its essence." And then the politician would mumble and warn Socrates not to be a troublemaker, and Socrates would go home thinking that he had indeed learned a lesson, not what justice is, but what wisdom is. This man thought he was wise, but was not. Socrates knew he was not wise, and thus he was. So he came to the conclusion, after a lifetime of such encounters, most of them much more complex than this one, and many of them written up in Plato's charming dialogues, he came to the conclusion that the oracle was right after all. Even though Socrates had no wisdom, yet no one was wiser than he, because he at least knew that he had no wisdom, while no one else did. That's why he kept asking questions that no one else did. So he learned that there were only two kinds of people in the world: fools who think that they are wise, and the wise who know that they are fools. And he tried to teach others that wisdom, that they are fools, that they need wisdom, that they need to inquire. That is wisdom's lesson 1, and no one can get to any lesson 2 without lesson 1. Well, this Socratic paradox may be charming and even profound, but you may be wondering what it has to do with ethics. Everything. Here lies the key to understanding Socrates' most important ethical teaching, that virtue is knowledge. He didn't mean just any kind of knowledge, he meant self-knowledge. The first step to moral virtue is to know yourself. And that meant, first of all, to know how foolish and unwise you are, and thus to search for the wisdom you know you don't have. But it also meant a second thing. This self-knowledge meant to know human nature, to know what kind of a thing you were as a human being. Over the temple of Apollo at Delphi was this inscription, Apollo's first law, know thyself. That was the key to ethics, Socrates thought. Socrates practiced obedience to Apollo's first and greatest commandment better than anyone else in Greece. Ironically, the only man that democratic Athens ever executed for a religious crime was really the most religious man Athens ever produced. The parallels to Jesus are quite remarkable. In the Apology, Socrates taught a very strange paradox, yet it's one of the few things he claimed to be certain of. He says, "Be sure of this. If you kill me, you will not harm me, but yourselves. For the eternal law makes it impossible that a good man ever be harmed by a bad one." And he repeats this at the very end of his speech as his parting shot, his swan song, his most certain wisdom that he leaves to us before he dies. He says, "Know this, it is impossible for a good man to suffer evil, either in this world or in the next." In other words, Socrates' answer to the great problem of evil, why bad things happen to good people, is that they never do. Now, this sounds simply ridiculous. Here is a good man, Socrates, suffering the evil of injustice, misunderstanding, imprisonment, and death at the hands of bad men, and from the middle of this situation, he says that this never happens. Like the oracle, Socrates is giving us a puzzle, and it takes wisdom to solve it. That's part of his method. He's helping us to be wise by his indirect method, not telling us the answer, so all we have to do is believe it and remember it, but telling us the question instead, the puzzle, and we have to find the answer, and in the process become wise. So what is the answer? Remember Apollo's puzzle, know thyself. The question does not mean what personal feelings and unique experiences have you had in your life. It means, what is a human being? What is the essence of man? If you find the answer to that question, then you will understand Socrates' paradox about it being impossible for a good man to suffer any evil in this world or in any other, even though Socrates claimed to know nothing for certain about the next world. All he had was hopes. What is the link between these two ideas? Evil cannot be done to a good man. Why? Because of the answer to know thyself, because of what a man is. Let's figure out what that essence is. Bad men are doing bad things to good Socrates. They take away his honor, his reputation, his freedom, his possessions, his very life. What can't they take from him? His virtue and his wisdom. Where is that? Not in his reputation, in other people's minds, and not in his possessions, and not in his body, but in his soul. Socrates discovered that the true self is the soul. Socrates' answer to Apollo's question, know thyself, is that the self is the soul, the inner self, the personality, the character. And that's why no evil can ever happen to you, and why bad people can't harm good people. Evil that happens to you comes from outside and can harm only your body. The only evil that harms your very self comes from you, folly and vice. No one else can make you foolish or vicious, and no one else can make you wise or virtuous. Not society, but you are the master of your fate. You are the captain of your soul. This discovery was a radical revolution in the history of human consciousness. Today, we quite naturally speak of the self as the personality, the who rather than just the what, the body. But this is due mainly to Socrates. The Greek word for soul was psyche, psyche, from which we get our word psychology. Before Socrates, that word meant ghost. In Homer and Hesiod and Aeschylus, when you die, you don't live again. You are down there in the grave. Only your ghost survives, a pale copy of the living self you once were. In movies today, we still usually see this old pre-Socratic notion of the self. When somebody dies, they show his soul emerging from his body as a ghost, a fog, a thin thing, something less than the body. But for Socrates, it's the body that's the fog, the thin thing, the thing that doesn't last very long. The soul is more like an iron bar, if you want a concrete image for it. The soul is the solid, substantial, immortal, unkillable thing. It's the body that's the ghost. Now, if Socrates had come right out and said that the true self is the soul, what his contemporaries would have heard him saying was that the true self is the ghost, because that's what the word psyche meant before Socrates. And that would have seemed like nonsense. But Socrates gave a radically new meaning to the word psyche, or soul. And when Christianity came into the world, some 4 centuries later, it found in the worldwide Greek language, the language the New Testament was written in, it found in that language a ready-made word for the self. Unlike Socrates, Christianity also taught the resurrection of the body, as well as the immortality of the soul. But the concept of the soul as the self, the personality, the I, which Christianity used when it came into the world, this concept most of us have of ourselves today, it was first clearly discovered by Socrates. So, know thyself is the key that explains the paradox of evil. Evil cannot just happen to the true self. It can only be freely chosen by the self. And if happiness comes from goodness, from having a good self, then happiness cannot just happen either. It is chosen. We are responsible for our own happiness. And that's why no evil, or good for that matter, can just happen to a good man, because the man equals his soul. Now, even if you disagree with Socrates and say that the body is also part of your identity and not some external thing like a hotel room, even if you have the biblical Judeo-Christian notion of the body rather than the Socratic one, still, this Socratic insight can be largely true. True insofar as the soul is closer to your essence than your body, more inward. It may not be everything, but it's primary. The body may not be nothing, but it's secondary. Jesus seems to say something a lot like Socrates when he says to the Pharisees that evil can't come to you through things like ritual impurities, like eating with unwashed hands or unwashed vessels, but only from within, from your own heart. And this know thyself principle also explains our other paradox, the one that we began this lecture with, that virtue is knowledge, that if you only know the good, then you will do it, that all evil comes from ignorance. This is a tremendously important point because if it's true, then we have isolated the cause of evil, and to know the cause is to know the cure. What could be more important than that? I want to show you how revolutionary this idea is. First, let's assume something that we all know to be true from our own experience, that we all seek our own good, not our own harm. We may will harm or evil or unhappiness to others, but we never will what we think is bad for ourselves. Everyone always seeks the apparent good for himself. That's just a psychological fact. Now, let's assume a second thing, that you know yourself, and that you know that the self is the soul, and that your own true good is therefore the good of your soul. You know yourself well enough to know that happiness is not in the body any more than weight or color is in the soul. Now let's assume a third thing, that you know your soul well enough to know that virtue is the only way to happiness, because virtue is health of soul. Let's assume you really know that, know it without doubt. Well, if you really know these three things without any uncertainty or doubt, what would follow? Well, we always seek our own apparent good, and if we know that our self is our soul, and our good is our soul's good, and if we know that our soul's good is virtue, why, then we'd always seek virtue. and never vice, always good and never evil. If our mind absolutely glued together the psychological good and the moral good, happiness and virtue, then we would never seek vice but always seek virtue, because we always seek happiness. Now you can see the Socratic revolution and why he thought the mind was the key to being good. By the mind here, Socrates meant not cleverness, not calculation, and not just factual knowledge, but wisdom, moral wisdom, understanding of true values. Not the kind of knowledge we call science, not even the ordinary kind of factual knowledge of the world that science refines and perfects, but self-knowledge, knowledge of what it is to be a human being, knowledge of the meaning of human life, in short, wisdom. Philosophy means the love of wisdom. Philosophy was really Socrates' religion. The ancient Greeks defined man as the rational animal. Reason, they thought, was what essentially distinguished us from all the other animals. To the modern mind, that definition seems too narrow, because we think of reason as something computers do, and we are more than animals plus computers. We are moral agents. We all have self-consciousness, and we wonder and doubt and question, and we have an aesthetic sense and a sense of beauty and imagination, and we're capable of religion, thinking about ultimate reality and changing our lives according to any of these things. But that's exactly what the ancients meant by reason when they defined man as the rational animal. The meaning of the term reason has narrowed radically since the scientific revolution. Science has co-opted the meaning of rationality, so that all those other things I listed, none of which can be done by the scientific method, all those things have ceased to come under what we mean by reason. But it did come under what the ancients meant by reason. So when Socrates says that the key to practicing virtue is reason, he's not thinking of IQ or factual knowledge or cleverness, but understanding, standing under. Not just knowing that certain propositions are true rather than false, but standing in them as you would stand in the sunlight. If you really understand not just the propositions, but the reality that you are essentially your soul, and that the happiness of your soul comes only through virtue, why, then you will love virtue as you love yourself and your own happiness. And if you don't love virtue that way, if you love vice instead sometimes, then it must be because you don't really understand, at least at those times. You see the forbidden thing as something desirable. You see the evil as a good. You see the subjectively satisfying good as the greater good than the moral good. Or maybe you see the temporary satisfaction, the temporary happiness that you get from this wrong thing as more important than the long-range, deep happiness that you get from choosing the right thing. So evil comes only when you see wrongly, when you understand wrongly, when your human reason is not working properly. Take a specific case. Say you are poor and you'd like to be rich because then you could buy things that would give you pleasure. Let's say you're also poor in wisdom. You confuse yourself with your body and its material goods and pleasures, and you identify the good life with the life of the power to get whatever you desire. Now, let's say you're not completely devoid of moral wisdom. Let's say you also know that you ought to do right and not wrong, and you know what things are right and what things are wrong, as everybody does. Now, you're driving down the street one day and you see a bank robbery, and the robbers drop a sack of bills on their way out, and nobody sees it but you, and you pick it up and put it in your car. Now, what do you do with it? Do you keep it, or do you give it back to the bank? You know it's not rightly yours, so you know you ought to give it back. At least, aren't you tempted to keep it, though? It doesn't feel like stealing. You would never have planned that robbery yourself. You're not a professional thief. You're not even tempted to be one, but you are tempted to keep that money. Why? Because you don't really believe that virtue always makes you happy. And you don't really believe that happiness is a matter of your soul, not your bank account or your body. Because you are essentially your soul, your mind and will, your character. You don't know that. You don't believe that. Not completely. Deep down, without doubts. So because you aren't wise enough to know your true self, You think that maybe a little moral evil might be worth it because it will sometimes give you a lot of happiness. Suppose that instead of a sack of money, the thieves had dropped a sack of cockroaches. You wouldn't be tempted to steal them. Why? Because you see the true value of cockroaches. You know they can't make you happy. You'd have to be crazy to think that. You'd have to think you were a cockroach. But you do think the money can make you happy because you don't know yourself. You don't think of yourself as a soul, but as a bank account. Now, if ignorance is the cause of evil, wisdom is the cure. To remove the effect, remove the cause. So to remove evil, remove ignorance. Thus, for Socrates' philosophy, the love of wisdom is the cure for moral evil. Well, why hasn't the cure worked, then? It sounds so reasonable. What's wrong with Socrates' argument? There's certainly a lot of truth in it. The mind plays an indispensable part in both good and evil. Animals are not moral agents because even though some animals are very intelligent, they have only very clever instincts. They don't have rational minds, self-conscious minds, minds that can say I, minds with consciences capable of guilt and not just shame. Without a working mind, there's no moral good or evil. So the mind must have some indispensable role to play in determining whether we will be good or evil. Socrates is clearly right there. But is the mind the only factor? It's true that the mind is the soul's only light, like the navigator or the instruments on a ship. We always steer by the light we have, and all that light comes from the mind. Socrates is right. We do always seek the apparent good. So there is moral ignorance behind every moral evil. What then did he leave out? I think he left out the will. The will is like the captain of the ship. The captain has the power to tell the navigator to shut up or to speak. And when we reflect on our own experience of having done evil, I think we always find both the mind and the will playing a part. We do find what Socrates says, the apparent attractiveness of the evil that we are tempted to, and thus, behind that apparent attractiveness, ignorance, a lack of wisdom. But what caused the lack of wisdom? When you see that money and you realize that you're free to steal it without being caught, at that moment, something in you tells you the moral truth. You know that moral evil will not make you happy, not really, not deep down, not in the long run. But there's something else in you that wants to shut that voice down. Something else in you wants that money, wants the satisfaction of the desires that the stolen money could give you, and that something else wants you to listen to it rather than to the moral voice. It's like the old stock cartoon where an angel speaks to you in one ear and a demon in the other. One voice comes from your reason, your conscience, what Freud calls your superego, but it's really yours, not just society's, as Freud thinks. And the other voice comes from your desires, what Freud calls your id. And here's the point. You cast the deciding vote. There's a third thing in your soul that Freud calls the ego, the I or self. That's you. That's the heart of you. You tell one of those two voices to speak and the other one to shut up. You command your thoughts. Your will commands your mind to turn to one set of thoughts or another. The captain orders the navigator around. So you are responsible not just for your actions, but also for your thoughts. I don't think Socrates saw that. But the other two great teachers did. I mean Buddha and Jesus. The first line of the most popular book in Buddhism, the Dhammapada, goes something like this. All that we are is determined by our thoughts. It begins where our thoughts begin. It moves where our thoughts move. It ends where our thoughts end. If we think thoughts like, he hurt me, he stole from me, he is my enemy, then our life and our destiny will follow that thought as the wheel follows the axle. And if we think thoughts like, he cannot hurt me, only I can hurt myself, he cannot steal from me, he cannot be my enemy, only I can be my enemy, then our life and our destiny will follow those thoughts. And Jesus was constantly criticizing those respectable, self-righteous Pharisees even though their deeds seemed morally respectable, because of their thoughts. He turned ethics from an outward to an inward focus on the thoughts of the heart. And St. Paul said in one of his letters, "Take every thought captive and have the mind of Christ." So for both the Buddhist and the Christian, thoughts are tremendously important. Right mindfulness is probably the most important part of the Buddhist Noble Eightfold Path. But thoughts are to be controlled by a deeper source, a more mysterious center, which we in the West often call the heart or the will. Heart not in the sense of sentiments, but in the sense of the very center of the soul. I don't think Socrates quite reached that point. The question then remains, how right is Socrates? How much can the mind do to make us good? Can virtue be taught at all? Can we have moral education? Should our schools be making its students not only smarter, but better? Even if virtue is not merely knowledge, how much of it is knowledge? Plato raised that question in a dialogue called the Meno. It begins with Meno asking Socrates, "Can you tell me, Socrates, can virtue be taught? Or does it come to man in some other way, by habit and practice? Or does he have virtue innately, by nature? Or does he get it in some other way, against nature?" These 4 ways Meno mentions in which we might become virtuous or morally good correspond to the 4 main philosophies that would appear in the next 2,400 years, both in the West and in the East. Do we get virtue by teaching, by habit, by nature, or against nature? The most optimistic answer is that we have it by nature. Our very essence is to be virtuous. That would be Rousseau's answer in the 18th century. The next most optimistic answer is that virtue can come by teaching. That was Plato's answer. All you have to do is make the mind wise, then everything else will follow. The next answer, a little less optimistic, is that it takes work, effort, practice, development of habits. That's Aristotle's answer. He says we are by nature not virtuous or vicious, and that moral virtues come to us only by practice. Only the intellectual virtues, the excellences of the mind, come by teaching. So if Plato were living today, he would expect our schools to do moral education, but Aristotle would not. He would expect that to come outside the schools, in your own life and work and family. Finally, the most pessimistic answer is that virtue comes against human nature, by force. We are by nature bad and have to be compelled to be good by force or fear. That would be Machiavelli's answer in the 17th century and Hobbes in the 18th. We find in Chinese philosophy the same 4 answers. Lao Tzu, like Rousseau, taught that we are virtuous by nature. Confucius taught a combination of Plato's answer and Aristotle's answer. Virtue comes by teaching and by habit. Finally, the school called the Realists taught the opposite of Lao Tzu's optimism. They said that all social problems could be solved by 2 words: hit them. It's remarkable that Plato summarized the 4 answers to this most important question that would be given by the next 2,400 years of philosophy in the first paragraph of his dialogue. There are 2 questions here. First, can you tell me, Socrates? And second, can virtue be taught, or does it come in one of those other ways? In the Meno, Socrates gives a definite answer to the first question, can you tell me? But not to the second, can virtue be taught? Because he's not in the business of answering questions, but getting us to ask them. He doesn't tell, he teaches. Teaching is contrasted to telling. Teaching takes place by questioning, not by lecturing. So we have to find the answer for ourselves to the second question, can virtue be taught? Socrates helps us to find the answer in 2 ways. First, he says he doesn't know, teaching us his favorite lesson 1, showing he's wiser than Meno, who says he does know. Second, he points out that we have to follow a logical order. We can't know whether virtue can be taught until we know what virtue is. Unless we know what a thing is, unless we know its nature or essence expressed in a definition, we literally don't know what we're talking about. So the first question is, what is virtue? And then he shows us, as he shows Meno, that we don't know what virtue is, even though we think we do. All Meno's definitions are shown to be logically inadequate. And then, when Meno won't think for himself any further and just wants to give up and go home, Meno gives Socrates an argument for skepticism, the comfortable idea that nobody can ever know the truth with certainty anyway. So Socrates spends a long time refuting skepticism by showing that everyone really has a hidden storehouse of knowledge in the mind, innately. He says that learning is really remembering what we would call unconscious knowledge, drawing it up into the conscious mind, like calling up the data in a computer onto the screen. We have to know the access code, what buttons to push. Socrates pushes our buttons by his Socratic method of logical questioning. He not only teaches this doctrine that learning is remembering, but then shows it by teaching Meno's uneducated slave boy an advanced lesson in geometry, the Pythagorean theorem, just by drawing some pictures in the sand and asking the boy some questions about them. He doesn't tell the boy any answers. He only helps him to find them himself. Now, a machine or an animal couldn't do that. Only a human being could. But any human being could. Even a slave who's never been to school. So, skepticism is now refuted, and Meno has no excuse for not trying again to find the truth about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. But poor Meno refuses to think for himself. So Socrates makes him think by confusing him. Instead of telling him the answer, Socrates takes both sides of the dialogue and first proves that virtue is knowledge, and that it therefore can be taught, and then he proves that virtue cannot be taught because there are no teachers of it, and so it is not knowledge. Socrates, I think, realizes there's two sides to this issue. He knows that his theory that virtue is knowledge and can be taught seems to be contradicted by practice, contradicted in experience. Even the best and most virtuous teachers, Pericles, and even Socrates himself, did not succeed in teaching virtue to their own children. So he leaves us in a dilemma. And finally, at the end of the dialogue, he suggests a way out of the dilemma, that virtue is neither certain knowledge nor mere ignorance, but a sort of knowledge, namely right opinion or belief. And it is neither simply teachable by men, as geometry is, nor not teachable at all, but teachable in a way. He says only God can teach it, but we can help. So the truth is somewhere between simply yes and simply no. Socrates' final answers here raise the question of the relation between philosophy and religion, for when he says that virtue is right opinion or right belief, the two words for that in Greek are orthos and doxa, and when you put them together, you make up the word orthodoxy. So virtue seems to be faith, which is a kind of knowledge, but not by proof, not by reason. Socrates seems to be suggesting that if you really believe that you are a soul and that virtue makes you happy, then that will work as well as knowledge. That will motivate you to practice virtue so that it will still be true that virtue is a kind of knowledge, although a knowledge by faith rather than proof. And virtue can be taught, he says, but not by man, but only by God. Socrates never claimed to teach virtue, yet all his teaching was about virtue. Perhaps he saw himself as the instrument of God, a kind of prophet without a doctrine, a prophet who revealed not answers but questions and a method. Scholars disagree as to whether Socrates was serious in his answers here, because they're religious answers to philosophical questions. Perhaps he was deliberately giving us a weak answer to force us to find a better one. For Socrates certainly did not think that religious faith in the gods of his society, the gods approved by the state, was going to make you virtuous. Those gods themselves were not virtuous. They were terrible role models for mortals. Socrates was executed because he could not honestly proclaim his faith in any of the gods named by the state. So perhaps he meant another kind of faith in another kind of god. He never spoke seriously of the Greek gods, but he did speak seriously of the God, a single unknown God whom he never claimed to know or name. Well, this raises the whole question of the relation between ethics and religion. They seem connected in some way, but how? Is ethics dependent on religion? Is a thing right just because the gods say so? Or is it an alternative to religion? A better alternative that uses reason instead of faith and attains knowledge instead of belief? Or is it a different kind of religion, a more pure and rational religion? That's the question we'll look at next time in a dialogue called the Euthyphro. If you can, I advise that you read that dialogue before listening to the next lecture.
After listening to Lecture 3, a student posed this question to Professor Kraft. Why don't more people do good if it leads to happiness? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Okay, here is the really difficult question. If everybody seeks happiness, and if most people know that doing good is the road to happiness, then why don't we do good? We'd have to be crazy to deliberately choose unhappiness over happiness. Are we crazy or are we stupid? Well, Socrates thinks we're stupid. I think we're crazy. I think that in many cases we deliberately prefer something other than happiness, other than joy. We pick a fight with somebody and they want to reconcile and we don't. Our pride is hurt. It hurts. We prefer to be hurt. We envy somebody. Envy is one sin that never caused anybody a moment of pleasure, and yet we do it. There's something very mysterious in us that Socrates didn't know about. We're all crazy. We're all addicted to something that we know is harmful for us, and yet we do it.
This ends Lecture 3. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 4, Being Good and Being Pious. The Euthyphro.
This lecture is called Being Good and Being Pious. It explores the relationship between ethics and religion. We begin with the little Socratic dialogue called the Euthyphro, which is historically very revolutionary because it challenges not only the existing religion of Socrates' culture, but the very mode of thinking that you find in every religion, namely faith, and replaces it with a new mode of thinking, logical reasoning. This is really what got Socrates in so much trouble with the state of Athens. He was only a man, but a new kind of man, and he didn't teach a new religion, but a new kind of religion, the religion of the pursuit of truth by reason. And the Athenians knew, I think, deep down that that was a threat to their existing religion, which was irrational and immoral. So the basic issue in this dialogue, the issue that doesn't get explicitly spelled out in so many words, but which is there lurking under the words like a shark under the water, is the conflict between faith and reason, religion and philosophy. In this dialogue, Socrates is on his way to court to be tried, convicted, and executed on the charge of being an atheist, because he cannot honestly profess his belief in any of the gods approved by the state. He was not an atheist, in fact, but a pious agnostic. And he's met by an arrogant young man named Euthyphro, who is also on his way to court to prosecute his own father for accidentally killing a slave. Socrates is amazed that Euthyphro would do this against his own father, for that was regarded by the Greeks as impious. The concept of piety in ancient cultures was used for two things: respect for the gods and respect for your parents and family. Religion and family have almost always gone very closely together, so much so that the same word, piety, meant the fundamental virtue of religion and the fundamental virtue of respect for family. So Socrates asks Euthyphro why he is doing this apparently impious act, and Euthyphro replies that he is doing it out of piety. So Socrates turns on his typical irony and says, "You must really be an expert on piety to be so sure you're doing the right thing." And Euthyphro says, "Yes, I am." Socrates turns on the second typical feature of his famous Socratic method, the demand for a definition, because if we don't know what we're talking about, we're talking without thinking. The wheel is moving, but the hamster is dead. So Euthyphro defines piety as doing what the gods do, loving what the gods love, willing what the gods will. And since there is a story in the Greek religion about a god who prosecuted his father for murder, Euthyphro thinks he is pious because he is imitating this god. Socrates then asks him whether piety is imitating all the gods, and Euthyphro says yes. But the gods contradict each other, says Socrates. According to our religious tales, they fight with each other. So being pious to one god would mean being impious to another god when these two gods disagreed. So the same act would then be both pious and impious at the same time, which is illogical. So Euthyphro has not defined piety. He does not know what it is, and he is not justified in acting as if he did. Euthyphro then amends the definition. Piety is doing what all the gods agree to do. The gods agree about some things, so those things define piety. Now we're getting close to a question that should bother us. We're not polytheists anymore, but the new definition would work for monotheism as well as polytheism. Piety is doing what God wills. Or perhaps we are polytheists. The psychologist Paul Vitz at NYU says that America is the most polytheistic nation in history, for the Greeks worshipped only a few thousand gods, but we worship 260 million. Well, Socrates now asks the key question. Even if all the gods agree, or even if there is only one God, as most of us believe today, is a thing pious or good because the gods will it, or do they will it because it is good? Euthyphro doesn't understand the question at first, but when he does, he answers that a thing is good only because the gods will it. This is what philosophers call the divine command theory of morality. Morality is grounded in the will of God. An act is good only because God commands it, and bad only because God forbids it. If God commanded us to eat our neighbor's ears, that would make ear-eating good. If God did not forbid lying, lying would not be bad. The problem with that is that it makes God arbitrary and a tyrant, and to be obeyed not because he's good, but because he's the boss. Is that what piety is? That's Euthyphro's position. That's been the position of some Christian thinkers, Luther and Calvin and Kierkegaard in Fear and Trembling. In that book, Kierkegaard interprets God's command to Abraham to offer his son Isaac as a human sacrifice, a very shocking story. He interprets this as a teleological suspension of the ethical, that is, a purposive setting aside by God, by divine decree, of morality. Now, morality is knowable by reason, but God is knowable by faith. And Kierkegaard, like all Christians, has a very high conception of faith, but, like some Christians, a rather low conception of human reason. He separates and even opposes reason and faith, and therefore separates and opposes, in this story at least, morality and religion. He argues that the greatest good is religious faith, not moral reason. For if moral reason goes all the way up, if the moral law is absolute, then Abraham, in willing to murder Isaac, was not a hero, but a murderer. I don't personally agree with Kierkegaard here, though I think he was one of the deepest thinkers who ever lived, but I hope you can see his point. If God wills a thing because it is good, that seems to put goodness above God as a standard. And since we know that moral standard by reason, we can then judge God by that standard, as Socrates judged the Greek gods by the standard of rational moral goodness and found them wanting. But the God of the Bible isn't like that. He doesn't do all the shenanigans that the Greek gods do. He can't be judged, even by himself, as we judge ourselves. He doesn't have to make an examination of conscience every night and look at the 10 Commandments on his wall and look at himself in the mirror and say, I was a good God today. Socrates is really saying something radical and revolutionary in saying that a thing isn't good because the gods command it, but the gods command it because it's good. He is saying that morality is higher than religion, that religions can be judged by moral standards. And since we know morality by reason and religion by faith, he's saying that faiths should be judged by reason rather than reason by faith. So we have this dilemma. Do we put religion above morality or morality above religion? Is God above goodness or is goodness above God? Does God command goodness or does goodness judge God? The traditional answer is neither. God and goodness are equally absolute because goodness is God's nature, his essence. Goodness is godness. Add an O to God and you get good. It's neither more nor less than God. Add a 0 to any number and you get something that's no more and no less than that number. How then does the tradition interpret the Abraham and Isaac story in Genesis 22? if not in Kierkegaard's way? Well, the traditional interpretation of that story in both Jewish and Christian traditions is that God is teaching Abraham exactly the opposite lesson than the one Kierkegaard thinks, that human sacrifice is wrong, and that this new religion that God is revealing to Abraham will be the first one in history that will be completely moral, and therefore will not have human sacrifice. The lesson comes at the end of the story, where God's angel forbids Abraham to kill Isaac, and God provides a ram instead. The ritual sacrifice of animals was a central part of religious Judaism, especially after Moses and the Passover, until the destruction of the temple in 70 A.D., and Christians believe that the slaughter of Jesus, the Lamb of God, was the historical fulfillment of that symbolic pattern or type. So Kierkegaard is really ignoring the historical context of the Abraham story, and also the historical difference between Socrates and the Christians like Thomas Aquinas and C.S. Lewis who agree with Socrates. The difference is this: Socrates saw real contradictions between Greek religion and reason. He started the movement of philosophy, which became an alternative to religion, or even an alternative religion, and that grew into the hole left by the dying Greek religion, which was dying because it lacked the two things Socrates' philosophy had. It was irrational and it was immoral. But in the Christian era, we had the opposite relationship between faith and reason, between religion and philosophy. We had a marriage instead of a divorce, a synthesis instead of a contradiction. In Greece, the priests and the philosophers were enemies, and you could even tell which one a man was by his clothing in the street. In the Christian Middle Ages, almost all the philosophers were priests. Kierkegaard is in the minority among Christians in agreeing with Euthyphro rather than Socrates. William of Ockham in the late Middle Ages, and Martin Luther and John Calvin in the Reformation, and people who call themselves fundamentalists today usually believe in the divine command theory, mainly because they all have a rather low conception of human reason. They believe reason is not capable of knowing what the true good is apart from God revealing it and man believing it by faith. But the mainline Christian position, the position of most of the early church fathers, Eastern and Western, and St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and Newman and C.S. Lewis and Vatican Councils I and II, is that human reason can know God and can know the good, can know that a thing is good in itself and not just because God commands it, that God commands it because it is good in itself, and that it is good in itself because it is like God, like God's character, God's nature, God's eternal and unchangeable essence, not because it was commanded by God's will. God could never command anything evil because his commands never contradict his nature, which is good, and which we can know something of at least by our human reason, even without religious faith and divine revelation. Thomas Aquinas puts the relation between religious faith and philosophical reason very clearly. He says there are two kinds of truths: those we can discover and understand and prove by natural human reason, and those we can know only if God reveals them supernaturally and we believe them. But he says these two sets of truths can never contradict each other. Nothing we can discover by reason can ever contradict anything God has revealed to be believed by faith, because the same God is the author of both. Reason and faith are like two books from the same author, and that author never contradicts himself. What reason discovers or proves, when reason is properly used, is truth, and what faith believes, when it is properly understood, is truth, and truth can never contradict truth. I don't see how anyone can argue against that, unless, of course, you believe that the faith is not true. The same goes for any other religion. If you believe it is true, then you must also believe that no other truth can contradict it. Even though that religion may teach many things that reason could never prove, it couldn't teach anything that reason could disprove. Because if it did, then that would mean that reason had proved those teachings to be false, and you can't honestly believe what you know to be false. I think it was Mark Twain who jokingly defined faith as the art of believing what you know isn't true. I think that's funny only because it's self-contradictory. It's impossible. Now, let's bring Socrates into dialogue with another philosopher, Dostoevsky, who says, If God does not exist, everything is permissible. Socrates seems to make ethics independent of religion, while Dostoevsky makes ethics dependent on religion. Is this a real contradiction or only an apparent one? And if it is a real one, who's right? The issue is important for our civilization because historically ethics has always been connected with religion. Most people have in fact gotten their ethics mainly from their religion. Since most people do believe in some religion, and one of the aspects of every religion is ethics or morality. Sociologists sometimes describe all religions as having three visible dimensions, some teaching about God or gods or ultimate reality, and some commandments or ideals or codes for moral living, and some liturgy or public worship or prayer or meditation. Creed, code, and cult, or words, works, and worship. But a moral code is one of the parts of every religion. And even though the theologies and the liturgies are very different, the moral codes are not only much more similar, but strikingly similar. This point that different religions share a common morality, or a nearly common morality, is more surprising than you may think. For the morality they share is not just common sense morality. You could group all the moralities of the world, I think, into three kinds. The lowest kind is a morality of calculated egotism, enlightened self-interest. I won't bash your skull in if you don't bash mine in, that way we both save on the doctor bills. We make a deal, like a business deal, that works for both of us. But if it doesn't work, that morality has no power left. When you think you can get what you want without morality and get away with it, you'll junk that kind of morality, the purely pragmatic kind. A second, higher kind of morality is a morality of justice. Do good deeds because it's the right thing to do. Here, there are moral laws and rules and virtues and obligations and responsibilities that have a claim on you, so that even if you can get away with immorality without being punished, you still ought to be moral just because it's right, it's just, it's fair. In the first morality, the only deterrent is shame, the shame of being caught by someone else, or fear of punishment. In the second morality, the deterrent is guilt, which is not external and public, but internal and individual. But there's a third kind of morality, and that's the highest and the rarest. It tells us that we should go beyond even justice to unselfishness and charity and self-sacrifice and mercy and forgiveness and even martyrdom if necessary. Now, the remarkable thing is that every single one of the major religions of the world teach this third-level morality, as if they all had a peephole through the same curtain and saw something of the same secret. For outside religions, this secret is very rarely seen. In our own society, people who claim to have lost belief in religion still often say they believe in this morality, but most of the time they're remembering it from the religion they once believed, or the religion their family or their culture once believed. Almost nobody ever came up with this third-level morality independent of religion. That's the subjective or psychological or personal connection between morality and religion, how we learned it. There's also an objective or logical or impersonal connection. I mean this, when asked to explain or ground or justify their morality, most people turn to religion. For instance, when asked why we should treat all people as intrinsically valuable, as ends and not as means, when asked why people should be loved rather than used, when asked to justify the moral maxim that we shouldn't use people and love things, but love people and use things, most people in our civilization would say, because we're all God's children, or because we're all created in the image of God, or because we're all loved by God and we should love what God loves. So for most people, religion is the main source of their ethics and the main ground for their ethics. Now, my question is this. Does that mean that religion is the only psychological source of ethics or the only logical ground for ethics? Since I'm a philosopher rather than a psychologist, I want to focus on the second question. Is religion the only logical ground or justification for ethics? That's one of the issues raised by Dostoevsky's saying, if God does not exist, everything is permissible. He would say religion is the only ground for ethics. That issue was also raised by Socrates saying that a thing isn't good because the gods will it, but the gods will it because it's good. So he would say, no, religion is not the only ground for ethics. Ethics can be grounded in a rational philosophy. Now let's put three thinkers in our debate: Dostoevsky, Socrates, and Jean-Paul Sartre. Dostoevsky was a Christian, Sartre was an atheist, and Socrates was an agnostic. He was pious, but he didn't claim to know anything about the god or the gods. An agnostic means one who does not know. Gnosis is the Greek word for knowledge, especially higher knowledge or mysterious knowledge or hidden knowledge. You can remember this if you remember the joke about the dyslexic, agnostic insomniac who stayed up all night wondering, is there a dog? Let's imagine these three thinkers discussing Dostoevsky's saying, if God does not exist, everything is permissible. Dostoevsky argues, if there's no God, there's no real objective goodness. If there's no God, there's no answer to the simple question, why not be anything I want to be? Any kind of selfish, egotistic pig I want to be, as long as I don't get caught and punished. And since Dostoevsky believed very strongly that not everything is morally permissible, and that we all know that deep down, therefore we know that there must be a God, even though some of us don't know that we know it, and we suppress that knowledge because we don't want to know it. Enter the second party to the debate, the atheist Sartre. Dostoevsky put his saying into the mouth of the atheist Ivan Karamazov in The Brothers Karamazov, who is not just a selfish pig, but an honest and moral man, but a flawed man who hates his horrible father and wants to kill him, or wants somebody else to kill him, but God and morality stand in his way. So Ivan has to kill God and morality first in order to kill his father. Freud loved this book. You can see why. The Oedipus complex is right there at the heart of it. Now, Sartre identifies not with Dostoevsky, but with Ivan. He doesn't want to kill anybody, but he does believe there is no God, and that therefore everything is permissible. Nietzsche went through the same reasoning process. The difference was that Sartre says this conclusion filled him with nausea and distress because it meant that life was meaningless. The play is meaningless if there is no author. Nothing justifies our ad libs. There is no higher standard that can judge anything as really good or evil. Nietzsche, on the other hand, found the idea that God was dead exhilarating, because now he thought man can become God, man can become Superman, Overman, the new man without religion and morality, without restraint and conscience. When God dies, man becomes God. But both Sartre and Nietzsche agree with Dostoevsky's saying that if God does not exist, then everything is permissible. They both disagree with Dostoevsky's two other beliefs that both God and morality exist. So for both of them, it's a package deal. Religion and morality, or God and morality, both stand or fall together. Enter Socrates. Socrates disagrees with that common premise, that if there is no God, there is no morality. That if God does not exist, nothing can be said to be really wrong. He disagrees with Dostoevsky's saying. It sounds too much like Euthyphro. Actually, though, it's quite different. It's capable of a much broader interpretation. Euthyphro says an act is right or wrong only because the gods will it. So if the gods didn't will it, nothing would be good or evil. Dostoevsky says that if God doesn't exist, nothing would be good or evil. Now, Dostoevsky was not an ancient Greek pagan polytheist, but a Russian Orthodox Christian, so he believed in a single, perfect, intelligent, and moral God, and also that it was God's nature, God's essence, and not just his will, that was the ultimate standard for morality. But whether it's his will or his nature, if there is a God, God must be the ultimate ground and standard for good and evil. Why didn't Socrates clearly see this? Because none of the Greeks came up with the idea that God created us and the whole universe out of nothing. That was a distinctively Jewish idea. It is he that has made us and not we ourselves. If that's true of our being, it must be also true of our goodness, for our goodness is the fulfillment of our being. Now let's bring another philosopher into our conversation, This will seem at first to complicate things, but in the end, I hope it will clarify things. The philosopher is Albert Camus. He is also an atheist, and his most haunting character, I think, is the heroic Dr. Roux in his novel The Plague. The good doctor risks his life to save the life of plague victims, and he asks himself why he's doing this. And he answers that it's because he knows he has to be a saint. He has to be a moral hero. The Catholic writer Léon Bloy, the 19th century Frenchman, said, "There is only one tragedy in the end, not to have been a saint." Camus was not a Catholic, but an atheist, but he would agree with that saying. He believed in morality, even though he didn't believe in religion, or in God as morality's origin, or in heaven as its reward. So his hero, Dr. Roux, agonizes over this dilemma. He believes three things, and these three things can't logically all be true. If any two of them are true, the third one has to be false. First, the meaning of life is to be a saint. We must all be saints. Second, you can't be a saint without God. Third, there is no God. Camus never solved that problem. Logically, there are four possible reactions to Dostoevsky's saying that if there's no God, there's no real morality. First, you could say that the saying is true, and that there is no God, and therefore no real morality. That's Nietzsche and Sartre. Second, you can say that the saying is true, and there is a God and a real morality, and that's the position of Christianity and Judaism and Islam. Third, you could say that there is no God, but there is a morality anyway. That seems to be Plato's position. Morality itself is the absolute. The abstract idea of goodness is superior to all the gods, at least all the gods that Plato knew, the gods of Greece. So Plato would not agree with Dostoevsky that if there is no God, there can be no morality. Socrates, unlike Plato, seems to have believed in a single perfect God, whom he never names and never claims to know anything about, and he never tells us what is the connection, if any, between this God and morality. He never tells us because he didn't know, and he knew that he didn't know. That was Socrates' wisdom. The fourth possible attitude towards Dostoevsky's saying is this. You could say that God does exist, the perfectly moral God exists, but nevertheless everything is permissible, that God makes no difference to morality. That doesn't sound like a very reasonable position, but maybe it's a very popular one. Maybe there are people who take that position. Maybe millions of Americans take that position. They don't want to be atheists. They want the comfort of believing in a God, in fact, in a God of love, but they don't want to be saints either. And they don't want to feel guilty about anything, especially about something that they very much want to do, that they find very exciting and enjoyable. And so they use pop psychology and condemn traditional morality as repressive and judgmental, and judge morality for being judgmental, and tolerate only tolerance, but they're intolerant of intolerance, and they're dogmatically opposed to dogma and absolutely opposed to absolutes, and they say it's true, there is no truth. Well, I think Socrates would probably say to that something like this. That's one of the great things philosophy can do. It can show what a fool you are, and that's the beginning of wisdom. Philosophy can make you very uncomfortable. Believers in God use Dostoevsky's saying to make an argument out of it. It's called the moral argument for God. This would be their answer to Camus' dilemma. The argument is that since not everything is permissible, God must exist. The existence of a real morality, a real distinction between good and evil, cannot be explained without something like God. That argument presupposes the premise that good and evil are objectively real. Many people say they don't believe that premise. They say morality is man-made and subjective and relative, like the rules of a game or like politics. But when you ask these people whether they really believe that it's okay to rape or to be a Hitler or a cannibal or even to burn down the rainforests, they don't say then that morality is only subjective. When they tell you not to impose your morality on them, suppose you tell them that's your morality. But imposing morality on other people, that's my morality. And tell them not to impose their morality of tolerance and respect and justice on you. And if you tell them that, you'll soon see whether they're really moral relativists or not. You'll find out that there are only selective relativists, that pretty much the only things they're relativistic about have something to do with sex. That sounds silly and simplistic to say, and I feel a little bit like the little boy in the Emperor's New Clothes for saying it. I don't say it in order to be provocative. I say it because it seems to be true. But we'll look at that issue in our last lecture. The moral argument for God asks, if there is a real morality, where does it come from? From a godless universe that's made up of only blind atoms and chance? How do you get a real good and evil from nothing but molecules and kinetic energy and rearrangements of quanta of force? And if conscience is not the voice of God, but only the voice of your parents or your society or your animal instincts or your genes, then why do we all believe that it's always wrong to disobey your own conscience, to deliberately do something you honestly believe is evil? Even moral relativists believe that. They may say different strokes for different folks, and what's good for you is only good for you and not for me, and don't impose your morality on me, but they always have one absolute left. If you sincerely believe that it's wrong for you to do something, you shouldn't do it. It might be all right to sin against society, against religion, against traditional morality, against the Ten Commandments, but it's never right to sin against your own conscience. Well, why, for goodness sake? Why treat your conscience as if it were a prophet with divine authority? Unless it is. Thus we have the argument from conscience for the existence of God. The argument says God is the only hypothesis that explains the data. The data is the absolute authority of conscience. But neither society, nor instinct, nor genes, nor parents, nor anything else except God, or at least something godlike, something absolute, has that authority. Therefore, there must be some absolute good. We began this lecture by looking at Socrates' substitution of rational philosophy for religion, and we ended it with an argument from rational philosophy for religion. Are you confused now? Good. I think I will confuse you a little more by saying that I think Socrates would have liked that argument. Perhaps you agree, perhaps you disagree. You have to answer back. Next time, we'll look at the most famous book in the entire history of philosophy, written by Socrates' great disciple Plato, The Republic. As everyone knows, it's about politics, but it's first of all about ethics, and it's Plato's attempt to prove conclusively that virtue always makes you happy.
After listening to Lecture 4, a student posed this question to Professor Kraft. Does morality need to have a God as a foundation? Let's listen to the professor's response.
I think if there is a God who is absolutely good, he has to be the ultimate foundation for morality, ontologically, in objective fact. But he doesn't have to be that psychologically in your mind. You can know that there's an absolute morality without tracing it back to an absolute God, just as you could know that there are universal laws of physical science without tracing it back to the divine mind that designed and created the universe.
This ends Lecture 4. Remember to visit the course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures that you just heard. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 5, Being Good and Being Happy, The Republic.
This lecture is called Being Good and Being Happy. It's on Plato's Republic. Like Jesus and Buddha, Socrates wrote nothing. All we know about him comes from the fortunate fact, whether by chance or divine providence, that one of his disciples happened to be the greatest writer in the history of philosophy. His name was Plato. In 40 years of teaching philosophy, I have never found a better way to sell it to beginners than through Plato. Because Plato makes philosophy two things that it usually isn't in classrooms: poetic and dramatic. Before he met Socrates, Plato was a dramatic poet, and he hoped to compete in the same dramatic competitions that won fame and fortune for Aeschylus and Sophocles. But then he met Socrates and had something like a religious conversion, a life-changing experience. he publicly burned all his poetries and dramas, and he devoted all his energy to writing up the Conversations of Socrates. By the way, nobody knows how much of these conversations came from the real Socrates and how much from Plato, but Plato always remained a faithful disciple of Socrates. Philosophy was meant to be that kind of life-changing thing in the ancient world. Imagine some ancient philosopher, anyone, make it Socrates himself. Imagine this philosopher transported to our time in a time machine. He would probably ask whether we had philosophers in our culture, and he would be told that yes, there are professional scholars in philosophy departments in universities. Well, I think Socrates would laugh at that, or maybe weep. Philosophy, a department? He would say, do you have love departments too, and life departments, and truth departments? Philosophy was not a department to Socrates and Plato. It was a way of life. The word means the love of wisdom, not a scholarly specialization. And professional? Selling wisdom for money? I think Socrates would call me an intellectual prostitute, and Boston College my pimp. There's a nice parallel between Plato and St. Augustine, some 800 years later. Both were great poets, and both converted from poetry to philosophy, and both said some very negative things about poetry in their philosophy. But neither one could burn up the poet in his heart, even though Plato burned the poetry he put on paper. Both are as far from dull academic jargon as you could possibly get. Both sing philosophy. It's worth learning Greek just to read Plato, and it's worth learning Latin just to read Augustine. Plato also shows the truth as well as tells it. He's dramatic. Showing rather than telling is the secret of all good storytelling. His ideas are incarnated in concrete characters who interact psychologically as well as logically in his dialogues. He puts legs under his ideas. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Philosophy is Plato, and Plato is philosophy." And Alfred North Whitehead said, "The whole history of Western philosophy may be characterized quite accurately as a series of footnotes to Plato." Nearly every philosophical position anybody would take for the next 2,000 years can be found somewhere in one of Plato's dialogues, in the mouth of one of his characters. Plato wrote 30 dialogues, and the Republic is his masterpiece. It is the single most famous and influential book in the entire history of philosophy. And it is most centrally about ethics. Everyone thinks it's about politics, and it is, but only secondarily. It's about almost everything: metaphysics and anthropology and psychology and epistemology and education and history and religion and mythology and music. But its central point, the bottom line of all 10 books, all 400 pages, is a thesis in ethics, that justice is always more profitable than injustice. And what Plato means by justice, the Greek word is dike, is something much broader than what we mean by the word justice in English. It's almost the whole of ethics for Plato. It's the key virtue. The other virtues are parts of it. It meant not, first of all, getting your rights or giving people their rights. That was a kind of secondary connotation, but it meant right order, a kind of cosmic harmony or music. It was used even in astronomy for the cosmic order or the music of the spheres. When a Greek heard a word like dike, he felt somebody had just sung a beautiful note. When we hear the word justice, we feel like an accountant calculating debts and payments. In the Republic, politics is there as a means to the end of ethics. The politics is a mirror image of the ethics, because Plato believed that there was no double standard, that moral values for the state and moral values for the individual had to be the same pattern in two different places. And politics didn't mean in ancient Greece what it means today, something practical, something like a job. It was much more moral, much more idealistic. It was about the good life, the good community, the good communal life, and that meant the moral life. Politics was social ethics, and the polis didn't mean the bureaucratic state, but the human community, the society. Plato thought there had to be a common pattern to the good individual and the good community because communities are made only by individuals, and made only of individuals, and made for individuals. As Lincoln said, government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. Plato would have believed that too, even though he didn't believe in democracy, probably because a democracy had just executed Socrates, the wisest man in the world. The Republic contains 10 books. We would call them chapters. The first contains 3 different conversations about what justice is. Socrates converses first with Cephalus, an old man and a traditionalist, then Polemarchus, his son, a reasonable middle-aged man, and finally with Thrasymachus, a young man who is a sophist and a radical, a skeptic and a cynic. Socrates is looking for what justice is, essentially. He's looking for the essence of justice, not just a definition of the word, but a real definition, and a definition of what justice always is, everywhere, not just one of the many forms of it. Only when he has that can he have certainty about it. Well, first Cephalus says justice is paying your debts and telling the truth. But that definition won't work in all cases because it's not just to give back a weapon to a maniac. Polemarchus then says justice is giving people what they deserve. He identifies this with helping friends and harming enemies. But Socrates reminds him that we make mistakes and sometimes think of our enemies as our friends and think of our friends as our enemies. So Polemarchus improves the definition to helping true friends and harming true enemies, doing good to the good guys and bad to the bad guys. Socrates then criticizes this definition by saying something quite amazing, that justice should do good even to your enemies, to the bad guys, because justice is a virtue, and virtue is good, and good can only do good, not harm, to everyone that it touches. Like Jesus, Socrates preached and practiced this, do good to those that hate you, love your enemies. At this point, Thrasymachus barges in like an animal and tries to bully Socrates. Thrasymachus's definition of justice is that it is whatever the strong man wants. Might makes right. Justice is only a mask painted on the face of power. The laws are made by the winners. For instance, if Germany had won World War II, Hitler would be the hero and Churchill would be the villain. Whatever the one who has the power to make the laws says is just, according to Thrasymachus. Most of the first book, and really the whole rest of the Republic, tries to refute Thrasymachus. And because Thrasymachus's philosophy is so familiar to us today, as we'll see later, it's almost exactly the philosophy of Machiavelli and also Nietzsche, it will be worth our while to look rather more deeply into it. The practical consequence of believing Thrasymachus's philosophy is quite radical. If justice is only a name for power, then it's naive and foolish to try to be just. Why not go to the root of the matter and go for the power? Thrasymachus's most important claim is that sometimes injustice is more profitable than justice. The good life, the happy life, is not the life of justice only. It's the life of justice when it works, and injustice when it works better. In other words, the end justifies the means. There is no moral absolute. Morality is just a set of words or ideals or values, something abstract in human minds. It's not real. This moral subjectivism or moral relativism was quite rare among the ancients, except among the Greek sophists, but it's far from rare among intellectuals in our culture. The teachers believe it more than the students. I mean, the teachers both in formal education and in informal education, what we call media. Opinion polls consistently reveal this morality gap between ordinary people, especially less educated people, and the intellectuals in our culture. In most ancient cultures, the teachers were more moralistic than their students. In our culture, it's the opposite. Thrasymachus writes the books today. We have to carefully distinguish, though, between two of Thrasymachus's claims. One of them is not very popular today, even among the intellectuals, and that's his identification of justice with power. That sounds much too much like crass totalitarianism. But the other claim is very popular, and that's his moral subjectivism, that morality is man-made. It happens by human social contract or by social consensus. It's not some universal, timeless, objective truth that we discover as we discover the laws of physics or the truths of mathematics. It's an art, like building bridges, or a game, like baseball. We make the rules, and therefore we can change them. And we can cheat, and sometimes cheating wins. That's Thrasymachus. Well then, what led men to create morality, according to Thrasymachus? And his answer is weakness. It must have been the weak, not the strong, who created moral law, especially the law of justice, of equality, of equal rights. Why would the strong man, who could get what he wanted by force, who was stronger and cleverer than others, lower himself to equality with others? So it's the majority who are weak who banded together to create laws of false, unnatural equality in order to tame the strong. That's where justice came from, says Thrasymachus. And the bottom line is that if that's so, there's no reason to be moral except fear of punishment. If you could get what you want by force, whether mental force or physical force, and if you could get away with it, why not? That's the simple question Plato is asking us through his character Thrasymachus. Why not? It's a question I ask my students in ethics class. They all believe they shouldn't do anything morally wrong, so I ask them, why not? Well, because you'll be punished. Well, suppose you won't. Suppose you can get away with it. Well, because people will hate you. Well, suppose they won't. Suppose you can con them. Suppose your power includes propaganda, power over their minds. Or suppose you don't care what other people think. Why not do evil if you can get away with it and get what you want? Surprisingly, this is a question many of them have never thought about before, even though it's about the most simple and basic question in morality. And it's surprisingly hard to find the answer for them. Well, Socrates first shows Thrasymachus that he is contradicting himself. There are all sorts of logical self-contradictions in his definition of justice as power. That argument is long and abstract, and it doesn't really sink in too deeply, even if the logic is quite right. Thrasymachus can't refute Socrates, though, so he just goes home in a sulk. But Socrates is not satisfied. One of the other characters in the dialogue, Glaucon, who was Plato's brother, takes up Thrasymachus' position as devil's advocate to see if Socrates can refute it better. Glaucon makes Thrasymachus' philosophy much more concrete and memorable by using a mythic image that was already old in Plato's day. No one knows its origin. This image was used again in the medieval Germanic story of the Nibelungs, and by Richard Wagner in his great opera cycle that was based on that story, and finally by the book which 5 separate opinion polls chose as the greatest book of the 20th century, Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. It's the image of the Ring of Power. In Plato's story, Gyges, like Tolkien's Gollum, is a little man, a loser. He finds this magic ring that makes him a winner, he thinks, by giving him power. Both the power to do whatever he wants and the power to get away with it by becoming invisible. So he kills the king, marries the queen, rules the kingdom, and cons the people. Isn't he happy? Isn't the ring the way to the happy life, the really good life, rather than sheepishly following the rules? Justice isn't the way to happiness, power is. If you were Gyges, wouldn't you use the ring? That's Glaucon's argument. He hopes Socrates can refute it. Tolkien, like Plato, says no, it's not wise to use the ring. In The Lord of the Rings, the quest is not to get something, as in most quest stories, but to get rid of something, to get rid of that ring of power, because power corrupts. If Tolkien or Plato were Aladdin and found the lamp and rubbed it, and the genie came out and offered 3 wishes, I think both Tolkien and Plato would say as their wish number 1, destroy the lamp. Now, everybody wants happiness. Not everybody wants justice, not everybody wants injustice, and not everybody wants power. So the question is, what gives you happiness? What means attains the end of happiness? Is it justice? Or is it injustice with the power to do whatever you want and get away with it? How shall we then live? That's what's at stake in the Republic. Most people aren't consistent enough or crass enough to totally embrace Thrasymachus' philosophy. But every time we think it's okay to cheat a little, or lie a little, or be unfaithful a little, we really do believe it. If we didn't believe that doing wrong was going to make us happy, we wouldn't do it. If sin didn't look like fun, we'd all be saints. So Plato's high aim in the Republic is to convince us that sin is never fun, injustice is never profitable, and to really convince us, not just give us a logical argument that we can't answer. So if Plato succeeds, this book is one of the most important books ever written. And I think that's the main reason why it's the most famous book in the history of philosophy. Whether it succeeds or not, its aim is so high. Well, it's certainly not the politics of the Republic that have made it famous. Its politics have never worked, and they contain all sorts of ridiculous things, which I won't even mention because we don't have the time and because I don't want to prejudice you against a great thinker by Plato by going over some of his stupidest ideas. Great philosophers can be very stupid politicians. Hegel thought the kingdom of God had come to earth with Bismarck's Prussia. Heidegger, perhaps the profoundest philosopher of the 20th century, joined the Nazi Party and called Hitler the new god. Plato wasn't quite that stupid. The purpose of the Republic is to prove that justice is always more profitable than injustice, that being good must be the way to be happy. Now, the road to this goal has 4 steps for Plato, and Plato lays out these 4 steps in his theory of education in books 6 and 7 of the Republic, where he uses the image of a line divided into 4 parts and then illustrates these 4 steps in the famous image of the prisoner escaping from the cave of ignorance. The first step is tradition and authority, accepting conventional opinions, others' ideas, just as your eyes accept images of things in the mirror or in pictures or reflections in the water without ever seeing those things yourself. The second step is seeing them yourself, personal experience with your own senses. The third step is logical reasoning, proving it. That in itself is not enough, though. You have to have a 4th step, which is wisdom, which is understanding it, understanding the essences, the natures of things. And in the Republic, the thing you're trying to understand is justice. Now, the Republic practices what it preaches. It goes through these 4 steps itself, beginning with Cephalus's conventional authoritarian definition of justice, then testing it with concrete examples from experience, like the madman with the weapon, and then moving up to logical reasoning, showing Polemarchus and Thrasymachus that their definitions have logical self-contradictions in them. And that's how Book 1 ends. But Socrates is not satisfied because step 4 is missing, the understanding of the essence of justice. Once we know that, we will see why justice must be more profitable than injustice. We will have certainty. That's the goal of the rest of the Republic. So here is Plato's strategy. We want to really prove that justice must always be more profitable than injustice, and we want to reach certainty on this. So we need to know their essences, which means simply what justice and injustice really are. We need to know what we're talking about. We need real definitions, not just verbal definitions. How do we find them? Well, justice and injustice exist in 2 places, in individual souls and in states. Justice in the soul is the thing Plato's primarily concerned to find, but that's also the hardest kind of justice to find because souls are smaller than states and invisible. But if there's a common essence of justice in both places, then we will first try to find this essential nature or pattern of justice and injustice in the state, where it's easier to see, and then we'll see if we can find the same pattern in individual souls, which are harder to see. Like reading a large print book first, and then reading the same text in small print. So Plato begins with the history of the rise of justice in the state through the growth of the just state. Plato believes the state is natural and not artificial. He says it naturally arises from the fact of specialization. Different people are good at different things. So even in the most primitive community, one man farms for everybody, one builds for everybody, one hunts for everybody, and they exchange their products. And this efficiency in specialization creates wealth, and soon there is extra wealth, luxuries. And they invent money as a means of exchange, and some get richer than others, so a police or a military class is needed to stop robberies inside the state once there is this surplus wealth to rob, and to defend the state, once it gets rich, from neighboring states who want to conquer it and steal its riches. But the police are not necessarily wise. They need somebody to supervise them. They need wise legislators. So these three classes naturally evolve in the state, corresponding to the three natural functions: the producers of wealth, the supervisors, the keepers of order, and the rulers, the legislators. So you have the law abiders, the law enforcers, and the lawmakers. The producers are the masses. The other two classes, though they have authority over them, rule for their sake. They exist for the people. Each of the three classes needs a virtue, a good habit, in order to do its job well. The producers need moderation, because they deal with material things, and there's always excess or defect possible, too much or too little of anything. What the soldiers need above all is courage, and what the legislators need above all is wisdom. So where is justice? It's not in any one of these three classes, but in the harmonious functioning of all three, when each does its proper business with its proper virtue. So justice is in a community what health is in a body, the harmonious functioning of all the organs together. A just society is one with wisdom and courage and moderation. Now, these three classes in Plato's community correspond to something perennial, something natural, because every developed society in history seems to have at least these three groups within them, with these three functions. The details of Plato's political philosophy haven't lasted much, but this basic structure has. Plato then looks for this same pattern in the individual soul, and he finds it by making the world's first clear map of the soul, the world's first psychology. He begins with the experience of an inner conflict between the desires which want something and the reason which sometimes contradicts the desires. The conflict is decided by a third mediating power, which we would call the will, and Plato calls the spirited part, which sides with either the reason or the desires. And a just soul, a spiritually healthy soul, is like a just state, one where the three powers do their job with their proper virtue. And Plato finds the need for the same four basic virtues in the soul that he found in the state. Wisdom is needed by the mind or reason, which is like the inner legislator. Courage is needed in the will, the spirited part, which is like the inner soldier. And moderation is needed in the desires, which are like the inner producers. And justice is the harmony of all three, each doing its proper job. These four basic virtues have been called the four cardinal virtues ever since Plato. And nearly every psychology since Plato's has inherited something like his threefold structure. For instance, Freud's id, ego, and superego correspond roughly to Plato's desires, will, and reason. Now that he has found justice in the soul and in the state, he has to find injustice too, so he can compare the two. But there's a long digression in the middle of the Republic about who would rule the just state. Plato says the best rulers would be philosophers. In fact, that's his central concrete prescription for utopia. He writes, "Until philosophers become kings, or kings become philosophers, we will have no rest from troubles in the world." Now, that sounds so ridiculous that he has to define what he means by a philosopher. And, no surprise, it turns out to be a description of Socrates. The philosopher is the one who can rise to that fourth level of education and know the essences of things, like justice. That's what's expressed in definitions, answers to the question, what is it? The kind of question Socrates is always asking. This abstract theoretical wisdom is the key to practical ethical goodness for Plato. Because if you succeed in knowing what justice and injustice essentially are, then you can be certain that justice will always be more profitable than injustice, that moral virtue will always make you happy. Then you'll be virtuous because you always want to be happy. The reason we choose vice instead of virtue is that we're not certain that virtue will make us happy. So we try both experiments, a little virtue and a little vice. Now, the only way we can be certain about virtue and vice is by understanding the essence of both. You're certain that a square can't be a circle because you understand the essence of a square and the essence of a circle. But you're probably not absolutely certain that a quasar can't be an angel because you don't fully understand the essence of a quasar or an angel. But in order to be certain that justice is always more profitable than injustice, you have to first understand exactly what justice and injustice are. You have to understand these universal essences. So for Plato, that's the bottom line practical payoff for philosophy, the knowledge of essences. And that's why he wants the philosopher to rule the state, the Socratic philosopher who knows the essence of justice and injustice. Or if he doesn't know them, at least he knows he has to search for them. Now, there are hundreds of details in Plato's picture of the just state, and some of them are simply silly, like his notion of relations between the sexes. He says both that there's no difference between men and women, and that men are superior to women at everything. So he's both a radical left-wing unisexist and a radical right-wing male chauvinist. But two of the details deserve mention: education and music. Plato says the single most important thing in the state is education. Plato literally invented university education. He founded the world's first university, the Academy. We're in one of these Platonic inventions right now, made of metal instead of buildings, but this is education. And even though education hasn't brought us utopia and it hasn't solved all the problems in the world, we would be much more like barbarians without it. So we're all profoundly indebted to Plato. And the first and most powerful kind of education, says Plato, is music. He spends a whole book of the Republic on music, and only one paragraph on economics. Music is tremendously powerful, he says, because it's the first thing that puts order or disorder into your soul before you can understand language and reason. And even when you're an adult, it gets into your soul without passing the guard at the gate of reason. It's like water that can seep under castle walls, no matter how strong they are. And it connects you with the patterns of harmony in the whole cosmos, the music of the spheres, and it makes you happy by this harmony. And justice is a form of harmony, a higher form, so music is a powerful training in morality. Justice is the key virtue for Plato, and contains the other three cardinal virtues. So if you know justice, you know wisdom and courage and moderation too. And the other virtues depend on these four. They're less than these four. But there's also something even greater than these four, even greater than justice. And Plato says that's goodness itself, the Platonic idea of the good. A Platonic idea is not an idea in anybody's mind, but the eternal essence, the eternal truth known by a mind. We've just defined justice in the Republic, but Plato says we can't define the idea of the good because it's infinite. It's like God, or rather it's like the nature of God without the person, absolute perfection, a perfect ideal. Plato can't define this absolute ideal, but he can say something about it by parables and analogies, rather like Jesus when he talks about God the Father and the kingdom of God. Plato says the good is like the sun. You can't stare at the sun without going blind. You can't see the sun directly, but it's only by the sun's light that you see everything else. So you can't know the absolute good as you can know finite definable things like justice, but it's only by that light that you can know whatever you know. The sun is not a lit object, but the origin of light, and the absolute good is not intelligible, not humanly knowable or definable, but it is the origin of all intelligibility, all order, both physical and spiritual. Everything is intelligible ultimately by its purpose, its design, its end, what it is good for. Plato's most famous parable is the parable of the cave. It's a story of the steps of the philosopher's education. I won't summarize it or interpret it because you've got to read this for yourself. It's the single most famous thing any philosopher in history has ever written. You should be ashamed of yourself if your home doesn't have a copy of Plato's dialogues or if you've never read a page of Plato. If you read nothing else, read the first few pages of Book 7 of the Republic, the parable of the cave. Plato then goes on to define injustice, both in the state and in the soul. He finds 4 forms of injustice in both places, based on the natural order being upset, the natural rule or hierarchy being turned upside down. There are 5 forms of government, he says, 1 just form and 4 unjust forms. First, aristocracy means rule by the best. Aristos means the best, not necessarily the richest. Timocracy is the next best. That's the rule by the brave, the soldier class. Then comes plutocracy or oligarchy, rule by the rich few among the masses. And then democracy, which is the rule of the masses, which Plato identifies with anarchy. Plato seems to have no idea of a complex legal representative democracy like ours, a rule of law rather than a rule of arbitrary will. The only democracy he knew was the rule by the anarchic, passionate mob that had voted for the death of Socrates. Finally, worst of all is tyranny, when the dictator comes in to restore order after the chaos of democracy. That's another reason Plato didn't like democracy. He thought it led to dictatorship. Now, each of these 4 regimes below aristocracy is not good or happy or profitable because it's not natural. The natural order is perverted. And the same is true of the unjust regimes in the soul. The just soul is one ruled by reason. Reason meant intelligence and wisdom, first of all. The 4 kinds of unjust soul are ruled by the will, which corresponds to the soldiers, or the elite few desires, which corresponds to the rich among the producers, or by all the desires in chaos, which corresponds to the masses, or finally by the inner tyrant of obsession and an addiction to power. And since obviously none of these states of soul is profitable or happifying, we can see that justice must always be more profitable than injustice. We can see this. We don't need to rely only on our trust in tradition or authority. That's step 1 of Plato's educational scheme. Or our own ever-changing sense experience. That's step 2. Or clever logical reasoning. That's step 3. But we can see it. We can see that the soul of the unjust man is like a zoo, where the animals rule the zookeeper. Thus, Plato proves that justice must always be more profitable than injustice. So what's wrong with Plato's argument? Why hasn't everyone who reads the Republic become so convinced of Plato's conclusion that they become instant saints? That's the most practical question, I think. There are 2 possible answers. First, there may be something wrong with Plato's argument. Or second, there may be nothing wrong with Plato's argument, but maybe argument itself isn't good enough to make you good. In other words, maybe there's something missing in Plato's psychology. Maybe we're darker and more irrational than Plato thought. Maybe we can fully understand with certainty that justice makes us happy, and nevertheless we can choose injustice instead. That sounds ridiculous, but think, the last time you did something bad, was it only an intellectual mistake? Didn't you know perfectly well that this was not going to make you happy, that you would regret it later, but you did it anyway? Plato had asked that question in the earlier dialogue, the Meno, whether virtue could be taught, assuming it was knowledge. The Republic was his attempt to answer that question by doing it, by teaching virtue, both what it was and why it was always profitable. But maybe he was wrong there. Maybe the way we get virtue is not by teaching. Maybe we get it by the second way he mentions in the Meno, by practice. That was Aristotle's answer. Aristotle was Plato's greatest pupil, as Plato was Socrates' greatest pupil. and Aristotle set up the world's second university, the Lyceum, after Plato died. Out of respect for Plato, he waited until his master died to rival him. In the Lyceum, Aristotle taught a much more practical and commonsensical philosophy, less mystical, less abstract, less purely intellectualistic. Aristotle is to Western civilization what Confucius has been to Chinese civilization, the paragon of common sense. Most people are Aristotelians, whether they know it or not. On almost every issue, Aristotle is the philosopher of common sense, of ordinary opinions, of a mean or medium between extremes, and of the practical person. Next time we'll look at his book Nicomachean Ethics, which he wrote for his nephew Nicomachus. Next to Plato's Republic, it's probably the most famous and well-read book of ethical philosophy in the world.
This ends Lecture 5. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 6, Aristotle's Ethics.
Aristotle is probably the most popular philosopher in the world. This statement will sound surprising to most people because most people have not read Aristotle. His books are rather dull. They're summaries of his university lectures, a striking contrast to Plato, who wrote dramatic dialogues with great psychological power and poetic beauty of language, and who always makes things interesting because he uses the character of Socrates, one of the most interesting men who ever lived. Yet the content of Aristotle's philosophy is much more popular than Plato's because it's so commonsensical in every field. Aristotle studied under Plato for half his life and inherited many of his main ideas from him, but he modified most of them in some way. For instance, let's look briefly at the difference between Plato and Aristotle in metaphysics, in anthropology, in epistemology, and in ethics, and I think we will see a common pattern. In metaphysics, Plato and Aristotle agreed that reality was full of intelligible forms or essences or natures, and that the philosopher needed to know them and define them. But Plato believed that these essences existed in a separate dimension from everything else because they were changeless and everything else was changing. But Aristotle said they were just the essences of changing things. For instance, Plato said you would find justice in itself apart from just actions or just people or just states, and that people and states participated in or shared or reflected a little bit of this perfect essence in an imperfect way, like little mirrors reflecting the light of the sun. They were in a different realm of reality than the things in space and time. But Aristotle rejected Plato's two worlds theory and said the forms or essences or ideas existed only in changing things and in the minds of those who know them. We find the same difference in anthropology. Plato sharply separated the body and the soul, or the mind, while Aristotle said the soul is the form of the body, and the body is the matter or content for the soul, rather like the relationship between the meaning and the words of a book. Plato's separation of body and soul made it easy for him to account for the immortality of the soul after the death of the body. Aristotle's close union of the body and soul as form and matter of the same substance, the same individual, made it easier for Aristotle to account for our sense of psychosomatic unity. We don't feel like a ghost in a machine, to use the phrase of a modern British philosopher Gilbert Ryle, which was popularized as the title of an album by the rock group The Police back in the 70s, I think. Plato didn't use that image, the ghost in the machine, but he did call the body the prison house of the soul. And we find the same difference in epistemology. Because Plato separated form and matter, he separated soul and body. And because he separated soul and body, he separated reason, the soul's tool for knowing, from sense experience, the body's tool for knowing. He believed that we all had an innate knowledge of the Platonic ideas in our minds, and that philosophizing was calling up these ideas by a process he called recollection, rather like psychoanalysis calling up unconscious knowledge into the conscious mind. Aristotle, on the other hand, taught that all knowledge begins with sense experience, and that we abstracted these forms or essences from sense experience because that's where they are, according to Aristotle's metaphysics, in concrete things. You find justice in just men, so you must begin with the experience of men and life to know justice. And that accounts for the difference in ethics, both in method and in content. In method, Plato is always looking for a perfect definition, while Aristotle is always looking to real life. And in content, Plato taught that the good life was simply the virtuous life, and that bodily goods simply didn't matter, while Aristotle said they did, though not as much as the soul. So Aristotle would not agree with Socrates' statement that no evil could happen to a good man, ever, in this life or the next, because a man was simply his soul. Aristotle was not an ethical relativist or an ethical subjectivist, but you could call him an ethical realist. Now let's begin our exploration of this great book, the Nicomachean Ethics, really the first systematic philosophical ethics in the history of the world, with the question the book focuses on. What is the good? What is the good man and the good life? The question of the good man is the question of virtues, good habits of acting. Neither Plato nor Aristotle were legalists with lists of rules. Ethics was more a matter of character than rules. It was an ethics that centered on virtues. Aristotle accepted Plato's scheme of the 4 cardinal virtues and added about 8 more minor virtues to them. I'll mention some of them in a moment. But the other question is really the central one. What is the good life? What is the end or purpose of life? What is the greatest good, the end of ends? This comes up at the beginning of the Nicomachean Ethics, and we'll concentrate on the beginning, on Book 1, because that's where Aristotle gives you his answer to this most important question of all, and then the other 9 books flow from that as consequences or details. We'll have our noses in this book pretty closely, and I hope it will feel less like dull scholarship than like getting to know a friend by a lot of listening. Aristotle begins by defining the word good, the single most basic word in ethics. And he does it by looking at how people use the word, what things they call good, and what is common to all those things. And here is what he finds. Here is the very first sentence of the book. Aristotle writes, "Every art and every inquiry, and also every action and every pursuit, is thought to aim at some good. And for this reason the good has rightly been declared to be that at which all things aim." So, the good is the object of aim, that is, purposive human activity, whether mental or physical, activity motivated by some desire. The good is always what we desire, whether this is the moral good or some other kind of good, and whether it's really good or only apparently good. Aristotle does not identify the real good and the apparent good. He doesn't identify the desirable with the desired. He assumes that some things that we desire, like good food, really are good for us, and other things that we desire, like unhealthy food, are not. So he doesn't define goodness in a relative way. He does not think that good is whatever we desire, that our desiring it is what makes it good. Just the opposite. Its being good, or at least appearing good to us, is what makes us desire it. Desire is to good what belief is to truth. Next, he notes that desire has a structure. There are some things that we desire only for the sake of other things, like money or tools or medicine. And there are things that we desire for their own sakes, like pleasure and beauty and truth. This is the distinction between what we call means and ends. And that helps to narrow our investigation because we are looking for the good as the end. and even more specifically, the final end, the end of ends, the answer to the question, what good is all of it? What good is human life? What's it all for? Perhaps human life doesn't have a purpose. Even in Aristotle's day, there were some thinkers, notably the sophists, who thought that the question of the meaning of life was not meaningful because there was no final end, no final purpose. There were just means. So Aristotle refutes that view before he goes any further, and he proves that there is something there to try to find. There's got to be some final end. If he can't prove that, then the whole attempt to find it will come to nothing, like the search for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. The argument he uses is very simple. He writes, if we choose everything for the sake of something else, that process would go on to infinity, so that our desire would be empty and vain. In other words, just as the principle of cause and effect dictates that a row of dominoes has to have some first domino fall down in order to have the whole row of dominoes fall, the effect depends on the cause, so human desire works by the same principle of cause and effect in the opposite direction, so to speak. There has to be a last end, a thing worth desiring for its own sake, in order to motivate us to desire all the means to that end. We wouldn't want car keys if we didn't want to use them to drive the car, and we wouldn't want a car if we wouldn't want to use it to go places, and we wouldn't want to go places if those places weren't desirable, and so forth. But if nothing is good or desirable in itself, if nothing is worth having just for the sake of having it, then nothing would be good or desirable at all. Life would be a merry-go-round that went nowhere. So there must be some end, some purpose, some goal, some good, something desirable that motivates us as final, at least unconsciously, motivates us to do everything we do. That's what we're seeking when we ask, what is the meaning of life? What is the summum bonum? Aristotle points out that this question is an utterly practical question. He writes, will not the knowledge of it then have a great influence on life? Shall we not, like archers who have a mark to aim at, be more likely to hit upon what is right? It is a practical question, but it is not an easy one. And Aristotle admits that we cannot hope to have as much clarity, as much light on this subject as we would like. In some subjects there is a right answer, and there is objective truth, and it can be found and defined clearly. Mathematics and the physical sciences, for instance. Ethics is not like that. At the opposite extreme, in some other subjects there is no objective truth. Matters of taste, of fashion, of human convention, the arts, for instance. Now, it may look like ethics belongs in that class, and Aristotle admits that just actions exhibit much variety and fluctuation, so that they may be thought to exist only by human convention and not by nature. That's what the sophists believed, and what many modern ethical philosophers believe too. But Aristotle disagrees with that. Like Socrates, he takes the middle position, that there is a universally true and objectively true good, but it is not easy to find. He writes, it is the mark of an educated man to look for as much clarity in each kind of things as the nature of the subject permits. It is evidently equally foolish to accept only probable reasonings from a mathematician, or to demand demonstrative proofs from a rhetorician. He thinks ethics is neither math nor rhetoric, but between the two. It's not clear and non-controversial like math, nor is it man-made and artificial like rhetoric. The question of the greatest good is hard to answer in real content, but it's quite easy to answer in words. Aristotle writes, verbally there is very general agreement that it is happiness. But with regard to what happiness is, people differ. It is happiness, Aristotle argues, because everyone seeks it. No one wants to be unhappy. And everyone seeks it as an end, and not as a means. No one says, what good is happiness? It can't buy money. But some people say, what good is money? It can't buy happiness. And other people don't say that. So people differ about the means, but everyone wants the same end, happiness. But the two Greek words Aristotle uses for happiness both mean something more than just subjective contentment. One of them, makarios, means blessedness or supreme blessedness. It's essentially a stronger form of the first word, eudaimonia, which is the word Aristotle usually uses. I think it's misleading to translate eudaimonia as happiness, because the word happiness comes from the same root as the word happen. It comes from the Old English word hap, which means luck or chance. If you see a big smile on your friend's face today, what's the first thing you say? What happened to you? Did you just win the lottery? We think of happiness as something that happens by good luck. It has nothing to do with how good you are. It happens by chance, and it's temporary. But eudaimonia means something different in all three ways. It has everything to do with how good you are, and it happens not by chance, but by choice, and it's lasting. It has three parts. The first syllable, eu, means good, and the middle part, daimon, means spirit or soul, and the last syllable, ia, which makes it into a noun, means some objectively real and lasting state or nature. So eudaimonia means the objectively real, lasting state of really having a good soul. It contains three connotations that the English word happiness does not. First, you have to be good to be happy. And second, it's in the soul more than the body, not in external goods of fortune, good luck. And third, and most important of all, it's an objectively real state or nature, so you can be mistaken about it. In English, it makes no sense to say to somebody, you think you're happy, but you're not. Or, you think you're not happy, but you really are. But in Greek, it does make sense. One clear test of that difference is suffering. Could suffering possibly be part of happiness? Not in modern English, but in ancient Greek, yes. Aristotle would say, and so would Aeschylus and Sophocles and Socrates and Plato, that you can't be truly happy unless you are wise, and you can't be truly wise unless you suffer. As Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel put it, the man who has not suffered, what could he possibly know anyway? I think the English word blessedness comes closer to what Aristotle means by eudaimonia. You can think you're blessed, but be wrong. If you've just inherited a castle that's going to wipe you out in taxes, for instance. And you can think you're not blessed when you are. That's why we tell people, and we tell ourselves, to count your blessings, implying that we're really blessed, but we don't realize it until these blessings that we take for granted disappear. So we're now looking for blessedness, true objective happiness, the true good, not just subjective contentment. If Aristotle found somebody who was perfectly content making mud pies, he would not call that person happy. And I think he would classify many of the things that make us happy as fancy mud pies. So, what is the content of happiness, if not mud pies? We are looking for the good. We have identified the good with the final end. And we've identified the final end with happiness. So, what do we identify happiness with? What makes us truly happy? This question has a hidden assumption, that happiness is essentially the same for everyone, because it is the fulfillment of our deepest desire, which comes from our essential nature, which is the same in everyone. That's an assumption that's not very popular today, but I don't know why. Do we think happiness is not the fulfillment of our deepest desire? Or do we think that our deepest desire does not come from our very essence, our essential humanity? Or do we think that we are not all equally human? Do we deny essential human equality? Different strokes for different folks can only go so far. I may like ice cream and you may like yogurt. I may like the Red Sox and you may like the Yankees, but we both like pleasure and health and freedom and beauty and knowledge and friendship. Everyone does. Aristotle mentions different candidates for the exalted position of happiness. He begins with 3 that come from his observation of different lifestyles, as we would say today. Most men love pleasure, a few love honor, and a very few love what Aristotle will eventually label as the most godlike thing in life, contemplation, or the knowledge of essential eternal truth for its own sake. I think he has in mind mystical experience here. The only thing wrong with that as the answer to what is supreme human happiness is that Aristotle thinks that only a few people are capable of it, and only for short periods of time. I wonder whether here he contradicts his essential human equality principle. He says pleasure can't be the highest good because it's not distinctively human. It's common to both men and animals. And wealth can't be the ultimate good because money is good only as a means of exchange. We want it for the sake of other things, but now we're looking for the end. Aristotle also mentions as a candidate Plato's idea of the good, but he rejects it because it's too abstract and indefinite. It's not concrete. It's a generic term. He also says honor can't be the highest good, even though many people seek it, because, he writes, it is thought to depend on those who bestow honor rather than on him who receives it, whereas the good is one's own possession and not easily taken away. Also, men pursue honor not for its own sake, but in order to be assured of their merit, for it is by men of practical wisdom that they seek to be honored, not by fools, and by those who know them, and on the grounds of their virtue. Well, perhaps it's virtue then. Is that identical with happiness? Aristotle will include that as part of his definition of happiness, but not as the whole of it, because it is compatible with great suffering. He gives the example of King Priam of Troy, a virtuous man who suffered every possible misfortune, rather like Job. Even though Aristotle thinks human happiness is not mainly or exclusively material and external, yet man is a body as well as a soul, so bodily goods must count. They must be part of happiness. You don't need a lot of material goods to be happy, but you need some. And you can be happy even though you suffer, but not if you suffer enormously. Aristotle takes a middle-of-the-road position here, as he habitually does, between the materialist and the spiritualist like Plato, who tried to prove in the Republic that justice alone was enough to make you happy, even if you had no material goods, like Socrates. We still don't have a complete definition of happiness. So Aristotle gives us a better way to find it than by looking at popular answers, and that's by looking at human nature, and at the natural end or purpose or function of man. He argues that every occupation or work of man has a function. Carpenters, soldiers, farmers. So mustn't there be a natural end of human life as a whole? All these occupations are like parts of the machine of human life. How could each of the parts of the machine have an end, but not the machine itself? Or to use another analogy, every organ in the human body has an end, a natural function. The eye, the hand, the foot, the kidney. How could man as a whole not have an end? And if we can find that end, or purpose, or function of man as a whole, we would find happiness, for happiness would be attaining that end. So, being happy, being good, and being fully human are ultimately 3 ways of saying the same thing. Well, what could that be? We need to be more specific. What good does happiness consist in? What makes us fully happy and fully human? Not just pleasure or life or sense experience, because that's not distinctively human. Animals have it too. What distinguishes us from animals is reason, mind, thought. Living according to reason, then, is the human good. And that includes both intellectual virtues like wisdom and knowledge, and also moral virtues like the 4 cardinal virtues. Happiness is in the rational soul, not in the body, because that's what's distinctively human. So here's Aristotle's definition of happiness, or the good for man. an activity of the soul in accordance with virtue. But he has to add, in a complete life with enough material goods. For, he writes, there are some things the lack of which take the luster out of happiness, good birth, good children, beauty. For the man who is very ugly or ill-born or solitary or childless or has bad children is not likely to be completely happy. I wonder if he is thinking of Socrates here. Socrates was ugly and born poor and not understood and had bad children. How could Aristotle explain why Socrates was happy? In the last chapter of Book 1, Chapter 10, Aristotle changes his mind 2 or 3 times in print over whether happiness needs these goods of fortune at all. On the one hand, Aristotle writes, if activities are, as we said, what determines the character of life, then no blessed man can ever become miserable, because he will never do the acts that are hateful and mean. The man who is truly good and wise will bear all the chances of life becomingly, and always make the best of circumstances, as a good general makes the best military use of the army at his command. One thinks of Robert E. Lee. And if we were to follow his fortunes, we should often call the same man happy, and again wretched, making the happy man out to be a chameleon. On the other hand, no one would call poor Priam happy, or Job, or Oedipus, at least until the end. Aristotle eventually solves his dilemma with a compromise. He writes, small pieces of good or bad fortune clearly do not weigh down the scales of life one way or the other. But a multitude of great events, if they turn out well, will make life more blessed, while if they turn out ill, they will crush and maim blessedness. This compromise has problems, though, and Aristotle admits it. You can't control good luck, and if luck plays some part in happiness, then you can't be sure your life won't be like Job's or Priam's, no matter how good you are. So Aristotle considers the saying, call no man happy until he's dead, wait to see the end, and he vacillates between agreeing with that saying and disagreeing with it. Like common sense itself, I think Aristotle just can't make up his mind how important the material goods of fortune are. On the one hand, the materialist is certainly wrong. The suicide rate, a pretty spectacular index of unhappiness, does have a definite relationship to wealth. Very poor individuals and nations have very low suicide rates. So material things don't make you happy. But on the other hand, the Platonic idealist who discounts the body altogether is wrong too. The body is not our motel room or our prison house. It's part of our being, our nature. So good or bad can happen to us without our control because of our body. Aristotle would not wholly agree with Socrates that the self is just the soul, and therefore no evil can ever happen to a good man by chance. This habit of finding a middle position between 2 extremes is probably Aristotle's most famous feature, the principle of the golden mean between 2 extremes. Aristotle didn't call it the golden mean, by the way, any more than Jesus called his do unto others principle the golden rule. When it came to defining each virtue, Aristotle used that principle of the mean to find each virtue between an excess or a defect. Here's how it works. Virtues, he says, are chosen by the reason and the will, which impose the right form or structure on the matter or raw material of material actions and passions or desires. So we have to steer down the middle of each road. Both sides of the road have ditches to fall into. For every virtue, there are 2 opposite vices. Courage is the mean between too much fear, which is cowardice, and too little fear, which is recklessness. Justice is a mean between getting or giving more and less than is deserved. Temperance or moderation is a mean between being too sensitive and being too insensitive to pleasure and pain. Modesty is a mean between shamelessness and bashfulness. Wit is a mean between boorishness and buffoonery. Friendliness is a mean between quarrelsomeness and obsequiousness or flattery. Righteous indignation is a mean between irascibility and insensitivity, too short a fuse and too slow a fuse. Pride, which Aristotle lists as a virtue, is a mean between vanity and false humility, between arrogance and worminess. By the way, when Aristotle calls pride a virtue, I think he's not talking about the same thing Christian theology is talking about when it calls pride one of the 7 deadly sins. That's either competitive pride, me first put down pride, or pride over against God. My will be done, not yours. Aristotle means proper self-respect, proper self-love, which Jesus actually appealed to as a good thing in his golden rule, to love others as you love yourself. I once gave one of my students an A for a 1-sentence essay on Aristotle. The assignment didn't specify any length. The title was A Logical Critique of Aristotle's Doctrine of the Golden Mean. The sentence was, I think this is a good idea, but Aristotle carries it to an extreme. In other words, don't we need a little extremism somewhere too? Isn't Aristotle moderate to excess? A little too controlled, too rational? What about some wildness? What about love? When Thomas Aquinas, who follows Aristotle most of the time, asks the question whether every virtue is a mean between 2 extremes, he says no. There are 3 that are not: faith, hope, and love. Aquinas adds another dimension to human life than Aristotle had, the vertical or supernatural dimension. In that dimension, there is an infinite object, a God who is infinitely good and infinitely lovable. You can love any finite good too much, but no one can love the infinite good too much. Aristotle did believe in a God, something like the God of deism, a first mover and cause of all the order and motion in the universe, but it was not a God who was love, or who loved us, or who even knew us. Aristotle does mention a form of love in his Ethics. In fact, he spends 2 whole books on it: friendship. He says no life is truly blessed without friendship, and he ranks friendship as the highest form of love. In fact, his only answer to the question of what is life's greatest good, that he says nothing negative about at all, is friendship. Friendship, he says, transcends justice. It's as close as he comes to saying that love is the highest thing in life. The other Greek words for love are eros, which means desire, and storge, which means natural affection or liking. Both of these are common to men and animals, but friendship is distinctively human. Another Greek word for love, agape, meant simply love in general, generic love in Aristotle's day. And since the Greeks didn't like vague, generic terms, they didn't use it much. When Christianity came into the world, they needed a new term for the new kind of love they had found, the kind of love Jesus taught and lived, the utterly self-giving and non-judgmental and unconditional love that he said his Father was. So the early Christians took this unused word for love, agape, this empty generic term, and invested it with this new, sharp, concrete meaning. And that's the Greek word the New Testament usually uses for love. It used to be translated charity, but today that word has come to connote giving money to the poor. The English word love, on the other hand, in modern English usually connotes a feeling, so that's not a good translation for agape either. You can't command a feeling, but love is the primary commandment, the primary duty in Christian ethics. Aristotle distinguishes 3 kinds of friendship, based on mutual pleasure, utility, or respect. I could be your friend because you're fun, or because I need you, or because I admire you and want to be like you in character, in virtue, which is the highest form of friendship. He gets these 3 kinds of friendship from the 3 kinds of goods. We find things to be good because they give us pleasure, or because they're useful because we need them, or because they're morally good. And I think this is one of the most practical ideas I have ever run across. It means that there are only 3 good reasons for doing anything, or loving anything: because it's morally good, or because it's a practical necessity, or because it gives you joy. If something is neither moral, nor necessary, nor enjoyable, drop it. I think this idea is far more practical in our day than in Aristotle's, because our lives are so much more complex and confusing today that a simple, commonsensical idea like this can make a spring cleaning in our lives if we dare to apply it and ask the question, how many of the things we do or have don't come under any one of those three categories? Our lives are so full of stuff and so empty of time, and we would be much freer and happier if we just didn't buy all the stuff we don't need and didn't read all the books or wear the clothes that we really didn't enjoy and spend our energy on a few moral virtues like kindness to our families and justice to our employers and employees and didn't worry about the hundreds of other things that we don't have time for. How refreshing to meet a philosopher who tells us there are only 3 good reasons for anybody to do anything. Well, this is a mere sample. There are many more worthwhile ideas in this book, and they're all just as understandable and commonsensical as these. I met a man once who worked for a TV studio who spent 2 months every summer living on the streets of New York City with the homeless just to get to know them in a human way, not institutionally, and he gave them books and got them to read them, and he organized discussion groups, and he told me their favorite book was Aristotle's Ethics. I kid you not. Next time we will look at a medieval Christian philosopher who was much influenced by Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas. His treatise on happiness, a short 10 pages out of his 4,000-page Summa Theologica, borrows many arguments from Aristotle. If you have a chance to read it, see how many of those you can find.
After listening to Lecture 6, a student posed this question to Professor Kraft. Did Aristotle believe in God? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Aristotle did believe in one supreme God, and that God seems to have almost no connection with his ethics. He has a lot of connection with physics. He's the first cause and explanation of all movement in the physical universe, but it's not a religious God, and Aristotle never brings God into his ethics in any way. He does not mention God except in one way. The supreme good in human life is contemplation, and that's the most godlike activity. And he pictures God as contemplating only himself because God's the only perfect thing. So God doesn't even know us, although we can know him in an abstract way. So it's almost 2 different worlds. It's not a religious ethics. It's not an atheist ethics.
This ends Lecture 6. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 7. Being Good and Being Successful. What is the meaning of life?
In my introductory lecture, I said that ethics is about 3 things. The most obvious one is about good behavior, or good actions towards other people. But this raises a second question. You treat others well only if you are a certain kind of person yourself. So the second question is, what kind of person should you be? The first question was about social ethics. The second is about individual ethics. What is a good individual, a good person, good character? What are the virtues and what are the vices, and how do we get them? But behind these 2 questions lurks a third. Why should we be good people? And why should we live a good life? What is the point, the purpose, the value of human life? What's the meaning of life? Obviously, this is the most important question of all. The issue of the ultimate end, purpose, point, or goal of life is really the question of success. What do we mean by the word success? We mean attaining an end. Success at war or a competitive sport means winning. Success in finance means making money. Success at courtship means marriage. A successful vacation is one that gives you the relaxation and pleasure you hoped for. A successful education is one that gives you knowledge and wisdom, and a certification of that, supposedly, is a good grade. Now, is there anyone who would be satisfied to get all A's in school but flunk life? So, success at life means attaining life's end. But that assumes that life has an end, a point, a goal, a purpose, a meaning. Almost everyone in every culture before modernity did assume just that. They may have had different answers to the question of what the meaning of life was, but nearly everyone, both philosophers and ordinary people, assumed that life had a real meaning. Today, it's radically different. In fact, perhaps this is the single most radical difference between our present modern culture and all others. Many people and most intellectuals no longer believe, or at least no longer have confidence or certainty, that life really has a point or goal or end or ultimate good. At least not one that's objective, as distinct from subjective, made up, artificial, and thus varying from one individual or group to another. Last time we saw Aristotle's reasons for thinking that life must have one ultimate end for everyone, in all times and places, and that end is happiness, conceived as real perfection, real attainment of our real end, not just subjective contentment with whatever you happen to desire. In this lecture, I want to do two things. First, to look at the importance of this question, because it's not raised very much in our culture. It's ignored, especially by the intellectuals. And secondly, to survey 8 of the most popular answers to it with the aid of a pre-modern philosopher, the greatest philosopher of the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas. Let me first try to explain why I think this is the most important question of all. The most typical, the most universal form of all human art is storytelling. Every individual and every culture, no matter how primitive or how advanced, loves to tell and hear stories. Now, why is that? It must be because we think they're true to life, like life. So if stories are like life, then life is like a story, like a play or a novel. So what is the meaning of life really means, what kind of a story are we in? That's exactly the question that Sam asks Frodo as the 2 heroic hobbits trudge into Mordor, trying to fulfill their perilous and almost hopeless quest. What kind of a story are we in? Sam means by that question, is it a happy ending or a sad ending story? But there's an even deeper aspect to the question. Both comedies and tragedies are meaningful. The first question is whether our story is meaningful, whether it has an end, a point, a purpose, a greatest good, a summum bonum at all, or whether, on the contrary, it is just sound and fury signifying nothing. Very few pre-modern thinkers thought that. But the author of the book of Ecclesiastes apparently did. His final conclusion was that life is vanity of vanities. And then in the last few verses, he answers himself, or another author answers him, by saying that life is not vanity of vanities, it has a meaning, and the meaning is religion. Fear God and keep his commandments, this is the whole duty of man. Some of the Greek sophists apparently also thought that life had no real meaning and purpose. They were skeptics and subjectivists and relativists. They thought truth was unattainable, or else merely subjective and artificial and arbitrary, whatever you wanted it to be. That's a fairly popular opinion in modern philosophy, but very rare in pre-modern philosophy. And another very untypical school in ancient Greek philosophy, the Cynics, also said that life was meaningless. They were pessimists, especially about human nature and the possibility that this human creature that they saw as a stupid, selfish animal could ever attain wisdom or virtue. But that's not really meaninglessness. That's just pessimism. Life has meaning, wisdom and virtue. We just can't attain it. That's pessimism, but not nihilism. There's a scene in T.S. Eliot's play, The Cocktail Party, where Celia, the protagonist, who's a typically modern, confused, alienated girl, tells her psychiatrist, "I really hope you can prove to me that I'm insane. Because if I'm not insane, then the universe is insane, and I couldn't live with that." You see, even if you're a pessimist, like the Cynics, even if you think you are insane, as Celia hopes to find that she is, even then, life is meaningful. The universe is meaningful. It's our fault. It's not reality's fault. And thus, there might be some hope of being reconciled to reality, conformed to reality. But if there is no meaning, no point or purpose or good in objective reality, in fact, why then it doesn't matter who we are or what we do. If there's no golden castle at the end of the road, then it doesn't matter which road we choose. If the play is just sound and fury signifying nothing, then no matter what lines we speak, we can't make it meaningful. If the play is pointless and valueless, then it doesn't matter if you're a good actor or a bad one, and it doesn't matter how you interact with the other actors. Life is like a play, and the three questions of ethics, social ethics, individual ethics, and the summum bonum, correspond to the plot, the characters, and the theme of the play. But if there is no theme, then the characters can't be either heroes or villains. Thus, the rarest and hardest form of story to write in modern America is the serious, heroic epic. The only sin or evil in modern America is calling someone a sinner or evil. Judge not, we say, thus judging judgmentalism. We don't believe in heroes or villains anymore because we don't believe we're in the kind of story that allows for them. Let's connect this with another distinctive feature of us moderns in contrast to all pre-modern cultures. Why are we so afraid of suffering? Why are we such softies? Why are we so much less courageous than any culture before us? That was the question Alexander Solzhenitsyn asked in his great 1978 Harvard commencement address, one of the greatest speeches of modern times. Why do we lack courage? I think it's because we've lost the conviction that suffering is meaningful. When I say we, I don't mean everyone, or even most of us average people. I mean especially the intellectuals, the philosophers, the opinion molders, the teachers. C.S. Lewis once wrote an essay entitled First and Second Things. The point of the title was that when we rank the good things in life, if we put first things first and second things second, we could hope to get both. But if we put second things first, we not only miss out on the first things, but also on the second things. We undermine and destroy or pervert second things by putting them first. Examples of this mistake are very common. The alcoholic perverts the proper pleasure of alcohol, which is to help gladden the heart, and thus the alcoholic not only has a miserable heart rather than a glad one, but he can also no longer enjoy the proper pleasure of alcohol. Or in religion, worshiping some creature instead of the Creator, idolatry, means not only that you miss the Creator, but also that you pervert the creature that you make into your God, whether it's money or sex or power or self-esteem or whatever. It just doesn't work to put divine expectations on finite things. If you expect them to be substitutes for people, you will be very disappointed. Well, after he explains this principle of first and second things, Lewis then asks what our civilization puts first. And he answers survival, life itself, material and quantitative goods in life. But if we don't know why we should survive, we probably won't survive very long. Cultures have given many different answers to the question, why should we survive? But at least they had some reason, some motive to live for. If our only motive for living is living longer or surviving, we endanger our survival, as a hypochondriac endangers his health by idolizing it. If the ships don't know what their mission is, why they are at sea, they will almost certainly fail. They will not accomplish their mission by accident. So, this apparently abstract philosophical question of the summum bonum, the greatest good, the meaning of life, is really the most practical question we could possibly ask. In ethics, if we have no answer to this question of the greatest good, it's not likely that we will attain lesser goods, if these lesser goods are all the second things, means to the end of the first thing. Remember that image of the ships. Their sailing orders tell them three things: how to cooperate, how to stay afloat, and what the mission is. The answer to the third question is the ultimate reason for caring about the other two. If you have no answer to that third question, why should you care much about your answer to the other two? Our question could be called, what is the meaning of life? Meaning here means purpose, or goal, or good. Everything we think worth doing, everything we think is good or has any value, is either a means or an end. If it's good, it's either good for something else, like money or tools, or in itself, like pleasure or beauty. But some ends are also means to other ends. For instance, money is a means to buy food, and food is a means to health. A telescopic rifle sight is a means to using a rifle, and a rifle is a means to fighting a battle, and fighting a battle is a means to winning it, and winning the battle is a means to the end of winning the war, and winning a war is a means to the end of having peace. But what is peace for? Eventually you get to that question. What is the end of everything else? What is the final end, the summum bonum? If there is no summum bonum, then there's no reason ultimately to do anything. If the peace is not worth having, then the war is not worth winning or fighting, and the rifle sight and the rifle are not worth manufacturing. Now, you may think that is exactly right if you are a pacifist. Perhaps some of the things we do, like wars, are not worth doing. But to say that everything is like that nothing we do is really worth doing, is to say that life has no purpose or meaning or end or good or value. Well, the ancients would say that is moral insanity. A good example of that moral insanity is Macbeth. After he has committed murder and is in despair and on his way to hell, he makes that famous speech in which he says, "Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing." Life signifies nothing, means nothing. No one can live believing that. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychologist who observed how his fellow prisoners lived in Auschwitz, wrote in Man's Search for Meaning that everyone's most basic need is an answer to this question, the question of meaning. He found that those prisoners who had some answer, any answer, usually survived, and those who didn't. As a doctor, he was surprised that the survivors were not all the physically strong. Most nurses and many doctors know that the will to live is the great unpredictable factor in recovery. But Frankl saw one more step. The will to live requires a reason to live. And if you have a reason to live, then you also have a reason to suffer, to endure suffering. If life has a meaning, suffering has a meaning too, because suffering is a part of life. That's why he loves to quote Nietzsche's saying, "A man can endure any how if only he has a why." You can endure even in Auschwitz if only you have an ultimate reason for it. For some of these prisoners, the reason was to get revenge. For some, it was to finish their work, their career. For many, it was to see their families again. For some, it was explicitly religious. For others, it was not. But for all, the primary need was a reason to live, a meaning to life, an answer to the question, what is the summum bonum? Well, I think Frankl is absolutely right. I think that's the main reason why suicides are directly proportionate to wealth. The less wealth you have, the less likely it is that you will commit suicide. This is true for individuals and for cultures. The nations with the highest suicide rates are all the rich nations: Hungary, Russia, Sweden, Holland, and the United States. The ones with the lowest rates are all poor: Bangladesh, Haiti, Chad, and the one and only culture in the world with a 0 suicide rate is the poorest and most primitive in the world, the Australian Aborigines. Now, the reason for this phenomenon is not hard to find. If you're poor, you have a meaning to life, to escape your poverty, to move up the ladder. If you are already at the top of the ladder, then what is your life's meaning? You can still have one, but it's not as easy, not as obvious, and there's a much greater danger that you'll come to the conclusion that it's all just sound and fury, signifying nothing. And if you believe that, if you lack an answer to the primary question of the meaning of your life, then it's much more likely that you'll kill yourself, because you're deprived of your primary need. It's more primary than life itself, or freedom, or wealth, or pleasure. If it's all meaningless and valueless, nothing else matters. Now, every great philosopher in history has had some answer to this question. Moses, Solomon, Buddha, Krishna, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Jesus, Paul, Augustine, Muhammad, Aquinas, Machiavelli, Bacon, Descartes, Pascal, Hobbes, Rousseau, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Marx, Freud, Sartre. All thinkers think about that, and all philosophical storytellers too. Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Virgil, Dante, Shakespeare, Milton, Dickens, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Tolkien. All great stories are about that too, either implicitly as part of their setting or explicitly when their protagonists seek an answer or test an answer. And your answer to this question colors and shapes your answer to every other question, because this is the question of the meaning of everything. Now, in the history of Western philosophy, the single most clear and condensed critical summary of the basic answers to this question that I know of is question 2 of the third part of Aquinas' Summa Theologica, the question entitled, "Of those things in which man's happiness consists." A lot of Aquinas' points he quotes from earlier philosophers, especially Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics and Boethius in the Consolation of Philosophy. That latter book, by the way, was one of the most popular philosophy books for over 1,000 years after it was written in the 5th century. It's a great little summary of ancient wisdom, and I highly recommend it. Like Socrates, Boethius is going to be killed because his philosophy upsets the political powers that be, and he is in jail awaiting execution, and he wonders what the meaning of life is and what the meaning of suffering is and why bad things happen to good people. Using Aquinas' question on happiness in his Summa, I'd like to take you through a quick tour of the 8 most popular answers to this question, considering the advantages and disadvantages of each one. Aquinas' method is always to do just that, to look at both sides of every question before he decides which side has proved its point. Each unit of his Summa, called an article, is a single question with a yes or no answer, as in a debate. It's a sort of boiled-down, summarized Socratic dialogue, starting with objections to his position from his opponent's position, introduced by the formula "it seems that," and then presenting and proving his position, and then finally refuting each of the objections that he began with. There are 8 such articles, 8 candidates for the summum bonum. They are, in order, wealth, honor, fame, power, health, or goods of the body, pleasure, virtue, the good of the soul, and God. The order is from the least to the most adequate, from the most foolish to the most wise. Aquinas arrives at his answer by a process of elimination by refuting all the competition. First, wealth, the stupidest of the popular answers, yet probably the most popular of all. Why does happiness seem to consist in wealth? Because that's what most people think of first when they think of happiness. That's the first thing that comes to their mind. But who made the first thing that comes to your mind the authority on happiness? That's Aquinas' answer to the argument for wealth. The argument for wealth is summarized in the proverb, "All things obey money." The modern version is, "Everything has a price tag." And Aquinas refutes the proverb by a distinction. He says this is true for fools, but we should take our estimation of human goods not from fools, but from the wise. Here's a second argument for money. Money is like an umbrella, or like the sky, spread over everything. It can be exchanged for millions of goods and services. Everything money can buy, everything you desire, if you only have enough money to buy it. You can get anything you want in Alice's restaurant. But though money can buy everything money can buy, it can buy only the things money can buy, that is, physical goods and services. It can't buy non-physical goods like wisdom or goodness or peace or neighborliness or happiness. As the most practical man who ever lived once said, "What does it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his own self?" You would rather be in love in the South Bronx than divorced in Honolulu. A third argument for wealth is that the desire for it is unlimited. And the answer to that is that we have to distinguish 2 kinds of wealth, artificial wealth and natural wealth. Artificial wealth is money. Natural wealth is the real things that money can buy. Now, the desire for the things money can buy is not unlimited, but limited, because we can enjoy only a finite amount of food, houses, cars, or even prostitutes, or even kingdoms and palaces. But the desire for money is indeed unlimited. If you're a billionaire, you want to be a multi-billionaire. If you're the second richest person in the world, you want to be number one. If you're number one and only twice as rich as number two, you want to be 4 times as rich as number two. But money is only a means to the end of buying natural wealth. It's a means of exchange, and therefore only a means, and therefore not an end, and therefore not the last end, the meaning and purpose of life. Contrary to the really stupid saying, the one who dies with the most toys wins. Wins what? So Aquinas concludes happiness cannot consist in wealth because wealth is good only as a means, when it's used, when it's spread around, when it's given away, exchanged for something. But happiness is not like that. Possessing happiness is good in itself. A second candidate is honor, being held in high esteem by others. The ancient version of high marks from others was more aristocratic. You were honored for being different, for being superior. The modern version is egalitarian. You are honored for being one of the crowd, for not being different. But both versions are subject to the same arguments. The first argument Aquinas considers is that happiness seems to consist in honor because honor is the reward of virtue. But he answers, it isn't. Happiness is. When you work hard in school, your natural reward is the happiness that comes from the knowledge you've learned in the course. The A, the honor that you get in the grade from the teacher, well, that's not why you go to school, just to get an A. That's only a sign that you have something else, the wisdom. It points beyond itself. A sign is useful for pointing to something else, but you're a fool if you seek the sign instead of the thing that it signifies. As the Zen Buddhists say, a finger is useful for pointing to the moon, but woe to him who mistakes the finger for the moon. That's like going on an expensive vacation only for the sake of taking pictures of it and bragging about it. Another argument for honor as happiness is the observation that people will suffer the loss of almost anything else rather than the loss of their honor. I think this observation applies to pre-moderns much more than to moderns, and to men more than women, especially Frenchmen. But there's some truth to it. And Aquinas' answer to the objection that we observe everyone wanting honor is that we also observe that people seek to be honored for a further reason. This comes straight from Aristotle. From the wise, not from fools, and from those who know them, not from those who don't, which shows that they want to be honored for having some other quality, some virtue, not for honor's sake alone. Happiness also can't consist in honor, argues Aquinas, because happiness is in the person who's happy. It's internal. But honor is in the other person, the one giving the honor. It's external, so they don't match. A third candidate is fame or glory. Glory seems to be the reward of being great, and it gives you a kind of immortality. You are remembered after you die. But, Aquinas argues, glory, like honor, can be false and given by fools. So it can't be your true good, true happiness. And the glory you have after you die is in others' minds, not your own. So that can't make you happy. And even the most famous and glorious lives are eventually forgotten. A fourth candidate for happiness is power. This could be taken in a crude way as the power of a tyrant or a conqueror, or in a much more subtle and respectable way as freedom, something all Americans cherish. But freedom and power mean almost the same thing, the opposite of impotence, the lack of control, enslavement, not being able to do what you want or go where you want. One reason happiness may seem to consist in power is because that's how we usually think of God. We spontaneously call him Almighty God, thinking of his power first rather than his goodness. We even use good God as a swear word. If we want to be like God and God is power, then we want power first of all. But, answers Aquinas, this is bad theology. God's power is nothing but his goodness. All his attributes are one with his essence and thus one with each other. So God cannot use his power for evil, but we can. Another reason for thinking happiness might be power is the observation that we fear losing it more than anything else. We will even endure suffering if only it is freely chosen, much more than we will endure even an easy life without freedom or power of choice. But, answers Aquinas, why do we so hate servitude or powerlessness? For a reason, because it hinders our good use of power, not because power is the supreme end. Power can't be the end for the same reason money can't. It's a means, something used for another end. Another argument is this: happiness is the perfect good, but power is so imperfect that it makes you anxious and fearful of losing it. In fact, as the 19th century German philosopher Hegel would say in his famous master-slave dialectic, the master is really the slave, because he is enslaved to his need for his slave, while the slave is really free, because he is free of his need for the master. I think this applies to us and our slaves, namely our machines, just as much as to human slaves. And it explains why we don't get happier as we get more technologically powerful. Aquinas then gives 4 reasons why none of the external goods we've looked at so far can possibly be what happiness consists in. First, they're not the supreme good because they are all compatible with evil. Second, their satisfaction is partial. They leave other desires still unsatisfied. Third, they can all harm you. They can have harmful results. And fourth, they are external, not internal. So our 5th candidate is more internal. It's our own bodily good, or health. When we get old and wise, we often say, if only you have your health, you have everything. But this is only relatively true, says Aquinas. It's true that bodily health is greater than anything external, but it's less than the good of the soul. The body is our most external aspect. It exists for the soul in the same way that the matter of a statue exists for its form, the beauty of its form, or as the words of a book exist for its truth, its message, its theme. So the body, however good and important and even essential it is still only a means to a further end. The soul, the self, the I, the person, the personality. And since the body is a means and happiness is an end, they don't match. Here's another argument against the goods of the body as happiness. Aquinas says, man surpasses all other animals in regard to happiness, and also, we might add, unhappiness. No ape can be as happy or as unhappy as a man. But in bodily goods, man is surpassed by many animals. For instance, by the elephant in longevity, by the lion in strength, by the stag in fleetness. So again, the ideas do not match. A 6th candidate is pleasure. This is closer to happiness because it is more internal, and it seems to be the answer to what happiness is because both pleasure and happiness are always sought as ends, never as means to any further end. Nobody says, I want to be happy so I can be rich or famous or free, but I want to be rich or famous or free because I want to be happy. And it's true that whenever we have happiness, we are pleased. So pleasure is at least an attribute, a property of happiness. But Aquinas argues, pleasure is a consequence of happiness, a result of it, an effect of it. Aquinas defines pleasure or delight as our desires rest in our real good. The reason we're delighted is that we possess something good. But what is our real good? We still haven't found out what that is, what happiness essentially consists in. Also, happiness and pleasure are not identical because we often regret pleasures later, but we never regret happiness. There can be harmful pleasures, but not harmful happiness. Well then, let's try some good of the soul, wisdom and virtue. That's his candidate number 7, and that's even more internal. We've rejected external goods because happiness is in us, and we are body and soul, so if happiness is not in the body, it must be in the soul. So happiness must consist in the good of the soul, the perfection of the soul. Now, the human soul has 2 powers that animals don't, rational understanding and free will. So the perfection of the soul must be essentially rational wisdom and moral virtue, the perfection of those 2 powers. But, argues Aquinas, the soul cannot be its own last end because it grows. It gradually attains maturity if it's successful, or fails to attain it if it's unsuccessful. It's like an arrow shot to a target. We still haven't found what the target is. It's true that it's by the soul that happiness is attained. But what is that happiness? To say that it is the soul itself is like saying that the bullseye is the arrow, that the arrow is its own target. Well, we've eliminated everything else, external goods, goods of the body, and goods of the soul, so only one thing remains, the good greater than the soul. This is one of the things people mean by God. So in the last article, Aquinas tries to prove that nothing other than God, no created good at all, can totally satisfy our innate desire for happiness. Or as Augustine says, "Thou hast made us for thyself, and therefore our hearts are restless till they rest in thee." Aquinas' argument for this conclusion is very simple. It's the observation that no one in this world is perfectly happy. Perfect happiness totally satisfies our desires. Nothing in this world does that. Therefore, either there is something more than this world, or there is no such thing as perfect happiness anywhere, ever. But we have a natural desire for perfect happiness. We have a lover's quarrel with the world. This world is not enough. We say, even after Shakespeare and Beethoven, is that all there is? Now, if nature makes nothing in vain, if every natural desire exists for a reason, if every natural desire corresponds to something real that can satisfy it, and that is true of every other natural, innate desire in us, food, drink, survival, sex, friendship, knowledge, beauty, peace, everything that everyone always and innately desires exists somewhere. Well, then this biggest desire of all, the desire for perfect happiness, must also correspond to something that really exists. And since nothing in us or in this world can be that, there must be something more. To put it more simply, our desire for the good is unlimited. Whenever we get some finite good, it only satisfies some of our desires and only for a little while. Eventually, we get bored and restless. The goods of this world and of ourselves are all limited, but our desire is unlimited. Therefore, there must be an unlimited good, which alone can satisfy all our desires. That is Aquinas' argument for the human good being nothing less than God. Aquinas' most famous arguments for the existence of God are the 5 arguments from the cosmos. Motion requires a first unmoved mover. The chain of causes and effects could not exist without a first link, a first cause. Contingent and perishable things depend on a necessary and imperishable being. The relative degrees of perfection we see in all things requires a real absolute standard of perfection, a most perfect being. And finally, the design in nature by which many things are ordered together for an end requires a designing mind behind nature. But I think his most moving and challenging argument for God is this one from desire. The arguments from the cosmos argued to God as the first cause. The argument from desire argues to God as the final end, and that directly impacts ethics. But this is not religion, this is philosophy. This is not faith in a divine revelation like the Bible. It's philosophical reasoning, logic based on observation. If you expand the meaning of observation to include not only external material things observed by our senses, but also internal things like our own desires and satisfactions observed by self-knowledge. A few centuries later, a man named Machiavelli would also use logic and observation to come up with as radical a different set of conclusions from this as you could imagine. For next time, if you can, read The Prince by Machiavelli and be prepared to enter a very different world.
This ends Lecture 7. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 8. Being Good and Being Successful. Is it either or?
Like our last lecture, the title of this one is also Being Good and Being Successful. But our philosopher today, Machiavelli, sees a contradiction between the two, while our last philosopher, Aquinas, saw an identity. In the whole history of human thought, no thinker as influential as Machiavelli has ever been so despised. In the whole history of human thought, no thinker as despised as Machiavelli has ever been so influential. Most of his influence is in the field of politics, but he's also the source of much of the modern mind in ethics. All his successors repudiate his teaching, It was much too radical to be popular in its original form, but yet they're all influenced by it. Machiavelli was so unpopular that he was called the son of the devil, and one of the most popular names for the devil was Old Nick because Niccolo was Machiavelli's first name. So not only was he named after the devil, son of the devil, but the devil was even named after him. Yet, though all his successors reject his teaching, almost all accept some part of it, especially in politics. They just mitigate it and make it more respectable. You probably do too. To see this, take the following multiple-choice quiz. Which of the two following statements about politics is true? A. The aim of politics is virtue. B. Politics is the art of the possible. You almost all certainly said B. Yet B is Machiavelli. A is the ancients. Almost all classical political philosophers taught that the aim of politics is virtue. It was Machiavelli who lowered the ideals. I think the world has always felt ambivalent about Machiavelli. Though most of us accept his lowering of the ideals in politics, if not in ethics, yet the word Machiavellian is not a word of praise. The connotations are something sinister, sly, and scheming, immoral or amoral, and purely pragmatic. Someone who teaches you to be successful rather than moral, powerful rather than good. And that is not an unfair description of Machiavelli. It's his own description of his intentions in his landmark book, The Prince. Everything he says there follows logically from three master assumptions, one in metaphysics, one in philosophical anthropology, and one in epistemology. They are not ethical or even political assumptions, but everything in Machiavelli's ethics and politics follows from them. I think this is always the case. There are always metaphysical, anthropological, and epistemological assumptions behind everyone's ethics. The metaphysical assumption, the assumption about reality, is that reality does not include ideals or goods or values, that values are not facts, not objectively real. In other words, reality consists only of material facts. Machiavelli is implicitly a materialist. The anthropological assumption is that man is by nature wicked, selfish, competitive, and immoral. This follows from metaphysical materialism, because if only matter is real, then what is real in man is only matter, and matter is essentially competitive. A basic law of all matter is that two bodies cannot occupy the same space at the same time. The more food I eat, the less food there is for you to eat. The more of my money I give to you, the less I have left for myself. Only spirit transcends this law. If spiritual things like love and truth and beauty are real, I can give them away without losing anything. Teachers don't lose knowledge when they share it with others. Lovers don't lose joy or happiness or self-esteem when they give their very self to each other. But material goods like money, power, territory, fame, and glory diminish when shared, while spiritual goods like wisdom, love, and beauty multiply when shared. So if those things are not objectively real, if all that's objectively real in man is matter, then any two men are always fundamentally competitive, like two rocks or two animals. But, Machiavelli reasons, traditional morality says that selfishness is bad, and love and unselfishness and generosity are good. Therefore, morality contradicts reality. Machiavelli's third assumption was that human history could be a science. That's an epistemological assumption about what we can know. That there could be a formula for success in public life because there were only two variables in life. That's why it could be reduced to a formula and to be a science. The two variables were what Machiavelli called virtù and fortuna. Virtù in Italian meant not virtue, certainly not moral virtue, but strength, power, prowess, control, the ability to compel objective reality to obey your will, the ability to impose your will on something else. Machiavelli's other category, fortuna, meant not fortune in the sense of a fortune and wealth, but luck, chance, or fate, all the things you could not foresee or control. Machiavelli's formula for success is the maximization of virtù and the minimization of fortuna, or the conquest by virtù of fortuna. Machiavelli's first assumption, the metaphysical one, that ideals are not real, was an assumption about what is reality. The second one, the anthropological one, that man is by nature selfish and competitive and wicked, is an assumption about what's real in man. The third assumption, that human history can be reduced to a science, is an epistemological assumption, a claim that we can know and predict and control human behavior scientifically. But that third assumption is also a metaphysical one, because reducing everything to these two categories of virtu and fortuna, your power and chance, is implicitly the metaphysics of atheism. Now, Machiavelli was in fact an atheist, though he didn't dare say so in any of his public writings. He would have been burned at the stake, or at least exiled. That was the way his society would have reacted. If he had not been an atheist, he would have admitted a third category, God, or the acts of God, the things that flow from divine providence, which are neither virtue nor fortuna, neither what's under human power, nor what happens by mere chance. Now, let's look at how these three assumptions work out in detail in Machiavelli's classic, The Prince. First, it means a radical separation between the real and the ideal. What this means on the most obvious level is simply that our ideals were too high to attain. The classical ideals were like the stars, says Machiavelli, beautiful but impractical, too high and far away to cast light on our low earthly paths. When you are walking along a dangerous mountain road at night, a little lantern a few inches away will give you more light than the stars. That sounds reasonable, almost respectable. If you want to attain your goals, make them realistic, especially in politics. Politics is the art of the possible, we say. We get that idea from Machiavelli. We don't begin with ideal states, ideal societies, as Plato did in the Republic. For almost 2,000 years after Plato, that's what we tried to do, and no one ever attained the ideal state. The gap between the ideal and the real was much too big to bridge. So Machiavelli argues there are only two possible ways to achieve your ideals: either bring the real up to the ideal, or lower the ideal to the real. Since the first didn't work, let's do the second. Thus Machiavelli defends the immoralism of the prince. The purpose of this book is not to teach ideals, not to teach morality. It merely asks the factual question, what has in fact succeeded the best in history? And then how can we generalize from these examples? What universal principles we can find? Not moral principles, not principles about what ought to be, but principles of success. If you want success, this is what you must do. If you do not want success, but instead you want to contemplate beautiful and unattainable ideals like the stars, why then go ahead and read Plato or Cicero or Aristotle or Augustine or Aquinas or any of the ancient classical philosophers. Machiavelli says, don't blame me for teaching immoralism. Don't judge my book by ethical standards, because it's not a book about ethics at all, except in a purely scientific and observational way. It observes what has in historical fact happened to those who have had high and absolute moral principles. And the answer is that they have usually become martyrs. Machiavelli observes, unarmed prophets have failed, armed prophets have succeeded. That is simply a fact, he claims, not a value. A second implication of Machiavelli's assumption about the real and the ideal being so utterly different is that there has to be a double standard. For only a few individuals can be saints, can be very, very good. No society can. Plato had said in the Republic that there was a perfect correspondence between these two, that justice is more profitable than injustice for both individuals and states, and that justice means the same thing for both. Thus, politics is simply social ethics. Well, the fact that that strikes us as strange today is largely due to Machiavelli. For the first time in his thinking, the goal of society is something utterly value-free, something non-ethical, something utterly different from virtue or goodness, something more like wealth or power or control or order or peace or freedom, but certainly not virtue. A third implication of Machiavelli's separation between the real and the ideal is even more radical. Before Machiavelli, it was universally assumed that ideals were the standards for the real, that real events and persons were to be judged by ideals, by how closely they came to the ideal. Machiavelli reverses this. Ideals are to be judged by how realistic they are, how practical they are, whether they have worked in the past. And to know that, you don't need to be a philosopher or a moralist or a saint, just a historian. That can be known by sense experience, by scientific research. Thus, science is the standard for ethics. Empirical facts are the standard for moral ideals. And that sounds very scientific because in science, every theory must be judged by its data. And Machiavelli treats ethical ideals as theories and history as data. This reversal of the real and the ideal can be seen in chapter 15 of The Prince. The title is "The Things for Which Men, and Especially Princes, Are Praised or Blamed." Machiavelli writes, "This has often been written about before, but I draw up an original set of rules, since my intention is to say something that will prove of practical use. I have thought it proper to represent things as they are in real truth, rather than as they are imagined. Many have dreamed up republics and principalities which have never in truth been known to exist, and the gulf between how one should live and how one does live is so wide that a man who neglects what is actually done for what should be done learns the way to self-destruction rather than self-preservation." Machiavelli is here claiming to expand on Plato, but he's really contracting him. He's claiming to give his readers an education in how people do in fact live, implying that idealists like Plato neglected that. But in the Republic, Plato said that the philosopher king should know both the shadows in the cave, the follies and illusions of popular politics, and the more real world outside the cave, the true ideals, the unchangeable essences like justice. So it's really only a piece of clever propaganda that Machiavelli is opening up a wider perspective, and that the classical thinkers like Plato were more narrow and naive and one-sided. It's the other way round. Also, Plato would agree with what Machiavelli says here, that a man who neglects what is actually done for what should be done learns the way to self-destruction rather than self-preservation. But Plato's goal was not self-preservation. If Socrates' goal had been self-preservation, he would have compromised and lied a little at his trial and saved his body instead of his soul. But Socrates thought a man was his soul, and therefore the values of the soul were the most profitable to him. Machiavelli, in ranking bodily self-preservation above virtue, is assuming that the soul counts less than the body. But unlike Plato, he doesn't say that. He keeps his assumption hidden. Machiavelli concludes, "The fact is that a man who wants to act virtuously in every way necessarily comes to grief among so many who are not virtuous. Therefore, if a prince wants to maintain his rule, he must learn how not to be virtuous." Socrates in the Meno wondered whether virtue could be taught, and Plato in the Republic attempted to teach virtue. Machiavelli claims to teach you vice, how to be non-virtuous. It's usually assumed that Plato had an optimistic notion of human nature, that man was naturally virtuous, while Machiavelli had a pessimistic notion of human nature, that man was naturally vicious. But it's almost the other way round. For if you try to teach men to be virtuous, that assumes that they're not virtuous by nature before you teach them. You teach virtue to sinners, not to saints. But if, like Machiavelli, you try to teach men how to be vicious, that assumes that men are by nature too good. You have to teach vice to saints, not to sinners. What Machiavelli assumes is not that men are good, but that they are too good to survive in the wicked world of politics, which he knew firsthand. Just to take one dramatic instance, the so-called Pizzi conspiracy was a mutual murder plot between two political factions in Florence, both of whom had allies in the clergy. The culmination of the plot was a botched assassination attempt in the sanctuary of the cathedral during High Mass on Easter Sunday morning at the moment of the consecration. Blood flowed in the sanctuary, and it was not the blood of Christ. One wonders what he must have thought of his followers at that point. Eventually, the congregation captured the two conspirators, one of whom was their bishop, and hung them from ropes out the cathedral window so that the townspeople could see these two dangling 40 feet in the air, each trying to stab the other to death. The crowd's reaction to this edifying sight was to cheer them on, like the crowds at the Roman gladiatorial contests. Well, the young Machiavelli saw this edifying sight. It's not a very great stretch to move from such data as this to the conclusion that man is by nature wicked. But this is not yet ethics. This is a philosophy of human nature, drawn from observation of fact. What conclusion about values does Machiavelli draw from it? One famous and notorious conclusion comes in chapter 18 of The Prince. The title is How Princes Should Honor Their Word, and the answer to the title question is only when it works. He begins with his usual total contrast between values and facts, between the traditional values everyone admits and what experience shows. He writes, "Everyone realizes how praiseworthy it is for a prince to honor his word and to be straightforward rather than crafty in his dealings. Nevertheless, contemporary experience shows that princes who have achieved great things have been those who have given their word lightly, who have known how to trick men with their cunning, and who in the end have overcome those abiding by honest principles. Therefore, a prudent ruler cannot and should not honor his word when it places him at a disadvantage." Notice how we get a new ethic here, a new should, like Milton's Satan, who says, "Evil be thou my good." Machiavelli has two arguments for this radical conclusion. One is a supposed fact. He cannot survive otherwise. The argument is that princes should be dishonest because if they are not, they will not survive. The assumption of the argument is that survival is the greatest good. Plato would disagree with both premises of that argument, that the greatest good is survival and that honest men do not survive. Some do, and even those who don't, like Socrates, really do survive if the person is the soul. Machiavelli defines survival and good and man very differently than Plato and the ancients. That's why he comes to such different conclusions. Machiavelli has a second argument for the conclusion that princes should not honor their word. He says, if all men were good, this precept would be good. But because men are wretched creatures who would not keep their word to you, you need not keep your word to them. Let's analyze this argument for a moment, because it's a very contemporary one. It's used by Enron conspirators as well as Pizzi conspirators. Because men would not keep their word to you, you need not keep your word to them. This assumes that your morality is dependent on other people's morality, that how good or evil other people are is your standard. That sounds pretty wimpy to me. Machiavelli has the reputation of being a bold, strong, aggressive, take-charge guy, proactive rather than reactive. I think it's exactly the opposite. He's advising his readers, if they want to be successful rulers or princes, to wimp out and let others set the standard, like Pontius Pilate instead of Jesus. And why? To survive, to attain success. His argument is from history. This is what works. Well, let's look at history. Which one of those two, Pontius Pilate, the Machiavellian prince, or Jesus, the idealist and moralist and saint, survived? Which one had more virtu, more influence on history than any other man who ever lived? And which one is reviled and condemned by name 1,000,000 times a day throughout the world, every time Christians say their creed, suffered under Pontius Pilate? Which one attained success? How do you measure success? We don't even have to use any objective standards. Let's just use the subjective personal standards of these two individuals. Jesus and Pilate, which one was happy, satisfied, successful? Which one accomplished his job? But Machiavelli would reply Jesus was killed. Armed prophets succeed, unarmed prophets fail, he says. Well, to understand why he says this, let's look at another personal experience in Machiavelli's life. In his native city of Florence, which was a very sophisticated and very wicked city, there appeared a simple holy man, a Franciscan friar named Savonarola, a sort of little St. Francis. He preached repentance and reform, and many people followed him and repented and reformed their lives, and there was a religious revival in the city. and Savonarola was famous and beloved. But a little later, the people itched to go back to their wicked ways, and there was Savonarola, their external conscience, still preaching morality. They tried to compromise him and failed, and they tried to silence him and failed, so they killed him. Machiavelli literally watched as the holy man was burned at the stake, an unarmed prophet who failed. In saying that unarmed prophets fail, Machiavelli is disagreeing with an assumption that almost everyone made before him about human nature. Previous moralists had almost always assumed that there was a strong moral force in human nature, something like conscience or the natural moral law, or what the Chinese call Dai, spiritual power, power without external arms. Authority was an old word for that. The Gospels often say Jesus spoke with authority and not as one of the scribes, the scholars. A Buddhist story illustrates Dai dramatically. A humble little monk who was the wisest man in the land met a warrior who was the strongest man in the land. The warrior was also proud and arrogant. He said to the monk, "I think you are a fake. Show me your wisdom, or I will show you my sword. What can you tell me that I do not know?" The monk replied, "I can show you the gates of heaven and hell. You do not know them, for you are a fool." The warrior was enraged, got red in the face, and drew out his sword to cut off the monk's head. Pointing to the warrior's face, the monk said, "I have now shown you the gates of hell." The warrior thought for a moment, was ashamed, and put back his sword. Seeing this, the monk said, "And now I have shown you the gates of heaven." Now that is an example of Dai. Machiavelli denies that it exists, or at least that it is operative or powerful or part of virtue. He writes, "It is unreasonable to expect that an armed man should obey one who is unarmed." He would say that the story of the Buddhist monk and the warrior must have been fiction. It couldn't really happen. It was never really observed. What we do observe proves the opposite conclusion, Machiavelli would say. His argument is this: if man were by nature good, the pangs of conscience would be the pains he fears the most. But in fact, he fears physical pain far more. That's a powerful argument, but it depends on an ambiguity in the word fear. The body fears pain the most, fears suffering evil. But something else in us fears doing evil even more. To see this, make the following thought experiment. Suppose you had a son whom you loved very much, and therefore wanted to protect from harm. Your son had been captured by the Nazis, and given this choice, either to help Dr. Mengele perform experiments in torturing his friends, his fellow prisoners of war, or to be tortured himself. Which would be more terrible to you? For your son to be a victim of the evil Dr. Mengele, or for him to become an associate, a collaborator of Dr. Mengele? Which is the most horrible nightmare? To be pursued and caught and eaten and killed by a demon, or to become a demon? Don't we instinctively assume that it is even more terrible, more harmful to anyone to do evil than to suffer it? More unprofitable to take evil into your soul than just into your body, to accept it into your free will rather than to suffer it unfreely, saying no to it in your inner being even while being forced to say yes to it externally. I don't think you have to be a saint to make that judgment, just a human being. I think we all deep down agree with what Plato says in the Republic, that justice is always more profitable to us than injustice, and what he says in the Gorgias, that doing injustice harms us more than suffering it. And even with Jesus, when he says, "What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" What good would it do you to gain everything in the world of objects, but to lose the very self or subject who wanted to enjoy all those objects? Machiavelli's denial of Dai leads him to say something very disturbing about war. He writes, "There is no avoiding war. It can only be postponed to the advantage of others." He argues that laws are worthless without sanctions, that is, punishments for disobeying them, and there is no inner sanction, no conscience, no Dai, so the outer cops, the soldiers, have to multiply because the inner cops aren't there. That's why he spends all his time giving advice about war. He writes, "Because you cannot have good laws without good arms, and where there are good arms, there must be good laws, I shall not discuss laws, but give all my attention to arms. He says, the art of war is all that is expected of a ruler. It is necessary for the prince to think only about one thing continually, military strategy. Now, that conclusion, which most of us would call absurd, logically follows from Machiavelli's anthropology. His philosophy of man is that no one is trustable. Therefore, he needs a lot of force instead of trust. And that's just the opposite of being efficient, the opposite of being pragmatic. That's inefficient. It's micromanaging because you don't trust your staff. For instance, in The Prince, he advises a prince who has conquered a new territory to go and live there himself, otherwise it will be stolen or spoiled by his subordinates. He writes, "We can deduce a general rule which never or rarely fails to apply, that whoever is responsible for another's becoming powerful ruins himself. In other words, trust nobody. Cooperation is impossible. Only competition is the law of nature. But cooperation is very efficient. If you need laws and police and soldiers, you'll have no time or wealth or power left for anything else." Some comedian, this sounds like George Carlin, estimated that in America, at the present rate of more and more people getting law degrees, in 3 more generations, every American citizen will be a lawyer. So all our money will go to suing each other, and we won't have any money left for anything else, even food, and we'll all starve because there will be more courtrooms than chickens. Let's evaluate Machiavelli's basic assumption that there are only 2 forces in human life, virtu and fortuna, and that success equals virtu's conquests of fortuna, or, in a word, control. One notorious logical consequence of this formula was the theme of a thought-provoking movie a decade or 2 ago about an ambitious kid's initiation into the mafia. The movie was called A Bronx Tale, and the theme, quoted directly from The Prince, is that it is better to be feared than to be loved. This logically follows from Machiavelli's assumption. In Machiavelli's own words, it is far better to be feared than to be loved if you cannot be both. For one can make this generalization about men. They are ungrateful, fickle, liars, and deceivers. They shun danger and are ready for profit. When you treat them well, they are yours, but when they are in danger, they turn against you. They worry less about doing an injury to one who makes himself loved than to one who makes himself feared. For the bond of love is one which men, wretched creatures that they are, break when it is to their advantage to do so. But fear is strengthened by a dread of punishment which is always effective. I conclude that, since men love as they please, but fear as the prince pleases, a wise prince should rely on what he controls and not on what he cannot control. That is a perfect example of why I find Machiavelli so useful. He shows us the necessary connection between a philosopher's ethical conclusions and his metaphysical and anthropological assumptions. Those assumptions may seem innocuous until we see their ethical conclusions that follow from them. The formula of relying on virtu and not on fortuna may seem quite reasonable to many people, but the superiority of fear to love seems unreasonable to almost everyone. But the 2 go together. The premise necessarily entails the conclusion. Nietzsche, a kind of modern Machiavellian philosopher, but much, much more, said, "To understand any philosopher's metaphysics, look at the morality it leads to." I think that's a very perceptive point. Your worldview and your life view, your metaphysics and your morality, your theory and your practice always go together. Here is still another disagreement between Machiavelli and Plato. Throughout this lecture, I've been taking Plato as typical of nearly all pre-Machiavellian thinkers on the most basic issues. For Plato, wisdom consisted in distinguishing appearance and reality, and preferring reality, to know it and to improve it. Machiavelli says exactly the opposite, that appearance is more important than reality for a prince. Or, as the advertisers say, image is everything. Machiavellianism is really the application of advertising principles to politics. His argument is simple. He says everyone sees what you appear to be, only a few experience who you really are. Therefore, he concludes that what you appear to be is more important than what you really are. Once again, he is letting others' opinions be his standard. He's wimping out. He's spineless, purely pragmatic, turning his ship into whatever winds fortune blows to him. And a large part of fortune is others' opinion, or appearance, or image. If Machiavelli were living today, he would certainly emphasize control of the media. One of the most Machiavellian men in history was spectacularly successful, at least for a little while, because he was the first to master the modern media as well as the military. His name, of course, was Hitler. Hitler mastered those two parts of virtù, military force and propaganda. There is also a third part that Machiavelli mentions, and that's foresight. Here I think he is truly practical. In any field, for any purpose, moral or immoral, the mind can run circles around the body and cause all kinds of success in the physical order by success in the intellectual order. In war, clever strategy can compensate for inferiority in numbers and weapons. The South almost won the Civil War because of one man's genius, Robert E. Lee. Here's how Machiavelli formulates his principle. He writes, "The Romans did what all wise rulers must, cope not only with present troubles, but also with ones likely to arise in the future, and to forestall them. For when trouble is sensed well in advance, it can easily be remedied. But if you wait for it to show itself, any medicine will be too late, because the disease will have become incurable. As the doctors say of a wasting disease, to start it is easy to cure, but difficult to diagnose. After a time, unless it has been diagnosed and treated, it becomes easy to diagnose, but difficult to cure. And so it is in politics." I think that's the most practical thing Machiavelli ever wrote. But here he is implicitly contradicting part of his previous advice about military strategy being all that the prince has to master. Here he relies on mind and foresight and practical wisdom. In fact, this piece of advice was given 2,000 years before Machiavelli by Lao Tzu, of all people, in the Tao Te Ching, which is even farther from Machiavelli than Plato is, even more idealistic. According to legend, there was a Chinese emperor who successfully ruled the world's largest nation by the power of something like this principle, but so spiritual that Machiavelli would laugh at the very idea. He ruled China by music. He walked in disguise through the largest cities in his realm once every year, listening to the music the people made, to see whether or not it was good and harmonious and in line with the cosmic music, the cosmic harmonies, and if it was, he left the city alone. If not, he sent soldiers there, because he foresaw that visible troubles would arise soon. And it worked. There's a book called A Muse for the Masses by Donakowski that tries to prove it can work by paralleling musical revolutions and political revolutions in modern times. And it claims to prove that musical revolutions always precede political ones, that music is the prophet of a culture. How utterly impractical that must seem to Machiavelli. The most philosophical chapter of The Prince is the next to last one. The title is How Far Human Affairs Are Governed by Fortune and How Fortune Can Be Opposed. In other words, can the Machiavellian formula be successful? If not, nothing is left, for Machiavelli's whole claim is practical, not moral. It works, not it's good. So if his immoral advice can't even work, that's the most devastating critique. That would prove the moralist's principle that I've called the principle of first and second things. Morality is first, moral success is first, worldly success is second, and if you put second things first, not only will you lose the first things, you'll also lose the second things. Well, here is Machiavelli's bottom line. Here is the way you can be successful by using his formula. He writes, "Since fortune is changeable, one who adapts his policy to the times prospers, and one whose policy clashes with the demands of the times does not." Now, since policy comes under virtù, and the times come under fortuna, this means that the only way virtù can conquer fortuna is by conforming to it. Instead of making fortuna conform to virtù, you have to conform virtù to fortuna. It's the old master-slave relationship. The master is really the slave, enslaved to the slave, in need of his slave, while the slave is not enslaved, not in need of the master. In order to master fortune, you have to be fortune's lackey, fortune's wimp. You daren't have a backbone, a character. To be a success, you have to be a conformist to the times, to others' opinions. You have to lose your soul. You have to bend. The conquering prince is really a wimp. Next time we will look at some of Machiavelli's successors and test his premise that man is by nature basically selfish, competitive, and immoral.
This ends Lecture 8. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 9, Being Good and Being Evil. Is humanity naturally good?
In our last lecture, we explored a truly revolutionary thinker, Machiavelli. Machiavelli's successors all accepted some of his principles, especially his idea about lowering the standards and rejecting at least some of the assumptions of traditional morality. But they all made him more acceptable, more respectable, mitigated him. First, Thomas Hobbes agreed with Machiavelli's rejection of virtue as the end of human life in society, but instead of power and glory and conquest, Hobbes substituted self-preservation against the threat of violent death. And he also added a minimal theory of natural rights, though he too, like Machiavelli, was probably an atheist and a materialist. But Hobbes was still too radical to become popular. So shortly after Hobbes, John Locke modified this still more by dropping the atheism and materialism, but he too rejected virtue as the end of society and traditional morality as the necessary basis of society, and he substituted property instead as the social greatest good. Now here was a new, respectable substitute for virtue. The desire for property, which had traditionally been called a vice, greed, now became a public virtue. For under the new capitalist economy, this private vice became a public virtue. It became the profit motive, and it drove society to become richer, so that the more greedy everyone is, the richer everyone is, by a trickle-down effect. So the work ethic replaces ethics as the foundation for the good society. Where the ancients defined a good society as one that made it easy for us to be morally good, Locke defines a good society as one that makes it unnecessary to be good. Instead of doing good, the aim is doing well. And this is the society we live in today. Its reviser and rebuilder was Locke, but its first builder was Machiavelli. Today, we'll explore the question whether man is innately good or evil by concentrating on two contrasting philosophers who come after Machiavelli, Hobbes and Rousseau, his polar opposite. This lecture will be a little different in relation to the books, since neither Hobbes nor Locke nor Rousseau ever wrote a short and simple book like Machiavelli's The Prince. We'll not be referring to their books in detail, but will make more general overviews. Hobbes accepted Machiavelli's premise that man is by nature selfish, though he made it a bit more respectable by saying that his fundamental desire was simply to live without death, to be left alone. Hobbes also accepted Machiavelli's premise that society is artificial, and therefore justice is the result of a social contract rather than a natural law. But he made that a bit more respectable by including some notion of natural justice and natural rights. Rousseau and Hobbes seem at first to be polar opposites. Hobbes the pessimist, Rousseau the optimist. Hobbes believes man is by nature selfish and bad, and society makes him good, which is why you need a rather totalitarian society, which he called the Leviathan, the great beast. Rousseau believes that man is by nature good, and society makes him bad. Hobbes believed man created civil society in order to force himself to be good, out of fear of violent death. For in the state of nature, before the invention of civil society by this social contract, life was nasty, poor, solitary, brutish, and short. Rousseau believes that man is by nature a noble savage, and that he is taught to act badly, contrary to his good nature, by society, by artificial civilization. For both Hobbes and Rousseau, society is not natural, but artificial. This is something common to the two thinkers. They're opposites, yet they share a common modern assumption that none of the pre-modern philosophers held except the sophists in ancient Greece. They both contrast the state of nature and the state of civil society. They believe that society began at a certain time in early human history when this social contract was made. Social morality is an artifice, a contract. Don't bash me on the head and I won't bash you on the head, and we'll both give up our rights to the cops or the soldiers or the king to enforce that law. We saw the origin of that idea in Plato's Republic, in Thrasymachus the Sophist. Plato disagreed with it and thought that society and social justice are both natural to man and not artificial. And almost all the pre-modern thinkers agree with Plato there, that society is natural, that it's like a body. It's often called the social body or the body politic, and therefore it has natural intrinsic rules for its health and happiness, just as the biological body does. That's the basis of the old natural law theory of ethics. But Thrasymachus and Machiavelli and Hobbes and Rousseau all reject the natural law theory and embrace the social contract theory instead. Thrasymachus and Machiavelli and Hobbes all think man is by nature evil. Rousseau thinks man is by nature good. Now, the focus of this lecture is not going to be on the natural law theory versus the social contract theory, but rather on optimism versus pessimism, man as good versus man as evil. You may be wondering what this speculating about human nature has to do with ethics. Well, ethics is obviously for man, not for angels or animals. Therefore, it depends on what man is, on human nature, on anthropology. Not so much scientific, empirical anthropology, but philosophical anthropology. Your answer to the question, what is the moral good for man, obviously depends on your answer to the question, what is this man? And of the many, many questions within the question, what is man, one that most obviously concerns ethics is whether man is by nature good or evil, for ethics is about good and evil. So whether you are a pessimist or an optimist in anthropology is bound to make a great difference to your ethics. For instance, it will make a difference to the question of how much government do you think there should be. The optimist will tend to say that government governs best which governs least. Man is good and should be trusted and left alone. Freedom should be maximized. The pessimist will say the opposite. The more government there is, the better man will behave. The same would apply not only to government, but to order in society in general. How much order and structure do we need? The optimist would tend to minimalism, libertarianism. The pessimist would want more order and structure to train the beast in us. And optimism versus pessimism about man would also make a difference to educational issues and child raising. The optimist tends to be permissive and treat the child like a flower. Let the bud unfold, Rousseau would say. The pessimist would emphasize structure and training and breaking the child's foolish and rebellious will. Another issue it makes a difference to is marriage. Can you trust people to find their proper mates? The pessimist would tend to favor arranged marriages, while the optimist would trust to natural romance. Obviously, we live today in a Rousseauian society. The question is this the true philosophy? Now, in order to try to answer the question of whether man is good or evil, we need to define our terms. There are two different kinds of goodness, and therefore of evil, which philosophers traditionally label ontological goodness and moral goodness. Ontological goodness is the goodness in your being, in your nature, apart from your will and choices and deeds and lifestyle. Moral goodness is your virtues, or your virtuous acts, deeds, choices, lifestyles. Ontological evil is worthlessness, misery, suffering, and death, the opposite of ontological good. Moral evil would be wickedness, sin, vice, the opposite of moral goodness. Ontological evil is what we are, or what happens to us. Moral evil is what we do by our free choices. To see this difference, contrast a wicked man, a spoiled genius like Adolf Hitler, with a sweet little hamster, Harry. Hitler has more ontological goodness than Harry, because he's a man, and a very clever and charismatic and powerful man at that. His nature is more valuable than Harry's. But Harry is nice, not nasty. We like him, and he likes us. He makes us feel good. He cuddles. He has fewer vices, and perhaps even more virtues than Hitler, if hamsters can have any virtues. Now, since there are two kinds of goodness, and two possible answers to the question of whether man is good or evil, there are four possible anthropologies. The first view is the traditional view, the classical view, both in Greek and Roman paganism, and in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and in modern personalism. It says that man is ontologically very good, very great, very valuable. For theistic religions, this is because he's created in the image of God. For paganism, he's something like a little god himself. For modern personalism and humanism, whether religious or secular, he has intrinsic rights and dignity and worth. He is more valuable than all the subhuman wealth in the world. If there were a fire in a museum and you had to choose between rescuing one old man from the West Wing and letting $1 billion worth of great paintings burn in the East Wing, or rescuing the great paintings instead of the old man, you ought to rescue the man before the paintings, because he has so much more ontological value. However, according to the traditional view, man is not morally perfect. He's a sinner. He has vices. He acts contrary to his ontologically valuable nature. And so in this traditional view, there's a lot of moralism and preaching and need for repentance and reformation. Man's vices and sins are taken very seriously. His moral badness is not tolerated, precisely because of his ontological goodness. He's the king's kid acting like an ape. He's made in the image of King God, but he acts like King Kong. As Chesterton puts it, we think too much of ourselves and too little of our souls. We're too proud of what we do and not proud enough of what we are. We're morally bad and ontologically good. Now here's a second view. Hobbes, following Machiavelli, denies that we are ontologically that good. Like Machiavelli, Hobbes is an atheist, though he doesn't dare say so directly. In the 17th century English intellectual establishment, atheism was as politically incorrect as fundamentalism is in 20th century America. Man, for Hobbes, is not a child of God, but a shivering, naked beast, afraid of violent death, and his life is by nature nasty, poor, solitary, brutish, and short. Not much ontological dignity there. And morally, he is selfish and competitive. That follows directly from Hobbes's metaphysics. Hobbes is a materialist. He believes everything real is made of matter. So man is just a clever ape, and thought is just refined sensation, and love is just refined animal lust, and so forth. Now, matter is by nature, by its essence, competitive. Two bodies cannot occupy the same space at the same time. One has to push the other out in order to get in. The same with two human bodies. If there are two people and only enough food for one must die. Material goods can be shared only by being divided. So a materialistic metaphysics necessitates an anthropology of selfishness and competition. So this is a second view. Man is not very good, either ontologically or morally. Rousseau gives us a third option, that man is ontologically good and morally good, that he is a kind of God and that there is no such thing as sin. Human nature is to be trusted. Man is good. The only evil is belief in evil. The only thing to be judged is judgmentalism. The only thing to be intolerant of is intolerance. Finally, a fourth possibility would be that man is ontologically worthless but morally good, that there is no such thing as intrinsic human dignity and worth and value, and there is also no such thing as sin or vice or evil. That would be the view of Jean-Paul Sartre, who says that man and human life is meaningless and absurd and without purpose or value, since there is no God to design us and give us value. And he also says there is no sin, for we are not judged by any eternal objective moral law, but we create our own laws and values and meaning so that a thing becomes good simply by our choosing it. Our will creates morality. Morality is subjective. So this view denies both halves of the first one, the traditional view. Hobbes and Rousseau each deny only one half of the traditional view. The traditional view is that we're ontologically good and morally bad. Hobbes says we're bad in both ways, Rousseau says we're good in both ways, and Sartre says we're ontologically bad and morally good. The traditional view does not say we're totally and thoroughly bad morally. It says there's a little good in the worst of us and a little bad in the best of us. Most great novelists show us that in their characters. They show surprising moral strengths in their villains and surprising moral weaknesses in their heroes. Here's a story from that tradition that shows us its view of human nature. It's a story of how the Jews became God's chosen people. God was looking for one man to be the father of a people that he would use to be his collective prophet, his social mouthpiece to the world. But this man had to be very wise. And God knew that if a man misunderstood himself, he would certainly misunderstand God, because God had created man in his own image. So God went looking for a man who knew himself. He went first to a Platonic philosopher and gave him the job description. I'm looking for a man who knows himself to be the father of my chosen people, my chosen prophet to the world. So tell me, what is man? And the Platonist said, man is a little god, a spark of divine fire. Man is spirit. Man is immortal. Man is wisdom. Man is truth and goodness and beauty. Is that it? Asked God. That's about it, said the Platonist. Thanks very much, said God. Don't call me, I'll call you. Then God went to a barbarian chieftain and asked the same question, and the barbarian said, man is a shark, man is a wolf, man is 2 rows of jaws ready to spring shut on his prey. Is that it? Asked God. That's it, said the barbarian. Thanks very much. Don't call me, I'll call you. Then God found Abraham and asked the same question. And Abraham replied, oh, I can't be your prophet, God. I'm much too confused about myself. Sometimes I think I'm a little god, and sometimes I think I'm a little wolf. And most of the time I think I'm a whole zoo with hundreds of different animals in me, some tame and some wild, some good and some bad. Very good, said God. You shall be my prophet. We've already visited the issue of optimism and pessimism in anthropology when we looked at Plato's theory of education in the Meno and his answer to whether virtue could be taught in the Republic. That was a fairly optimistic anthropology. Remember, Meno began by asking Socrates, can virtue be taught? Or does it come by practice and habit? Or do we have it by nature? Or does it come in another way, that is, against nature? There are 4 options. Pessimism says it comes only against our nature because our nature is evil. Optimism says we have it by nature. Another kind of optimism says it comes by teaching. All you have to do is enlighten the mind and the will follow. That's Plato's view. Finally, the middle view is Aristotle's, that both virtue and vice come by training and habituation and practice. By nature, we have only the potentiality for virtue or for vice, but to actualize them takes work, repeated practice, and the development of habits. I think Americans used to be closer to Aristotle, but I think today they're closer to Rousseau. If there's any one idea that's very unpopular today, it's the idea of sin, especially original sin, the innate tendency to sin, original selfishness, you might call it. Yet, if you observe how selfish little babies are, you can hardly deny this. If you thought they were innately good, you wouldn't train them out of those selfish habits. We wouldn't socialize them and tame them and train them morally. And no matter how hard we try to do that, we don't succeed very well. Even thoroughly civilized, socialized adults are far from saints. As G.K. Chesterton said, original sin is the only Christian dogma that doesn't require any faith, just newspapers. Optimism versus pessimism is not a question of personal temperament. It's a question of objective truth. It has to be settled not by your emotional preference or prejudice, but by evidence and argument and reason. So here's an attempt to use a logical argument based on evidence and experience to find out whether Rousseau is right and whether there is any innate evil in man, which he denies, and also whether Hobbes is right and whether there is any innate goodness in man, which he denies. To find out what is in man, let it come out. Give him freedom and power. It's like a chemistry experiment where a catalyst is needed to release whatever is in the chemicals. So let freedom and power be the catalysts. They're useful catalysts to find out whether there is good or evil in man because both are neutral, neither good nor evil in themselves. Freedom is the freedom to do good or evil. Freedom is not the opposite of good or of evil, it's the opposite of constraint. And the same with power. It can be used equally for good or evil. So let's see the effects on man when we give him more freedom and power, and when we give him less. We don't have to make that experiment. It has been made. Modern democratic society has given us more freedom than we ever had before. And science and technology has given us more power than we ever had before, including the power of knowledge. So are we better? Are we more moral? Are we wiser? Are we happier? Are we less prone to suicide, despair, family and social breakdown, hastiness, triviality, cowardice, lust, violence, addiction? Do we call our time happy days? Compare the suicide rate in industrialized, educated, rich, powerful nations with poor nations. Compare the lyrics of popular songs 100 years ago with those today. Compare old Hollywood movies of the 20s and 30s with those today. The sophistication and the technology, the technological power, the ability to do anything on screen is vastly greater today. Is the morality better? Is the wisdom better? Is the humanity better? Is even the literary plot and characterization and theme better? One sociologist compared level of education with willingness to kill in Hitler's death camps. She expected to find that the educated were more refined and less willing to do these horribly evil deeds. She found exactly the opposite correlation. The more educated they were, the more they loved Hitler and loved to do his evil work. So it looks like knowledge and power and freedom all unlock more evil than good. It looks like Lord Acton was right when he said power corrupts. But let's do the other half of our experiment too. Let's decrease the knowledge and education, the technology and the power and the freedom. What happened to morality during the Great Depression? What happens to morality when there is a blackout or a hurricane or a national emergency? People chip in and help much more than before. People act like neighbors. When suffering deprives us of freedom and power, we often act like saints. But when we get exactly what we want, when we conquer suffering, that's when we act like spoiled brats. The conclusion, it seems to me, is fairly evident, that there is both surprising good and surprising evil in human nature, and that we seem to be more evil the more we get what we want: riches, leisure, power, knowledge, freedom. So that certainly seems to refute Rousseau. To summarize the argument in a syllogism, power corrupts us. Put us and power together and you get trouble. But power is neutral, not evil. Therefore, the evil must come from us. That's the bad news. The good news is another syllogism that begins with the opposite premise: suffering ennobles. But suffering is not good in itself. Therefore, the good must come from us. Too much suffering we can't take. Very few people act like saints under torture. But we do act more saintly under moderate poverty or moderate emergencies. So it seems that human goodness comes out best where there is neither too much nor too little power, money, knowledge, and freedom. In other words, middle-class virtue, which is resented bitterly both by the extreme left and the extreme right, by both the very rich and the very poor, and by both overeducated snobs and undereducated slobs. But it looks like that's the best social condition to foster moral virtue, bourgeois conditions. There's no word that the fashionable intellectuals despise more than the word bourgeois. That's the word that describes the two greatest heroes of the book that is certainly the greatest book of the 20th century, Frodo and Sam in The Lord of the Rings. They are totally bourgeois. Ordinary, humble, undistinguished, middle-class, creature comfort-loving hobbits, and they become heroes, just like the English in World War II. Here's another argument against pessimism, an argument for innate goodness in human nature. If we didn't have innate goodness, we wouldn't know it. And if we didn't know it, we couldn't use it to judge evil by. So unless we were good, we could not recognize evil, even in ourselves. So the fact that we recognize and condemn evil in ourselves, even though we are evil, proves that we are also good. So we are both good and evil. We're good stuff gone partly bad. Here's still another argument for the traditional view that man is ontologically good and morally both good and evil. We all agree that murder, torture, rape, and cruelty are morally evil. But why? If man is not ontologically good, why is harming him so morally bad? So the next question is, what makes him ontologically good? If it's just our say-so, our choice, our desires, our will, if it's just that we love man, therefore man is good, then why is that true? If man is good just because we love him, rather than we love him because he's good in his being, if it's just subjective or arbitrary, we can change that. But we can't. Well, if it is objectively true, what's the basis for that? Why is man ontologically good? What's the origin of ontological goodness? Is it his being created in the image of God, as a kind of a little God, who can know truth and love goodness a bit? Or is it his having evolved from animals who can't do anything like that? Are we great because we're little gods who have fallen, or big apes who have risen? Or is it both? And if we're so good ontologically, why are we so bad morally? Why does such good stuff go so bad? Why do the best of us become the worst? The Latin saying is corruptio optimi pessima. The corruption of the best things are the worst things. As the poet says, lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. Animals can't be as bad as we are, or as good. Little children can't be as bad or as good as adults. Most of us could not be as morally bad as Hitler because we're not as clever or strong-willed as he was. Imagine if Hitler had been a saint. What a saint he would have been. The next question is, what's the origin of our evil? Well, here are some possible answers. One is that we just don't know. A second is that we're not really evil at all. It's just an illusion. A third is society's to blame. Pass the buck to them, as if society meant anything other than other people. Or perhaps it's heredity that's to blame, if we're only barely evolved apes. Another answer is Eve's excuse, the devil made me do it, or Adam's excuse, the woman made me do it. Of course, God rejected both excuses. The only other answer seems to be the most uncomfortable one. Look in the mirror. Our own free will. Well then, why did God give us free will if there's a God and he created us and he knew that we were going to misuse it so badly? Let's just assume these hypotheses for the sake of argument to get the question out. And the traditional answer is because we can't be morally good without free choice either, any more than we can be morally evil. Now, this raises a second question, beyond good and evil. The question of free choice. Do we have it? Is freedom real or is it an illusion? We should look at that question, too, at least briefly, since it's an essential assumption for morality. Ancients and moderns conceive freedom differently. Freedom and free will, do they mean exactly the same thing? I think most ancient philosophers and most modern philosophers conceive freedom rather differently. The traditional view is that we are rightly praised for making good choices and for having virtues in our character, and rightly blamed for making wrong choices and for having moral vices, because that's our responsibility. We are free to make those choices. This moral judgmentalism, as moderns often call it, presupposes two things. One of them is that some choices are really morally right and really morally wrong, that there's a real objective good and evil. For if right and wrong were only invented subjective fictions, there would be no ground for praising one and blaming another, any more than there would be grounds for praising one kind of fiction that you happen to like, such as fantasy, and blaming another that you happen to hate, like detective stories. The other assumption is that we are responsible for our choices, and that in turn presupposes that we have the freedom to choose, that we have free will. Now, the ancients were not always very clear on free will, but very few of them denied it. But it is denied by many scientific philosophers today who teach determinism, the view that all actions, including human actions, must be determined or caused only by necessary forces, in the case of humans by heredity plus environment. There's also a very significant difference between the ancient and modern emphases or connotations of the word freedom. The ancients meant primarily this freedom of choice, free will, which makes us morally responsible, and that would be something inherent in human nature. We're not just animals who act by instinct. We train animals, but we don't praise or blame them. When the dog pees on the rug, we don't appeal to his conscience or tell him to go to confession. We hit him or spray the rug. No animal ever has free choice, and no human ever doesn't have it. Even if you're bound and gagged, you can choose to innerly agree or disagree with your captors. You can choose to hate them or forgive them. You can choose to hope or despair. As the poet said, stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Many prisoners discovered their true freedom only in prison, when every other freedom had been taken from them. Solzhenitsyn, Dostoevsky, Valladares, even Jean-Paul Sartre wrote about this. But when many modern thinkers think of freedom, they tend to think first of autonomy, not responsibility to choose, judged by and under a moral law, but the freedom to make laws, and sometimes even the freedom from laws. We tend to see laws as limiting freedom. The ancient view is that moral law defines freedom and makes freedom possible. The difference between the two views of freedom is that autonomy is something we strive for and desire, whereas free will is something we have from the start. It's part of human nature. Two obvious questions arise if we believe we have free will. How is it compatible with the fact that we are conditioned by our heredity and our environment? And how is it compatible with fate or destiny or divine providence or predestination? Many modern thinkers tend to excuse bad moral behavior because they believe it was caused by society, that is, environment, or by chemistry or hormones, that is, by heredity. The ancients didn't know as much about the environment, and certainly not as much about heredity as we do, yet most of them believed in fate or destiny or predestination, which is even a stronger force than heredity and environment, and yet they didn't usually believe that that removed free will and moral responsibility. I think we all naturally tend to believe in both free will and some kind of destiny or divine plan, because every story we ever tell has to have both those ingredients in it. A story about robots or falling raindrops isn't a story at all. To have drama, a story has to have free will and unpredictability. But a story also has to have a plot, a plan. The author has to be like God. It can't be random. The ancients tended to be satisfied believing in both of these two things, free will and fate, even if they couldn't reconcile them rationally. The moderns tend to be more skeptical, and if they can't reconcile them with clear logic, they tend to deny one or even both of them. And this makes an enormous difference for ethics. If you deny free will, you can't really judge or blame anyone anymore. There is no moral law if there is no free will. There is only compassion and tolerance and good feelings. There may be personal moral values, but no need for virtue as opposed to vice. And if you deny destiny, the other half of the paradox, then life becomes random. It's not a play with right lines and wrong lines to speak, and so again, there is no objective right or wrong. So it seems that both free will and something like destiny are presuppositions of morality. Here is how Thomas Aquinas argued for the existence of free will. He wrote, "Man has free will, otherwise all praising, blaming, rewarding, punishing, counseling, and commanding would be meaningless." To recap, what is the legacy of Rousseau and Hobbes? They're not popular thinkers in that people today would classify themselves as Rousseauians or Hobbesians. They're not satisfying thinkers, but they're very powerful and influential because each of them has questioned an assumption of the traditional view. Hobbes has questioned innate human goodness. Rousseau has questioned innate human badness. So they've opened up more options. We haven't settled on any option yet. We're certainly not in an age where there is a consensus about these issues, but they just are more confusing now than they ever were before because there are more possibilities. The main reason many modern philosophers deny free will is, in one word, science. Scientific explanations always seek necessary causes, determining causes. Scientists tend to be determinists. So in the next lecture, we will look at that problem, the relation between ethics and science. In preparation, you might want to read a little book that's not in itself about ethics, but an extremely important book for ethics, because it's the origin of all modern philosophy, Descartes' Discourse on Method.
This ends Lecture 9. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 10, Being Good and Being Scientific. Can morality be a science?
Can ethics be a science? What's the relationship between being ethically good and being scientific? In this lecture, I will review 3 attempts to do ethics scientifically. The attempts of 3 different modern philosophers who had one thing in common, the respect for science and the desire to do philosophy, including ethics, in a more scientific way. They are René Descartes in the 17th century, David Hume in the 18th century, and John Stuart Mill in the 19th century. Their philosophies are usually called, respectively, rationalism, empiricism, and utilitarianism. We will see how one leads to the other in a kind of logical progression. And this will set up our next lecture on Kant, who accomplished the project of a purely rational scientific ethics that Descartes first called for, if anyone ever did. Kant is probably the single most important modern ethical philosopher. But to understand him, to understand why he said what he said, you have to understand his predecessors and his problems. You have to understand the great conversation. Let's start back in the late Renaissance. the period where modern culture begins, the period that begins to sharply distinguish modern from medieval cultures, in fact, from all cultures before it. The Renaissance is usually divided into the earlier artistic Renaissance, the 16th century, and the scientific Renaissance, the 17th century. If there's any one feature that distinguishes modern civilization from all others most spectacularly, it's science. That's the one thing we are very good at, the one thing our culture can be very proud of. We may not be wiser or better or happier than other cultures, but we are certainly more scientific. Pure science has given us more factual knowledge, and its spin-off, technology, or applied science, has given us more power than any culture of the past ever had or even imagined having. If you were to take an average intelligent person from any pre-modern culture, say a friend and disciple of Socrates, or of Jesus, or of Thomas Aquinas, put him into a time machine and plunk him out into the 21st century in the middle of Manhattan, he would probably think he had died and gone to heaven, or hell, depending on his tastes. How could skyscrapers have gradually evolved from temples? And those handheld computers and cell phones, there must be demons in them. How could mere chunks of matter act so much like human beings? And those things flying through the air, they must be angels or gods. And then, if our time traveler found out that man himself had done all this just by figuring out how to understand and manipulate matter, he would probably say that there were indeed gods in this brave new world, that men had become gods. What caused the sudden meteoric rise of modern science, the scientific Renaissance, in the late 16th and early 17th century? The single word that best answers that question is method. The scientific method. Once the scientific method was discovered or invented, once it was clearly understood and used, it acted like a skeleton key, opening all the doors of all the sciences. It's not true that interest in science arose for the first time in the Renaissance. There was a lot of interest in scientific questions in the late Middle Ages. You may have been taught that medieval man was not very much interested in this physical world because they believed so strongly in the next world, in heaven, and in spiritual realities, but that is simply not true. They were fascinated with nature and very curious, like children, but they simply did not have a clear notion of the scientific method. They did physical science in ways we would call religious or poetic or philosophical. Only when they discovered the scientific method did science get provable and reliable results, as distinct from clever speculations which couldn't really be proved with certainty. Well then, if the scientific method worked so well everywhere else, if it helped us to understand and improve each of the sciences, what about ethics? Might it be possible for ethics, too, to benefit from an application of the scientific method? For in a sense, ethics is a science, for it seeks rational knowledge of something, good and evil, through causes and explanations. Of course, it's not a science in the usual, narrower, modern sense. For one thing, it's not a physical science, and for another thing, unlike all the other sciences, it's normative. It asks not just what is, but what ought to be. But as part of philosophy, it is a science in the same way philosophy is a science, in the broad, ancient sense of the word science. It studies phenomena, human behavior, and it explains and judges these phenomena by principles and laws. It's rational, it argues, it tries to prove its conclusions. So what about using the scientific method in ethics? As we saw in a previous lecture, Machiavelli was the first to try something like this. He took his data and even his principles from his study of human history, from empirical facts. The Romans were the most successful civilization in history. Why? Machiavelli asked that question. He tried to find the causes of their success and to find universal principles that would work for any other civilization. And he also tried to do it in a purely factual way, not a normative way. The only thing he said about morality is what he thought he found by a scientific observation of the data, and that was the conclusion that it didn't work, that moralists are usually martyred, that high ideals conflict with the fact that most men are not idealists. Machiavelli's conclusions were too shocking for the rest of the world. Traditional morality was still very much in place, but so was the scientific method in the century or so after Machiavelli, when it was first shown how useful it was. Previous science had been like paper airplanes, but the new science was like a rocket ship, just taking off and leaving all previous science far behind. So it was inevitable that someone would try the experiment of using it in ethics consistently. The man who almost did it was Descartes, who was called the father of modern philosophy. Descartes lived in the early 17th century when all the sciences were flourishing and philosophy had been declining for centuries. Ever since medieval philosophy had ended in nominalism, which denies that universals are anything objectively real, it says they're just names, nomina, and skepticism, which logically follows from nominalism. If there are no real universals, there are no universal truths to know. The most intelligent philosophers of Descartes' day, like Montaigne, were skeptics. Descartes asked himself why the sciences had progressed but philosophy had not. He wondered how he could refute skepticism and give philosophy a new life, a new start. What was the secret of scientific progress, and why had philosophy not imitated it? His diagnosis was not that skepticism in philosophy came from its new metaphysics of nominalism. It was not that a mistake had been made in the past and had to be corrected by going back. Rather, Descartes deliberately ignored the past and looked forward. He was the first philosopher since Socrates who almost never mentioned any of his predecessors, who borrowed nothing from his predecessors, or at least claimed to. He deliberately doubted everything in all his predecessors, doubted the entire hand-me-down wisdom called tradition. And that was part of his method. To answer the skeptic, begin as a skeptic. Assume nothing. That was the first and most important step of his new method. To prove anything, assume nothing. If you begin with certainties, you will end with doubts, but if you begin with doubt, you may end with certainty. Descartes' answer to the question, what was the secret of science's progress, was the new method, the scientific method. So the obvious thing for him to try to do was to apply it to philosophy, including ethics, and that ought to give philosophy the same new start that all the other sciences had been given. So Descartes entitles his landmark book, Discourse on Method. He gives us a memorable image of the situation in his time. He says, the ancient philosophies were like magnificent temples, which laud the virtues and rightly make them more beautiful than anything else, but they are built on foundations of mud and sand, for they give no tightly logical proofs and criteria for distinguishing good and evil, virtue and vice. On the other hand, he says, the new scientific method is just such a strong foundation, but on this strong, secure foundation, we have erected so far not temples, but only little workshops, what Descartes calls the mechanical arts, or what we would call technology. Now, Descartes thought technology very, very important. In fact, he bought into the whole new summum bonum, or purpose of human life, that Francis Bacon and others had announced as man's conquest of nature. But, like most people, he also thought philosophy, including ethics, was very important. So the great project he called for was joining the new scientific method with the old traditional philosophical content, especially ethics. He wanted to give philosophy a shot in the arm by this new paragon of rationality, the scientific method. In terms of the image of the temple built on the sand and the little workshops built on the great foundation, Descartes called for moving the new scientific foundation under the old temple. Or to say the same thing by shifting the images, he called for moving the old ethical temples out onto the new modern scientific foundations. Now that is something like what Socrates had done back in the 5th century BC in Greece. The content of Socrates' moral teaching was not very new. In fact, I don't think there are many examples at all in the history of human thought of genuinely new moralities in content, what Nietzsche called for, a transvaluation of all values. But what was new was Socrates' method. That was so new that his contemporaries thought him dangerous for questioning everything and demanding abstract logical proofs instead of accepting the authority of concrete traditions. Well, Descartes wanted to be the new Socrates. The first thing he does in the Discourse on Method is to redefine reason more narrowly as scientific reason, and then he will try to apply the new scientific method to philosophy, especially ethics. Well, he did apply it to philosophy. He tried to anyway. He tried to do theoretical philosophy more exactly, insisting on clear and distinct ideas all the way, and beginning with universal methodic doubt, as any good scientist does. In science, an idea or a hypothesis is always treated skeptically at first, treated as guilty till proved innocent, that is, false till proved true. Accept nothing as true until proved with certainty to be true. That's the first rule of scientific thinking, and the first rule of Descartes' method. And Descartes, using this method, beginning with universal doubt, tries to prove first his own existence by the argument, I think, therefore I am, and then, in the second place, that he is a mind or soul or spirit, and then, in the third place, that there is a God. He tried to prove the existence of God from the concept of a perfect being in his mind, arguing by pure formal logic that the concept of total perfection, the concept of having all perfections, must include the perfection of existing independent of our mind. Therefore, the statement God lacks existence is self-contradictory, because it means that the being which by definition lacks no perfection does lack the perfection of existing independent of our mind. That was an argument invented by St. Anselm in the 12th century, rejected by Thomas Aquinas in the 13th, and by common sense, I think, but defended by many great philosophers, including Spinoza, Leibniz, Hegel, and in our own day, Alvin Plantinga. Finally, Descartes claimed to prove the reality of the material world and the validity of our sense perceptions of it from the premise that if the instruments of knowing that we find in our very nature or essence were deceptive, then God, the author of our nature, would be a deceiver and not perfect. Now, most philosophers today believe that Descartes was a genius and that he really hit the nail on the head in focusing on method, and that his attempts to do philosophy in a more purely logical way was a very worthwhile experiment, whether successful or not. But very few philosophers today think Descartes succeeded in proving what he tried to prove: the refutation of skepticism and the proof of his own existence and his identity as a thinking mind and the existence of God and the existence of the world. But at least he tried to prove all those things. He claimed to prove all those things. But he never even claimed to extend the method to ethics. He applied his experiment of doing philosophy by the scientific method to theoretical philosophy, the issues I mentioned a moment ago, God and the self and the world and epistemology. But he never got around to practical philosophy, to ethics. He never applied his new method to ethics. In Part 3 of the Discourse on Method, he gives us a purely provisional, pragmatic ethic, a way to live safely and comfortably while building the new system, like a trailer for living in while you're constructing a new skyscraper. The skyscraper was to culminate in an ethical upper story, but Descartes never got around to building that. He was too busy with physical science. He thought of himself as a scientist first and as a philosopher only second. He also died quite young of pneumonia in Sweden, where he had to get up very early in the morning during the cold, damp Swedish winter to give philosophy lessons to the Queen. Very smart philosophers very often make very dumb choices of lifestyle. But Descartes' successors did get around to applying science to ethics. And that is Chapter 2 in our story. Chapter 2 is a philosophy diametrically opposed to Descartes in many ways, but one that also, like Descartes, tried to be scientific and looked to science for the only reliable knowledge. The philosophy is called empiricism. It's contrasted with Descartes' rationalism. The difference is basically very simple. Human knowledge evidently has two tools, the senses and the mind. The rationalist says only the mind can be absolutely trusted, and the senses must be judged by the mind. The empiricist says that only the senses can be absolutely trusted because they alone give you the data about the objective world. So the mind must be judged by the senses, as hypotheses must be judged by the data in any science. Now, the issue between rationalism and empiricism is an issue in epistemology, that division of philosophy which studies knowing. How do we know? How does knowing work? Since reason and sensation are the two poles of our knowing, rationalism and empiricism are the two simplest contrasting epistemologies. There are also epistemologies that try to combine both poles, Aristotle's, for instance. Now, how does this apply to ethics? There were a number of empiricists who reacted against Descartes' rationalistic theories of knowledge in the 17th and 18th centuries. John Locke and later David Hume were two of them. Locke was a sort of soft empiricist, and Hume was a hard empiricist or radical empiricist. Hume insists that ideas are only less vivid copies of sense impressions, and that there is nothing in the mind that was not first in the senses. You may be wondering why we are off on this long tangent about epistemology. Isn't this supposed to be about ethics? When is he going to get to ethics? Well, I'm trying to show you why all this epistemology is crucial for modern ethics. By the time we get to Hume, ethics is in crisis, if you are an empiricist, because ethics is not about anything we can sense. Good and evil have no shape or color or size or measurable scientific qualities. If the only things we can be certain of are sense data, or more exactly, whatever can be reduced to sense data, whatever can be shown to be founded on sense data, then there's no place for a knowledge of good and evil. So how does Hume account for our ethical ideas? His answer is feeling. They are not ideas, they are feelings. Hume accounts for ethics by what would later be called the emotive theory of values. When we see a mugger kill an old lady, for instance, we think we have seen something evil. But Hume says we have not seen evil at all. All we have seen is sense impressions. An arm, a knife, a slash, a cry, a fall, a pool of blood. We call it evil, but where is the evil? We don't see it because it has no size or color. So it must be in our feelings. And unlike our sensations, our feelings are not objective and do not reveal anything in the world outside of us. But we think they do. When we see the little old lady murdered, we feel bad and mad and angry. So, according to Hume, we project our subjective feelings out onto the act, or onto the actor, the murderer, and we call the act bad, and we call the murderer bad. But, says Hume, the objective act cannot be objectively bad. It's just physical, not moral. Good and bad are not qualities of the objective world. They are qualities of our feelings. Ethics is subjective, not objective. It can never become a science. We can never have certainty about it. In fact, if we were logical, we wouldn't even argue about it, because that's just arguing about feelings, like two kids arguing about whether yogurt tastes great or yucky. Hume's empiricism, then, eliminates any possible knowledge of a real good and evil. Many philosophers were quite happy with that, with the reduction of ethics to feeling. But none of them were happy with three other conclusions that followed just as logically and just as necessarily from the same radical empiricist premise: that we must also deny the knowledge of causality, the knowledge of substances or natures or universal essences, and finally, even the knowledge of any substantial self or person or ego or I, for none of these things is derivable from sense impressions. For one thing, we do not sense the causal connection between the bird and the egg, or between the bat hitting the ball and the ball moving through the air into the outfield. We sense only the two events. So it must be only feeling or assumption or mere mental habit based on repetition, says Hume, that makes us connect them. And in the second place, we do not sense the substance or the thing or the entity that possesses all the sensible qualities that we perceive. We see the brownness of the table and we feel its hardness, but no sense senses its tableness. And third, and most disturbing of all, we never sense ourselves. We look within, and all we find are thoughts and feelings and desires and choices, but not the self that we think thinks the thoughts and feels the feelings. Not only are there no physical material substances or entities outside you, there's not even any non-physical immaterial substance or entity or mind inside you. There is no you. You are just the temporary motel where the atoms that you call your body and the thoughts and feelings that you call your soul have an affair for 70 years or so. Now, these conclusions are not ethical conclusions, but they have great relevance for ethics. For one thing, if there is no real substantial self, there can be no real locus of responsibility. No desk on which we can put the sign, "The buck stops here." And the same conclusion follows from the denial of causality. Not only can we not know that the bat caused the ball to move, we cannot know that we caused the vicious act or the virtuous act. For there is no real me, no substantial self, any more than there is any real causality. Some thinkers feel comfortable with Hume's conclusion about ethics, that it is just subjective feeling and not objective knowledge. But no one feels comfortable about Hume's conclusions about causality, substance, and self. Yet the two are in the same boat. They follow from the same premises, the same empirical, apparently scientific premises. Hume has many followers in English-speaking philosophy. His 20th century successors were called logical positivists or logical empiricists. That was a more technical and logical version of Hume's epistemology. The early classic formulation of that philosophy was A.J. Ayer's book Language, Truth, and Logic, published in 1936. Its bottom line is this: the only cognitively meaningful sentences, the only intellectually meaningful propositions, are propositions that can be known to be true or false, that is, verified or falsified. That's the first step. If a proposition cannot possibly be verified or falsified, it is not meaningful. That's the so-called verification principle. The meaning of a proposition is its mode of verification. Then comes step 2 in his argument. There are only 2 ways to verify or falsify any proposition: by formal logic or by sense observation. 2 plus 2 is 4 is verifiable, and 2 plus 2 is 5 is falsifiable by mathematical logic. Red shoes are red, or red X's are red, is verifiable, and red shoes are not red, or red X's are not red, is falsifiable by pure formal logic. The sky is blue today, or most spiders have 8 legs, is also verifiable, and the sky is green today, and all spiders have 10 legs, is falsifiable by sense observation. And that's it. That's all. Any proposition that is neither a logical tautology, like red shoes are red, or reducible to one or deducible from one, or that is empirically verifiable, like the sky is blue today, must be meaningless. Hume had already said almost exactly that in distinguishing all knowledge into what he called mere relations of ideas and empirical matters of fact. Now comes the application to ethics, the conclusion from our 2 previous steps. It is that all ethical statements, all propositions about good and evil, right and wrong, ought and ought not, are strictly meaningless, because they are not mere logical tautologies, nor are they empirically verifiable. Murder is wrong is not a logical tautology, like murder is murder, or the color red is a color. You can't prove it by mere formal logic with no knowledge of the real world. A computer couldn't prove it. Nor is it empirically verifiable or falsifiable like blood is red. You can't reflect photons of light or angstrom units of color from murder as you can from blood. So all ethics then becomes expressions of personal, private, subjective feelings rather than intellectual claims, rather than objectively meaningful propositions that one could argue about. They are neither true nor false. And of course the same goes for all metaphysical propositions, all aesthetic propositions, and all religious propositions too. You probably see the connection now between this philosophy and many slogans that you've heard in our culture, which has been influenced by this philosophy. Slogans like different strokes for different folks, or if it feels good, do it, or don't impose your values on me, as if values were subjective personal preferences like a preference for yogurt instead of ice cream, or football instead of ballet. We often call them lifestyles today, as if the difference between terrorism and heroism, or adultery and fidelity, were the same kind of thing as the difference between top hats and baseball caps, or speaking with an English accent and speaking with a Brooklyn accent. Matters of style, not content, not truth or goodness. Well, there's obviously something wrong with this philosophy, not just ethically but logically. In fact, though it's called logical positivism, it's utterly illogical. It contradicts itself. For the statement of the theory, the statement of the philosophy, the principle that all meaningful propositions are either logical tautologies or empirically verifiable, immediately contradicts itself, because that proposition is itself neither a logical tautology nor empirically verifiable. Its criterion for meaningful propositions is so narrow that it eliminates itself. It commits suicide. So very few philosophers today defend that early form of logical positivism or logical empiricism because it's not logical, it contradicts itself, and it's also not empirical. It contradicts empirical observation because we observe that people do argue about right and wrong, and they do so quite meaningfully. The theory does not explain the empirical data. People don't argue about subjective feelings, but they do argue about objective facts. They argue about what happened, for instance, who started a fight or whose car crashed into whose car first, and they also argue about what should have happened. For instance, did the second man have the right to hit the first man back? Or was it the fault of the first driver who stopped short, or of the second driver who crashed into him from the rear, or both, or neither? People always argue about good and evil just as they argue about any other objective facts. It may be hard to know them or to prove them, but we try, as if there is really something out there to know, something that we can be right or wrong about, something our feelings may be right or wrong about. Claiming that ethics is about our feelings is like claiming that color is about our seeing, or mathematics is about our calculating, or religion is about our believing. That's exactly backwards. What we see is color, and what we calculate is math, and what we believe is religion. And what we feel approving towards, or feel disapproving towards, or guilty about are moral good and evil. So subjective moral feelings are about objective moral facts. When I call them facts, I don't mean to imply that they can be known easily or by sense experience or by the scientific method, but only that they are not our feelings, but the things we feel about, and the things we argue about. We don't argue about what is subjective. I have one dream, you have another dream. We may share our dreams, but we don't argue about them. I feel in pain, you feel pleasure. We may communicate our feelings, but we don't argue about them. But we do argue about good and evil. Is this president a good man? Was that war a just war? Is abortion always wrong? We're looking for the objective truth here, and we argue when we think we've found it, and we're trying to prove it to somebody else. That may be very hard to do. It may even be impossible to do if the skeptic is right. But the fact that everyone argues about morality seems to prove that the emotive theory is wrong, that moral values aren't subjective feelings. Even if they're unprovable moral facts, as the skeptic claims, they're moral facts. Obviously, ethics can't be science if it's not factual. It can't be any kind of science if it's only a feeling, only subjective. But if it is about objective facts, then the question opens up, what kind of a science can it be? Can it be done by anything like the modern scientific method? If so, that would be a very strong way to answer the skeptic and the subjectivist. Well, Descartes never did that, and empiricism and Hume's emotive theory of values and logical positivism says you can't do it, but a third philosophy says yes you can, and it's called utilitarianism. The name was invented by John Stuart Mill, the 18th century English philosopher, in his book by that title. Mill's claim is that there is a scientific criterion for good and evil. Science uses essentially two things in its method, empirical observation and mathematical measurement. So Mill observes that everyone in fact desires happiness, and he identifies happiness with pleasure. So happiness remains something empirical, something you can observe. He then gets the notion of moral responsibility from the observed fact that our choices and actions affect other people, make them more happy or less happy. We're not isolated creatures, we are social creatures. Finally, he says that happiness can be measured. It is a more or less thing. And if that's all there is to ethics, then ethics can be scientific, because all you have here is observation and measurement. So the criterion for good or evil, says Mill, is whatever causes the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people is the greatest good. An act is good insofar as it produces happiness, and bad insofar as it produces unhappiness. And good and bad are multiplied by two multipliers, the amount or intensity or quantity or quality of happiness or unhappiness, and the number of people affected. Mill's predecessor, Jeremy Bentham, had the same basic idea, but claimed that there was only a quantitative difference, not a qualitative difference, between one kind of happiness and another. There was in England a very simple children's game called pushpin, and Bentham said, "Pushpin is as good as poetry if it makes you happy." Bentham defined happiness as mere satisfaction of any desire you happen to have. Mill thought that was too simplistic and said instead that there were higher and lower pleasures, and happiness was not quite identical with satisfaction. He said, "It is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied." But both Bentham and Mill agreed that an act is good only because it makes people happy. So an act is good only because of its consequences. Only happiness is a good in itself, intrinsically good. Everything else is relative to happiness. So every other good is a means to this end, and the end justifies the means. There are no intrinsically good or evil acts. So if I am a sadist and you are a masochist, and torturing others makes me happy, and being tortured makes you happy, then there is absolutely nothing wrong with my torturing you. There are no moral absolutes, no moral principles. An act is justified not by its principles, but by its consequences. Philosophers call this consequentialism, as contrasted to principialism. An act is good not because it obeys a prior principle, a good law, but because it produces new good consequences. What makes it good is not a moral law, the abstract eternal principles that were there before the act, so to speak, but the concrete consequences, the amount of happiness or unhappiness that comes to be after the act, caused by the act. And this makes utilitarianism scientific because consequences can be calculated and observed, while principles cannot. If an act is to be judged as good or bad by consequences rather than principles, ethics can be scientific. The basic principle of utilitarianism is similar to the basic principle of the American philosophy called pragmatism, that the end justifies the means. There are no absolutes. Acts are to be judged by their consequences. Although American pragmatism, especially in William James, its greatest philosopher, strikes me as much broader and more humane and subtle than Mill's utilitarianism. I see at least 10 problems with utilitarian ethics. First, it breaks down in concrete situations. Its principles give you no reasons to call cannibalism wrong, for instance. Suppose there are 100 people on an island and 99 are cannibals and one is not. The most happiness that there could possibly be on that island would come about if the 99 cannibals killed the one non-cannibal and each ate 1/99th of his body. So by utilitarian principles, that would be good, not evil. You see, utilitarianism thinks only of the quantity of happiness, not of justice or rights or what is right. A second problem with utilitarianism is its subjectivism, its concept of happiness as merely subjective. In my second lecture, I pointed out that this was one of the main differences between ancient and modern thought. Even happiness was not merely subjective, but also objective to the ancients. It meant true perfection, true blessedness, and therefore it might require some suffering. Third, the utilitarian wants to avoid metaphysics and stick to scientific observation and calculation, but there is an implicit metaphysics in utilitarianism, an implicit metaphysics of materialism, in identifying happiness with pleasure. No one is a utilitarian who believes that reality is more than matter and that man has an immortal spiritual soul and that there exists a God. So utilitarianism is not neutral on these metaphysical questions, as science should be. Fourth, utilitarianism often criticizes traditional morality for being arrogant, for claiming to know too much, claiming to know eternal, unchangeable, universal, absolute truths about good and evil. But I think utilitarianism is more arrogant. It plays God. It claims to know the future. It will do anything if it is convinced that that will lead to greater happiness. But how can we know that? The traditional view is really the humble one, like the soldier who trusts his commanding officer and obeys his orders even though he doesn't see how that will lead to the best consequences. But suppose this soldier were a utilitarian, and he disobeyed his orders because he thought that that would eventually produce the best consequences, the most happiness. Now, suppose he's court-martialed. Would his defense be accepted? Fifth, suppose some egoist asks the question why he should be concerned with anybody else's happiness, why not just his own? And the utilitarian answers with the fact that his act affects others' happiness too. But suppose the egoist says, I know that fact, but why should I care about it? Give me a reason why I should be an altruist. I don't know what answer the utilitarian could give. His altruism is really an irrational prejudice, a relic, a hangover from traditional morality. Nietzsche pointed that out. Sixth, I don't see how utilitarianism could account for evil. Evil is reduced to wrong calculation of consequences. Moral mistakes are reduced to intellectual mistakes, miscalculations. Was Hitler's Holocaust a miscalculation? Seventh, utilitarianism doesn't meet the death test. You can't die for it. You can't die in it. No one is a utilitarian on his deathbed. It doesn't help us make sense of death. Eighth, its psychology seems too simplistic. We don't want just pleasure. We have deeper desires than utilitarianism accounts for. As Chesterton says, man's most pragmatic need is to be more than a pragmatist. Ninth, it is almost universally condemned by good people. The better you are, the less you are a utilitarian. So if utilitarianism is true, then truth and moral goodness contradict each other, because the more moral and saintly you are, the farther away you get from utilitarianism. How could moral maturity and intellectual maturity take you in opposite directions? How could the human heart be so badly designed as that? Finally, the most simple and devastating critique of all is that utilitarian ethics is not a weak ethics, it's no ethics at all. It lacks the whole ethical dimension. There's no moral laws, no moral principles, no commandments, no absolutes, no duties or obligations. It just doesn't understand what ethics is. It reduces values to facts, like reducing color to black and white. It's morally colorblind. So what becomes of the attempt to do ethics scientifically? In our next lecture, we'll look at the most ambitious attempt to do that, and probably the most successful, that of Kant, the single most influential modern ethical philosopher. Like Descartes, Kant was basically a rationalist, and he erects a system of ethics on pure reason, a system of ethics that has principles, not something like utilitarianism that lacks the whole ethical dimension, but an ethics as far removed from utilitarianism as possible. He erects a whole system of principles and obligations on pure reason, scientific reason, not metaphysical reason. Descartes tried to do that, but he never got around to it. Kant tried to supply what was missing in Descartes, and thus complete the so-called Enlightenment project, which is essentially rationalism applied to all of human life. The new scientific reason now, not Socrates and Plato's old philosophical reason full of metaphysics, looking for wisdom. Kant's little classic, which you should try to read for next time if you can, has the formidable-sounding title of Fundamental Principles of the Metaphysics of Morals, sometimes translated as Groundwork for the Metaphysic of Morals. It and Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, or perhaps it and Plato's Republic, are probably the two major ethical classics in the entire history of philosophy. They both take ethics very seriously to begin with, and they both end with good, strong reasons for being ethical, but they're very different reasons, as we shall see next time.
This ends Lecture 10. Remember to visit this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures that you just heard. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 11, Being Good and Being Fair, The Ethics of Kant.
This lecture is called Being Good and Being Fair. It's about the ethics of Kant. Immanuel Kant was as much a child of the scientific enlightenment as Descartes or Hume or Mill. He too saw science as the paradigm of human knowledge and wanted to complete the Enlightenment program of putting all of human knowledge on a scientific basis, including philosophy, and, within philosophy, ethics. Descartes had never gotten around to it, Hume had simply given up on it, reducing ethics to subjective feeling, and Mill had sacrificed the very essence of ethics, moral obligation, in reducing it to pragmatic calculation. Kant wrote 3 great books about the 3 distinctively human ideals of the true, the good, and the beautiful, or epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics. They're called the Critique of Pure Reason, the Critique of Practical Reason, and the Critique of Judgment. But his most popular and influential book, the one we will explore in this lecture, is called Foundations of the Metaphysics of Morals. It's a much shorter and simpler version of the Critique of Practical Reason. To understand Kant's strategy in ethics, to understand what he's trying to do, we need to look briefly at his epistemology and his metaphysics, or rather his critique of metaphysics. For here too, with Kant as with every other philosopher, his ethics depends in some way on his metaphysics and his epistemology. In the case of Kant, it depends on his critique of metaphysics, his anti-metaphysics. The technical term for Kantian ethics among philosophers is deontological ethics. Ontology is another word for metaphysics, so deontological ethics is demetaphysical ethics, an ethics not dependent on metaphysics. So the basic critical question about Kant is whether he succeeded in doing this, whether it is possible to have an ethics without metaphysics. In his Critique of Pure Reason, Kant had tried to solve the impasse in epistemology between rationalists like Descartes and empiricists like Hume by saying that both were wrong because both were assuming the same mistaken premise about truth. Rationalists like Descartes said we could attain truth by pure reason, and empiricists like Hume said we could attain it by sensation, or else not at all. Hume really ended in skepticism, so that would be a third epistemology. And Aristotle had assumed we could attain truth by both reason and sensation. But all four, rationalism, empiricism, skepticism, and Aristotelian realism, had assumed the commonsensical definition of truth as the mind's conformity to reality. Aristotle defined truth this way: if one says of what is that it is, or of what is not that it is not, he speaks the truth. But if one says of what is that it is not, or of what is not that it is, he does not speak the truth. So it's telling it like it is, conformity to reality. Kant, at the beginning of his Critique of Pure Reason, suggests what he calls a Copernican revolution in philosophy, a radical redefinition of truth itself as reality's conformity to the mind, rather than vice versa. Human thought, Kant suggests, is like art rather than science. It actively structures the world rather than passively or receptively mirroring the world. It creates, rather than discovering, all the form and order and structure and meaning that it seems to find in the world. Kant agrees with Hume's conclusion that if we assume that the business of human thought is to discover objective truth, we have to end in skepticism and say it is impossible. Kant says we cannot know reality, or things in themselves, as Kant calls it. So metaphysics is impossible for him. But Kant is not a skeptic because he says that is not thought's business. Human thought is not a failure, but a success at its proper business, which is to make the world. Not to create its matter, not to make the world's existence, but to create its form and its meaning. The world is like cookie batter, and the mind's categories are like cookie cutters. All the shape comes from the cutters, not from the batter. So all the form and order and intelligible content in our experience of the world comes from us, not from the world. But Kant tried to prove that all minds are necessarily structured in essentially the same way, so there is a common world, like a common language that we all make, or a common set of forms we all impose on the batter. This form has three parts, according to Kant. First, the forms of sense perception, space and time. Second, the categories of abstract logical thought, like causality and relation. And finally, the three most fundamental ideas of self, world, and God. All these things are subjective rather than objective. They're in the mind, but they are in all minds, necessarily and universally, and we can know this. But we cannot, according to Kant, know whether they are really in objective reality. We cannot know objective reality. We can only know appearances. And we know appearances by making them, unconsciously structuring them with our minds every time we think. It's as if we looked at the world through colored glasses, and we can't know what color the world really has, if any, only what colors our glasses always project onto the world. For instance, space and time, which together characterize everything we can possibly sense or imagine, are rather like the red and blue lenses on a pair of eyeglasses, which together would make everything appear purple. Now, it is under this presupposition that Kant does his ethics. But what is his data if we can't know objective reality? It is our experience of moral obligation. I said in my introductory lecture that one way of looking at ethics is that it is only about three words: good, right, and ought. The ancients emphasized the good. Many modern thinkers emphasize rights. Kant emphasizes the ought, obligation, the binding power of the moral law over the human conscience. That is his fundamental datum, that we are absolutely obliged to be morally good. Absolutely, not just if and when it is convenient or consensual or contracted or circumstantial. So, how does he explain this moral datum? What is the ground of our absolute obligation to be moral? That is Kant's fundamental question. Where does he look for the foundation of a morality that obligates us absolutely? He writes, "The ground of obligation must be sought not in the nature of man, nor in the circumstances of the world in which man is placed, but must be sought a priori." A priori means prior to sense experience, not dependent on the changing things you know through your senses. Must be sought a priori solely in the concepts of pure reason. That's Kant's rationalism. Sense experience lacks two qualities that reason has: universality and necessity. What your senses tell you differs for different individuals, but what reason tells you does not. The sky is dark for an Australian at the same time it is bright for a Canadian, but 2 + 2 = 4 for both, in fact for everyone. And 2 + 2 have to be 4. That is necessary and therefore unchangeable, whereas the color of the sky is not. There are really only 5 possible answers to Kant's question, what is the ground of moral obligation? The nature of God, the will of God, the nature of man, the will of man, or abstract logical reason. Aquinas thought it was the nature of God. Kierkegaard and Euthyphro thought it was the will of God. Aristotle thought it was the nature of man. Moral relativists think it is the will of man by a social contract. And Kant thinks it is pure reason. In this book he shows how all of ethics can be based on pure reason. One other preliminary strategy point about Kant's little book: it's very short because Kant says it is intended for nothing more than seeking out and establishing the supreme principle of morality. There are 3 major steps in Kant's argument. First, to begin with, he identifies the absolute good, or that which is good in itself, with a good will. Second, he identifies a good will with one whose motive is moral duty. And third, he identifies moral duty with respect for moral law as such, not any particular law, and he formulates this abstract general law as what he calls the categorical imperative. Here is Kant's beginning. He writes, "There is no possibility of thinking of anything at all in the world or even out of it which can be regarded as good without qualification except a good will. Intelligence, wit, judgment, and whatever talents of the mind one might want to name are doubtless in many respects good and desirable, as are such qualities of temperament as courage, resolution, perseverance, but these can also become extremely bad and harmful if the will, which is to make use of these gifts of nature, is not good. The same holds with gifts of fortune, power, riches, honor, even health, and that complete well-being and contentment with one's condition which is called happiness make for pride and even arrogance unless there is a good will." Kant has a point here. We wish some monster like Hitler had not had as much intelligence, perseverance, courage, and resolution as he had, because he misused all these good qualities by an evil will. When Kant says that even happiness is not good in itself, he uses the word happiness in a purely subjective psychological way, as contentment, not in the way Aristotle and Aquinas used it, as objective perfection. So it has no moral content for Kant. It is not necessarily good. Was it good that Hitler was content with the evil that he did? Kant then asks what makes a will good, and answers, a good will is good not because of what it effects or accomplishes, nor because of its fitness to attain some proposed end. It is good only through its willing, that is, it is good in itself. In other words, it is not a means to a higher end, just the opposite of utilitarianism. Kant's second step is to ask what kind of willing makes the will good, and his answer is a good motive. Traditional morality said 3 things make a human act good rather than evil: the deed itself, the motive, and the situation or circumstances. Kant says only one thing makes an act good or evil, the motive. And the motive that makes the will good is duty. a word with unfortunate connotations like toilet training, doo-doo. And the Nazis, the defense of the German war criminals was always, "I was doing my duty." But those are misleading connotations. What Kant means by duty is respect for moral law. That is, doing a thing simply because it is morally right, period. Kant contrasts duty, which is under the control of our will, with inclinations which are not. And he makes the traditional but unmodern point that feelings have no moral worth, even good feelings like compassion, because they are not under our power, not free. He gives some examples. To preserve one's life is a duty, and furthermore, everyone also has an immediate inclination to do so. But on this account, the often anxious care taken by most men for it has no intrinsic moral worth. They preserve their lives, to be sure, in accordance with duty, but not from the motive of duty. But if your life is so painful that your inclination is to kill yourself, and yet you don't, out of moral duty, then your self-preservation has moral worth. Another example, he writes, to be beneficent where one can is a duty. And besides this, there are many persons who are so sympathetically constituted that they find an inner pleasure in spreading joy around them. But I maintain that in such a case, an action of this kind, however amiable it may be, has nevertheless no true moral worth. It is on a level with such actions as arise from other inclinations. Now, this may seem at first very severe and even inhuman, but Kant is not saying it is not good to be sympathetic or to have good inclinations. He is saying that these are gifts of fortune, not free choices. His point here is one that nearly all the Christian saints agree with, and Kant says about Christ's command to love exactly what the saints say. He writes, "Undoubtedly in this way also are to be understood those passages of Scripture which command us to love our neighbor and even our enemy. For love as an inclination cannot be commanded, but beneficence from duty can. Such love resides in the will, and not in the propensities of feeling, in principles of action, not in tender sympathies, and only this practical love can be commanded." And when you think about it, what a fool Christ would have been if he had commanded us to have tender feelings to each other. That would be like commanding somebody to fall in love. Kant next says that an action done from duty has its moral worth not in the purpose that is to be attained by it, but in the maxim, basically principle, according to which the action is determined. That's the opposite of utilitarianism, which says an act is good because of the ends and consequences it produces, because of what happens afterwards. Kant says an act is good because of what comes before it, the principle that motivates it. Now Kant is ready to formulate that principle, the supreme principle of all morality, which he calls the categorical imperative. But before he does that, he looks at two objections to his ethics so far, which the reader will probably have. One objection is that Kant demands a pure motive of duty unaided by inclinations, but in fact no such pure motive exists. He writes, "We meet frequent and, as we ourselves admit, justified complaints that there cannot be cited a single certain example of the disposition to act from pure duty. Yet in doing so, these objectors have not cast doubt upon the rightness of the concept of morality. Rather, they have spoken with sincere regret as to the frailty and impurity of human nature, which they think is noble enough to take as its precept an idea so worthy of respect, but yet is too weak to follow the idea." In other words, Kant's claim is not about how good we are, but about what goodness is. Like Plato in the Republic, he's trying to define a perfect ideal, not claiming that it's easy or even possible to reach it. But unless you know the perfect goal, let's say 100 on a test, you can't judge how close you get to it. So even if Kant's morality is too idealistic to work, it may still be valid. But Kant also denies that it is too idealistic to work. He writes, "The pure thought of duty, of moral law, unmixed with any extraneous additions or inducements, has an influence on the human heart so much more powerful than all other incentives." Kant asks, why is it that moral instruction accomplishes so little? And he answers that the teachers have not purified their concepts, since they try to do too well by looking everywhere for motives for being morally good. they spoil the medicine by trying to make it really strong. When a righteous act is done with a steadfast soul and sundered from all view to any advantages in this or another world, and even under the greatest temptations of need or allurement, it far surpasses and eclipses any similar action that was in the least affected by any extraneous incentive. It elevates the soul and inspires the wish to be able to act in this way. Even moderately young children feel this impression, and duties should never be represented to them in any other way. I personally think Kant is right here. Don't bribe your kids. Just tell them to do the right thing because it's right. Bribes backfire when the money runs out, but the rightness never runs out. If they do good because it's rewarded, then they don't love the good, only the reward. And when the reward isn't there, they'll stop doing good. A second objection is that we need to base our ethics on a knowledge of human nature because we learn morality by experience, by examples, by imitation of moral heroes. The most popular answer to Plato's question in the Meno, can virtue be taught, is yes, but by showing, not just telling, by concrete examples, not abstract arguments, by saints, not philosophers. We learn morality best by examples. Surprisingly, Kant denies this because of his epistemology. He does not believe we can abstract universal truths from individual examples met in sense experience. Because of his Copernican revolution in philosophy, he thinks reason structures experience rather than learning from it. So his epistemology is determining his ethics here. That's why he says, worse service cannot be rendered to morality than that an attempt be made to derive it from examples. For every example of morality presented to me must itself first be judged according to principles of morality in order to see whether it is fit to serve as an original example, that is, as a model. But in no way can it authoritatively furnish the concept of morality. Even the Holy One of the Gospels must first be compared with our ideal of moral perfection before he is recognized as such. Even he says of himself, "Why do you call me, whom you see, good? No one is good, the archetype of the good, except God only, whom you do not see." So Kant concludes, imitation has no place at all in moral matters. Examples serve only for encouragement. I think Kant is absolutely wrong here. I agree with the saying, "What you are speaks so loud I can't hear what you say." I think we teach morality much more effectively by personal example and imitation than by words and by reason. I think the saints teach morality more effectively than the philosophers. Back to the main argument. Kant is now ready to formulate his single supreme principle of all morality, the categorical imperative. Categorical means absolute, not relative to any other end, and imperative means moral command, moral law. Kant writes, "There is only one categorical imperative, and it is this: act only according to that maxim, or principle, whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." In other words, do only what you will everyone else to do. That's a technical formulation of a very old principle usually called the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Kant says we can deduce all moral duties from this one principle. He writes, "If we attend to ourselves in any transgression of a duty, we find that we actually do not will that our maxim should become a universal law, because this is impossible. We only take the liberty of making an exception to the law for ourselves, or just for this one time, to the advantage of our inclination. Consequently, if we weighed up everything from one and the same standpoint, namely that of reason, we would find a contradiction in our own will, namely that a certain principle be a universal law and yet should admit of exceptions. For instance, if I lie to you, I can't will that you lie to me. I lie only to gain an advantage over you. The same is true for robbery or murder or any other evil deed. We do not will it to be done to us. We do not will it to be a universal law. So if we only did what we willed to be a universal law, if we only did what we willed all people to do, we would do only good and not evil. So this one law is all that we need. We don't need 10 commandments, only one, since all goods and evils can be deduced from it alone. It does not have to specify any content, does not have to know human nature. It's purely formal, a law of justice, of equality. It's like mathematics, like an equal sign. It's purely rational, purely scientific. All good is equality, doing what you will others to do, and all evil is inequality, wanting others to act differently than you. So we have a simple, rational, almost mathematical ethics, a scientific ethics. Kant also gives us a second formulation of his categorical imperative, and this one has some content to it. This one says something about human nature, or what a human being is. He writes, "Every rational being exists as an end in himself and not merely as a means to be used by this or that will. Beings that are not rational beings have only a relative value as means and are called things. On the other hand, rational beings are called persons, inasmuch as their nature marks them out as ends in themselves, a something which is not to be used merely as a means, and which are thus objects of respect. Persons are not merely subjective ends whose existence has a value for us, but objective ends, that is, ends in themselves." Kant goes on, "The practical imperative, therefore, will be the following. Act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end, and never simply as a means." These two formulations of a categorical imperative are widely recognized as a landmark in ethical thought, a basis for universal human rights and for a moral world order that transcends differences in religion, culture, history, ideology, race, or temperament. Thinkers as diverse as popes and atheists have praised it and used it. Three things especially Kant gives us: moral seriousness, rationality, and human respect. Or, if you like ism words, moralism, rationalism, and humanism. His morality is not relative, subjective, utilitarian, pragmatic, negotiable, changeable, or hypothetical. It's morality. And it's rational as the law of non-contradiction. In fact, his first formulation of the categorical imperative is very much like the law of non-contradiction in logic. Finally, the second formulation gives us humanism, a humanism that is acceptable to atheists and theists, Muslims and Jews, Christians and Buddhists, even liberals and conservatives. But, there is always a but. There are some problems. For one thing, it seems instinctively wrong, intuitively wrong, to base all ethics on something as abstract and purely formal and contentless as the categorical imperative. It doesn't tell you what to do or what not to do, like the Ten Commandments. It just tells you that being good is being logically consistent, being able to will the same things for others that you will for yourself. So as a result, there is no substantive content to Kant's ethics. He thinks you can deduce all the content from the form of his categorical imperative. But you can't. If half the human race were sadists and half masochists, how could the categorical imperative forbid sadomasochism? If everyone wanted to torture animals, how would the categorical imperative forbid it? If we all wanted to live in perpetual alcoholic and sexual orgies, how would the categorical imperative forbid it? It doesn't tell you what to do or what not to do. It's just a whatever. Whatever you will others to do that. It also doesn't make room for exceptional cases. How could celibacy be a moral choice, for instance? I couldn't possibly will that for the whole human race. A second problem with Kant is with what he says about motive. Can motive be the one and only moral determinant, the only thing that makes a choice good or bad? It may be the single most important factor, but it doesn't seem to be the only one. Our laws recognize that. Compare the penalties for deliberate first-degree murder, attempted murder, and accidental homicide. First-degree murder has both the full intention or motive to kill and also the actual deed. Attempted murder has the motive, the intention, but not the deed. Accidental homicide has the deed, but not the intention. First-degree murder is punished more severely than attempted murder, even though the intention is identical. Granted, attempted murder is penalized more severely than accidental homicide, which means that we penalize the intention more severely than the deed. But we think both count. There is still a penalty for accidental homicide, even if there is no evil intention at all. Traditional morality said there were three moral determinants: the act, the intention, and the circumstances. Legalism says there's just one determinant, the objective act. The Gospels present the Pharisees as examples of legalists. Kant also says there's just one determinant, the subjective intention. Isn't Kant just as one-sided as the legalist? A third problem in Kant is that he makes duty the only moral motive. Common sense says there is also moral worth in right inclinations, especially love, even instinctive love, the love that doesn't take any deliberate act of will, such as the mother's instinctive love for her baby. If this is lacking, we find it not only biologically unnatural, but also morally blameworthy. Take another example. Two rich men both give generously to the poor, one out of cold obligation and duty, the other out of heartfelt love and sympathy. Are we all wrong to rank the second morally higher than the first? When my wife asks me why I have been faithful to her for 40 years, which is the better answer, because I love you or because I respect the categorical imperative? Should we be faithful to persons or to principles? Do we love persons only because we love principles the most, and our principles tell us to love persons? Or do we love principles because we love persons the most, and principles define how we are to love persons? I think Kant is right about duty being an absolute, but wrong about it being the only absolute, or even the highest one. I think duty is our last fallback when other motives fail. It's our last defensive bulwark against doing wrong, but it's not our best positive motive for doing right. I think love is a much higher and greater moral motive than duty, and I think most people think that too. Here's a fourth problem. Kant's morality is one of equality. The right is what everyone should do. Making exceptions for yourself is always wrong. But what about making exceptions for yourself in the other direction? Not to do wrong, but to do more than your duty. How could Kant explain the moral worth of heroic actions? We call these actions that go beyond the call of duty. Is it our duty to go beyond the call of duty? That's a contradiction. But if it's not our duty, then according to Kant it has no moral worth. So logically, Kant must either deny that heroism has any moral worth at all, or say that it is everyone's moral duty to be a hero and to go beyond the call of duty, which is not only logically contradictory, but also impossibly burdensome. And it also robs his heroic acts of the very quality that makes them so morally beautiful that they go beyond duty. A fifth problem is that Kant cannot account for the fact that the better you are, the more joy you get in doing good. For instance, imagine the following scene. St. Francis of Assisi and Bluebeard the pirate are both walking down the street in Rome. There's an earthquake, and the bank vault bursts apart, and thousands of gold pieces fall out onto the street. It's the middle of the night, and nobody's watching. Bluebeard is tempted to steal the money because he's a greedy pirate. St. Francis is not, because he's a humble, holy man who lives in voluntary poverty. Now, suppose both men walk past the money and choose not to take it. St. Francis does that out of his moral habit of detachment from greed. It's easy for him. Bluebeard does it out of duty. He says to himself, for once in my life, I'm going to do the right thing. It's hard for him, but he does it anyway. Now, imagine Kant and Aristotle watching this event and arguing about it. Kant would say, see, that illustrates my ethics perfectly. Bluebeard's deed has more moral worth than Francis's because it's freer, it's deliberate, and it's harder, it costs something. Aristotle replies, do you really mean to say that you think Bluebeard is at that moment a better man than Francis? Both refuse to do evil, but the saint finds joy in refusing evil, and the sinner finds pain in refusing evil. Do you say there is less moral worth in the saint because he is happy? I think both philosophers have a point. But what Kant is missing is the value of virtue and habit and character. He ignores human nature and looks only at human deeds. Even more narrowly, he looks only at the motives for the deeds. Isn't it deeper to look at character? Isn't that what friends and lovers value the most, the kind of person you are? Kant does come around to this, the intrinsic value of every person, every rational being, in his second formulation of the categorical imperative, but not in the first formulation. I think the second formulation contradicts Kant's skepticism of metaphysics. Kant says we can't know what things are in themselves, but the second formulation says we can know that persons are not things, and therefore not to be used as things. That's the 3R principle, right response to reality. Treat things as things and persons as persons, not vice versa. Use things and love and respect people instead of using people and respecting and loving things. And that's a much fuller and solider categorical imperative than the first one, the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule is a rule of justice. The other is a rule of love. And here is another missing thing in Kant. His first categorical imperative is indeed a universal rule for evil, but not for good. He rightly sees that all evil is self-contradictory. It wills that others act morally while I act immorally. Evil acts could never be willed to be universal laws. But some good acts can't either, like heroism or celibacy or motherhood or having 10 children or none, or choices of a job or a friend or a spouse that would be right for one person but wrong for another. After Kant has made his main point about the categorical imperative, the supreme principle of morality, which is the single point this book was designed to make, the one quarry the hunter was hunting, he then adds 3 important postscripts. They are what he calls the 3 necessary postulates or presuppositions of morality: God, freedom, and immortality. He doesn't think we can prove any of these 3 things, and therefore he argues we cannot know whether they exist or not. But we have to act as if they did. We have to believe they exist, because if not, we cannot be fully moral. If there is no God, there is no perfect ideal. If there is no free will, there is no real human responsibility. We're simply complex machines. And if there is no immortality, if this life is all there is, then there is no ultimate justice, because justice is often not done in this life. The first point about God is the most controversial. Kant insists that God is the ideal but not the ground of morality. He says it is man's will, not God's will, that is the source of moral law. Kant calls this the autonomy of the will. Autonomy meaning being under your own law, being subject to the law you yourself have legislated, as distinct from heteronomy, which means being under the law of another will. Now this seems rather strange, as if we locked ourselves in prison and kept the key ourselves. How can our will be both over and under the law, both the creator of the moral law and subject to it? How can the king be his own subject? Kant answers this by distinguishing 2 aspects of the human self, what he calls the empirical ego, which is the self that we can observe inwardly, and the transcendental ego, which is something like the unconscious self. It sounds a little bit like the Hindu Atman, or the oversoul of Ralph Waldo Emerson, or the collective unconscious of Jung. It seems strange to me that Kant is too skeptical for a traditional commonsensical metaphysics like Aristotle's, and yet he seems to buy into something like Hindu mysticism. I may be missing something here, but I can't help thinking simply either God really exists or he doesn't. If he doesn't, we can't will him into existence for moral reasons or any other reasons, and I don't think it's honest to live as if he did, because that would be living a lie. And if he does exist, then the human will can't be autonomous. If there is a God, then we are not the highest being and the highest authority, unless we are all parts of God, and that's pantheism, and much more mystical and far from ordinary experience and reason and science than anything in Greek or medieval metaphysics ever was. The same goes for freedom and immortality. They either exist or not. If they don't, should we believe they do in order to justify morality? Should we live a lie in order to live well? Must we be mentally wrong in order to be morally right? How could the human soul be so self-contradictory? And if they do exist, then why not use the 3R principle and believe them because they're true, rather than because they lead to a better morality? So I think if Kant had gotten his epistemology right, he would have had a fuller ethics. But what if there is no God? What kind of ethics could we have? That will be the question of our next lecture on Jean-Paul Sartre.
This ends Lecture 11. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 12, Being Good and Being Secular. Can an Atheist be Ethical? The Ethics of Jean-Paul Sartre.
This lecture is called Being Good and Being Secular. It's about the atheistic ethics of Sartre. Kant didn't think you could prove the existence of God, freedom, or immortality by theoretical reason, but he thought he could prove that it was necessary to believe in them by practical reason. He thought these three ideas were necessary presuppositions for any adequate morality. I suspect he was wrong about immortality being necessary, because not only can you believe in morality without believing in immortality, but Kant himself says it's a purer motive for morality if you do the right thing just because it's right, rather than because it's going to be rewarded in this life or the next. Kant gets his morality of pure motive in place first, and only afterwards asks about these three implicit presuppositions or postulates for morality: God, freedom, and immortality. Plato, in the Republic, deliberately kept immortality out of his argument for justice over injustice until the argument was all over, and he brought it in only in a kind of appendix in the last book of the Republic. He did this so that he could prove that justice was its own reward, that justice was virtuous and wise and profitable both for itself and for the happiness, the health of soul that it brought in this life, whether or not there was a next one. And then he proved that there was a next one. And in the Bible, God seemed to use the same strategy. He did not clearly reveal life after death to his chosen people until many centuries after Moses, probably to avoid it being a bribe and to elicit a purer motive for being good in this life than being rewarded in the next. Be ye holy because I, the Lord your God, am holy. That was to be the sufficient reason for morality. Only later did the life-after-death rewards get revealed once that pure motive was in place. But what about the other two ideas? Freedom and God. Jean-Paul Sartre, perhaps the most sheerly intellectual atheistic writer in history, centered his ethics around two ideas: the reality of freedom and the unreality of God. But he had a radically new concept of freedom. Not the freedom to choose to obey or disobey a moral law, but freedom absolutely, freedom from all law and constraint and limitation, freedom to make law, to create values. And he uses this notion of freedom and the notion of atheism to prove each other. There can't be a God because otherwise I would not be totally free, and I am totally free because there is no God. To understand Sartre's notion of freedom, and to put it into the great conversation to relate him to the history of Western philosophy, we have to clearly distinguish two different kinds of freedom. There are many kinds of freedom, depending on what they're freedom from. There's the freedom that is the opposite of slavery, and the freedom that is the opposite of political tyranny, and the freedom that is the opposite of imprisonment, and the freedom that is the opposite of addiction, whether to drugs or to certain pathological states or feelings or sin. But the two kinds of freedom we have to define and distinguish in order to understand Sartre and place him into the context of the great conversation are freedom of will, or free will on the one hand, which is a traditional idea, and what we might call metaphysical freedom on the other hand, which is a very radical, new, untraditional idea, and that's the kind Sartre teaches. First, let's look at free will. The history of Western philosophy shows us three options: to assume it, to deny it, or to prove it. Most ancient philosophers like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle assume it, without labeling it or defining it. For instance, Aristotle distinguished in his ethics actions that were voluntary and thus subject to ethical criteria, and actions that were involuntary. Second, you could deny it. This was done by a minority of ancient philosophers, mainly the materialists, Leucippus and Democritus and Lucretius. They taught that everything real, even man and mind and choice, are made of matter, made of atoms. These materialist philosophers denied free will and said everything happens by necessity. The entire universe, including man, was for them an extremely complex machine. A few Christian theologians also deny free will because they believe in divine predestination. Calvin is the most famous. Luther also denied free will, wrote a book about it, but he probably meant by free will only the ability to save ourselves from sin by our own power, or the freedom to do good without God's grace, which is another issue than the power of moral choice between good and evil or between two goods. The third option is to affirm free will, to define it and to defend it. That's the mainstream Christian view. Aquinas gives us this very simple argument for it, that moral language becomes meaningless if it does not exist. That is a practical argument. Our moral practice of praising and blaming and rewarding and punishing and counseling and commanding show that we do in fact believe in free will, and perhaps that we have to believe in free will. Around 1900, the American philosopher William James, the founder of pragmatism, gave this practical argument a new twist. He was a rather skeptical philosopher. He didn't think we could prove very much at all by theoretical reason, and he divided philosophical beliefs into what he called live options and dead options. Live options were beliefs that made a difference to your life, and God, free will, and immortality were three obvious examples of live options for him. James criticized most philosophers for thinking about dead options most of the time, issues that made no practical difference, no difference in your practice, in your life. Well, James was an agnostic about God and free will and life after death. He found good reasons for both free will and determinism, the belief that all our choices are totally determined, necessitated, caused by forces in our heredity and our environment beyond our control. So he expressed his indecision in a clever parable about a philosopher in Boston, where there were many philosophical clubs 100 years ago on a certain street. The philosopher didn't know whether to believe in free will or not, so he didn't know whether to join the Free Willers Association on one side of the street or the Determinists Club on the other side. He decided to join the Determinists Club, so he knocked on the door for admission. The doorman said, "Why have you come here?" He replied, "I came of my own free will." So the doorman, of course, slammed the door in his face. So he went across the street to the Free Willers Association. He knocked on the door. The doorman asked him the same question, "Why have you come here?" He replied, "They kicked me out across the street, so I had no choice." So that door was also slammed in his face, and he found himself out in the street. But James gave this practical, pragmatic reason for believing in free will. He says the issue is whether I have free will or not, and we don't know whether the answer is yes or no, so our ignorance leaves us free to choose to believe in either answer. So he says, let us choose to believe in free will, because that will make the best difference in our lives. It will give us a sense of dignity and importance. We're not just helpless cogs in a machine, and it will make morality meaningful. It will make us personally responsible for our choices. We can't pass the buck and say something made me do it, as Adam and Eve tried to do when they ate the forbidden fruit. So, James says, we can freely create the free choice to believe in free will. Now, some philosophers affirmed free will and some denied it, but none affirmed the kind of freedom Sartre affirmed, which I've called metaphysical freedom. That's the freedom inherent in our radically unique mode of being, which Sartre calls being for itself, as opposed to being in itself. These are his two main categories. Being for itself, or human reality, he also calls existence, as opposed to essence. Now, when you hear these terms, please don't despair. I'll define them when I have to, and I'll translate Sartre's very abstract and technical language into ordinary common sense language. Freedom is certainly Sartre's favorite idea, and his new notion of freedom, which is going to have radical ethical consequences, comes directly from his metaphysics. Once again, ethics flows from metaphysics. And the key idea in his metaphysics is what he calls the distinction between being in itself and being for itself. This is essentially the difference between objects, being in itself, and subjects, being for itself. The distinction between objects of consciousness and subjects of consciousness, or things and ideas on the one hand, and persons on the other hand. Things have essences and natures that we can express in concepts and definitions. According to Sartre, persons do not. Man has no essence. There is no such thing as human nature or the human essence. This follows from atheism. Sartre says there is no human nature because there is no God to conceive it. So man is totally free of boundaries, definitions, limits. He can make himself whatever he wills to make himself. He creates his own essence, his own meaning, his own values. So ethics is totally free and totally arbitrary. Nothing justifies one set of values rather than another, or one act rather than another. Sartre uses the formula, existence precedes essence, as the origin of the term existentialism. Sartre invented that term. Not all philosophers who are classified as existentialists agree with Sartre, by the way. By essence, Sartre means definable nature, something that's confined within limits, like a triangle confined within 3 sides, or an acorn confined within the species of oak, or Lassie who can only be a dog, whose meaning is set for it by its natural species. That's the traditional notion of essence. But Sartre has a new, very non-traditional notion of existence. By existence, Sartre means only human existence, not the existence of a thing like a rock. We humans have a unique way of existing, says Sartre. We are subjects and not objects. We are being for itself, that is, conscious and free. And therefore we are not objects of consciousness or of free choice. He gives the example of a paper cutter, a machine designed by man. It has an essence because man conceived it and designed it. And it has a purpose, an end, a value as part of its essence because man made it for that purpose, to cut paper. Now, Sartre says theists believe that man is like a paper cutter because he is conceived and invented by God, designed and planned and created by God. So the idea of man in the mind of God corresponds to the idea of the paper cutter in the mind of man. Man has an essence, human nature, and a meaning and a value because he is an object of divine knowledge and will. But if you drop God, see what follows. There is no human nature because there is no God to conceive it. And there are no values for man, no meaning and purpose to human life because there is no God to will it. That's what Sartre means when he says existence precedes essence, that there is no pre-existing essence or nature or meaning or concept or design or definition for man at all, as there is for things like paper cutters and even things in nature like rocks and acorns and cats, which have a species, a nature, an essence, even though we didn't design them, and neither did God, according to Sartre. They just evolved by chance. But they have a limited, definable, preset nature and limits. Their lives, their careers in time are all predictable. It follows a script. But we are not in any play with a pre-written script. We just turn up on the stage and we have to write the script as we go along. Human life is all ad lib, all improvisation, including ethics. There are no preset moral laws or rights and wrongs or natural rights or objective values. Ethics is pure art, not science. Invention, not discovery. Subjective, not objective. We are free from essence. We create our own essence. Our existence, our life, precedes our essence. That is the freedom inherent in our very mode of being, what I've called metaphysical freedom, our mode of existence as subjects and not objects. So, Sartre argues that this philosophy is the only one that gives man dignity, that does not reduce him to an object, a kind of paper cutter in the mind of God. Traditional Jewish and Christian and Muslim philosophers would argue against this, that man is an object designed by God and therefore has an essence, but they'd say that he also is a subject because he is created in God's image with free will as a subject of moral choice, a subject of knowing and willing, that man has freedom and dignity precisely because of God. But Sartre arrives at the conclusion that man is free from the opposite starting point, that there is no God. But the freedom he means is not just free will, not just freedom from determination or predestination, whether by God or heredity and environment, but freedom from meaning, freedom from having an essence, freedom from having a human nature. What we are, our nature, our character, and our goals, and our purposes, and our values, and our ethics, all this is totally up to us. Our being what we are is not given to us, either by God or by nature. It is made by our own choices. Sartre says that receiving anything is incompatible with being free, whether that anything is your nature, your values, a gift, or even love, which Sartre denies is possible. The consequence is that for Sartre there is no such thing as the meaning of life. Life is not designed by an intelligent author, and therefore full of meaning and significance. It signifies nothing. Life is strictly meaningless, absurd is his word for it. For nothing can justify any of the meanings that we give to it. There are no eternal objective truths to judge our changeable subjective truths, since there's no divine mind for them to be in. And there are no objective values to judge our choices, since there is no divine will for them to come from. He writes, "My entire philosophy is an attempt to draw all the consequences of a consistent atheistic position." That's one good reason to study Sartre, whether you are an atheist or not, as an exercise in seeing the logical consequences of an idea. Ideas have consequences, both in theory and in practice. Another reason to study Sartre, if you do not agree with him, is to appreciate the alternative by contrast. We usually appreciate a thing most only when it's taken away. We appreciate comfort through discomfort, health through illness, riches through poverty, and life through death. When someone dies, we almost always regret not appreciating him enough when he was alive. So with God and an objective meaning to life, which Sartre deliberately yokes together as part of a single package deal. A third reason to study Sartre is that he constitutes a test for the relation between ethics and religion. Can there be an atheistic ethics? Is ethics dependent on religion? There are 4 possible answers. Sartre and Euthyphro both say yes, ethics is dependent on religion. Remember Euthyphro in that Socratic dialogue. And Sartre says no to any objective ethics because he says no to religion. That's the first possibility. While Euthyphro says yes to ethics only because he says yes to religion. That's the second possibility. A third possibility is that of Socrates and Aquinas, who say yes to religion and to ethics, but who don't base their ethics only on religion and faith, but also on reason and philosophy. And a fourth possible position would be that of Plato, who seems to have had no real religion, yet has an absolute ethics. So if you are an atheist, the issue would be Plato versus Sartre. And if you are a theist, the issue is Socrates versus Euthyphro. There's a fourth reason to study Sartre, and that is his existential challenge, his challenge to your own personal life and existence. Sartre's most powerful writings are not his philosophy, I think, but his fiction, especially the novel Nausea and the play No Exit. Nausea shows us Sartre's immediate and direct experience of life as meaningless, absurd, and nauseating, before all the arguments and technical philosophical concepts. And it's very powerful and terrifying. And to those who would point to this nausea and terror as a reason for not studying Sartre, I would reply with Socrates' famous statement that the unexamined life is not worth living. Socrates would say that it is better to honestly face the question of whether life has any meaning or not, even at the risk of giving the negative answer to that question, than to cover it up and refuse to ask the question, because that's not completely honest, and honesty is an absolute value. It is better to face the question of the meaning of life in nausea than never to face it at all. In this novel, Nausea, the protagonist, Roquentin, who is obviously a projection of Sartre himself, looks for meaning in his life everywhere, rather like Solomon in Ecclesiastes, and concludes, like Solomon, that life is vanity of vanities, meaningless. He makes 5 experiments with meaning, tests 5 candidates for the position of the meaning and purpose of life, the summum bonum, and they all fail. First, as a historian, he seeks meaning in finding truth, historical truth, but he becomes convinced that there is no objective truth in history. It all comes from the historian, not from the world. It's all subjective. Then he tries to live a life of wild adventure, and concludes that there are no adventures, just things that happen, one after the other, that's all. There's no meaning to any of them, no reason to risk your life, no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Third, having given up on God, he tries to find meaning in humanism, worshipping man as God. But he finds that he can't idealize man. He finds that man is so disgusting and dishonest that he can't be a worship object, only a worship subject. But there's nothing higher than man to worship. Fourth, he looks for human love, for someone to affirm him and make his life meaningful. But all he finds is women who need him to make their lives meaningful. 2 zeros don't make 1 positive integer, much less 2. Finally, he contemplates suicide, to do away with at least one of these zeros, these meaningless existence. But he realizes that even this would be meaningless, that it's no gain, that neither life nor death are at all meaningful, and that his meaningless corpse is no more meaningful than his meaningless live body. The one most promising experiment of the 5 is love. Sartre admits that if genuine love were possible, love of the other for the other's sake, then that would make life meaningful. But he denies that it is possible. He has never experienced it, either by receiving it or by giving it. His autobiography, The Words, is very candid and revealing there, by the way. And so is Paul Johnson's one-chapter summary of Sartre's life in Intellectuals, a very illuminating book of mini-biographies of modern intellectuals. In his play No Exit, Sartre has 3 people finding themselves dead and in hell, but there are no demons or fires to torture them, just each other to torture each other forever. Obviously, Sartre doesn't believe in life after death or hell, but it's a parable of this life. Each of the 3 needs and craves love, but each one is unlovable and dishonest, and the only way each can love is not to look, to live a lie, to pretend not to know the unlovable characters of the other. But the pretense is impossible. Garcin knows Estelle and therefore does not love her. Estelle knows Inez and therefore does not love her. Inez knows Garcin and therefore does not love him. Sartre is saying that the 2 things everyone needs absolutely are to be known and to be loved. Truth and goodness, light and fire, 2 things that distinguish us from the beasts, the 2 powers of the soul or the spirit, and the 2 knowable attributes of God in Western theology, and the 2 things that 20 million Americans who have had out-of-body experiences or near-death experiences always say they received from the being of light if they met him: total, true, complete, non-illusory knowledge, and total, complete, non-judgmental love. But this is impossible together, says Sartre. This love is impossible for the same reason God is impossible. It would be the synthesis of being in itself and being for itself. Being in itself, the being of objects or concepts or impersonal forces, is perfect and knowable, but it's not a person. It's not free. It's not capable of loving you or knowing you, only of being loved and being known. And being for itself, human reality, is always on the way to becoming itself. That's why he calls it being for itself. It's always imperfect. It's always making new choices in time to try to create its essence, but it can never get there. We are always imperfect and therefore always unlovable. So the things that can love, persons, are not lovable, and the things that are perfect and perfectly lovable, ideals, concepts, essences, objects, these cannot love. Another way to put Sartre's argument here is that genuine altruistic love would have to proceed not from need and imperfection, that would be selfish, egotistic love, a love that I need as my body needs food, but it would proceed from perfection. But perfection is found only in objects and concepts. Objects can't love, and subjects, persons, are imperfect and needy and selfish. So, the only 2 kinds of love Sartre recognizes are some form of sadism or masochism. In sadism, you are the subject, and you reduce the other person to an object. You take away their freedom. In masochism, you let the other person do that to you. All attempts at love come to this, says Sartre: I-it relationships, never I-thou relationships. There's a dull little word that all lovers find suddenly lights up with magic when they fall in love. It's the word we. That word is strictly meaningless to Sartre. There can be no we subject, only an I. And there can be only one I, as there can be only one God. I can't recognize you as another I, another subject, another person. And therefore I can't recognize you and me together. So the argument against love is the same metaphysical argument as the argument against God. Both would be the impossible synthesis of being in itself and being for itself, object and subject, beloved and lover. God would also be both perfect and person, which is impossible. Another way to put this same abstract argument, if any one of these ways makes sense to you, use it and don't worry about the other ones. Another way to say it is that God would be both I, or being for itself, a person, a subject that can know and love, and also being, a perfect being, or object, or essence, or being in itself. That's exactly the two things God said he was when he revealed his name to Moses. I am. He's both I and am, both person and being. Sartre sets up his two metaphysical categories to make God impossible. So what are the ethical consequences of Sartre's atheism? First, of course, that goodness is subjective, man-made, arbitrary, non-justifiable, and utterly different from one individual to the next. There are no universal moral principles, and therefore we can never be certain whether any choice is good or evil. Sartre tells the story of the soldier fighting the Nazis in the French resistance movement who came to him for advice. His company needed him, but so did his mother at home, who was dying, and he couldn't be in both places at the same time. Sartre says there was no possible advice he could give this young man. Each of the two goods excluded the other. The right thing to do in concrete choices like this, says Sartre, is not universal, not definable by any universal rules, but totally up to the individual. A second consequence is that we can never choose evil, since we create the meaning and value of our choices by our act of choosing them. What I may do could be evil to you, but it's always good to me. That's why I did it. There is no pre-existing moral law or moral meaning that can judge anyone's choice as really evil. Sartre tries to mitigate this individualism by adding something like the Kantian categorical imperative in its first version. He says that in choosing what I choose for all mankind. But he gives no logical basis for that I can see. It's just that if he didn't include some minimal moral principle, he would have no morality at all. A third consequence is that ethics is as creative as art. We're not only free to choose our actions with free will, but also free to create whatever value we choose to create. A fourth consequence is that there's no such thing as progress, because progress means betterment, and that means getting better, getting closer to a real good, a goal. But there is no real goal. To judge that something progresses is to presuppose that it's getting closer to a real goal, and that goal must be stable and unchanging, otherwise there can't be any progress towards it. Imagine a base runner trying to steal second base. He couldn't make any progress if the second baseman grabs the base and runs with it towards third base as fast as the runner is running from first to second. Many people who call themselves progressives say that they do not believe in any static, changeless, eternal truths or goods or principles or ideals. Sartre sees the logical self-contradiction there. If there are no changeless truths and goods and goals, then the very idea of progress makes no sense. And if there is no God, there is nothing eternal. Sartre writes, there are no eternal truths because there is no eternal divine mind to think them. Here Sartre offends many of his fellow atheists who call themselves humanists. The term humanism sometimes means simply a philosophy that affirms the intrinsic value of a human being, whether for religious reasons or not. Or it could mean a deliberately anti-religious philosophy which says that man should not bow to any superior being, that there is no God superior to man, that man is in the highest place. This is often called secular humanism. Sartre says to his fellow secular humanists that he does not agree with the strategy of the most famous and influential secular humanists, the philosophers of the French Revolution and the so-called Enlightenment, who wanted to do away with God as an unscientific and harmful idea, but wanted to retain the notion of absolute values, eternal values, unchangeable moral principles. Sartre says that that makes no sense for metaphysical reasons. If there is no God, there are profound consequences that follow for morality. Sartre writes, the humanist wants to get rid of God with the least possible expense. Something like this: God is a useless and costly hypothesis, and we are discarding it. But in order for values to be taken seriously, there must be some a priori goods. It must be good a priori to be honest, to speak the truth, not to beat your wife, to have children, etc. Sartre replies, not so, because we are in a reality in which there are only men. He writes, "The existentialist, on the contrary, finds it very distressing that God does not exist, because all possibility of finding meaning and value in some heaven of ideas disappears along with God. There can be no a priori good because there is no infinite and perfect consciousness to think it." An a priori good would be something that is good prior to our experience, prior to our knowledge of it, or our willing it. In other words, objective values. Dostoevsky had prophesied this. He had his atheistic character, Ivan Karamazov, reason, if God does not exist, everything is permissible. Ivan very much wants God not to exist because he wants everything to be permissible, because he hates his loathsome father and wants to murder him without guilt. Sartre writes, "God does not exist, and as a result, everything is permissible. And as a result of this, man is in despair, because neither within him nor without does he find anything to cling to, anything to give him meaning." You might think that atheism is an easy philosophy because there's no cosmic father wagging his finger saying no to anything you may want to do. But I think Sartre sees deeper than this. His next sentence is not, "and as a result man is free and greatly relieved of his old burden of guilt," but rather, "and as a result man is in despair." He sees, just as Viktor Frankl sees in Man's Search for Meaning, that our deepest need is not so much freedom as meaning, and he thinks those two are incompatible. Either we have total freedom because there is no God, and therefore no real objective meaning and no preset values to limit our freedom to create whatever values we will, or else we have only limited freedom, but an objective meaning, because there is a God or something like a God. If not the God of Abraham, at least the God of Plato, the eternal idea of the good, or the God of Aristotle, the uncaused cause of all change in the universe, the perfect being, or the God of Kant, the ideal that we should believe in even though we can't prove that he exists, in order to justify the absolute morality of the categorical imperative, or even Hinduism's Brahman, or even Buddha's Nirvana, or Confucius's will of heaven, or Taoism's Tao, some eternal truth that we can fail to conform to and thus be wrong. In Sartre's world, no one can ever be wrong, because everything is permissible. And everything is permissible because there is no God. And because there is no wrong, there is no real right either. And as a result, we are in despair, meaningless and absurd. Sartre is an example of what William James called a tough-minded philosopher. He affirms his final conclusion that we are absurd simply because he thinks it is true, not because it makes him happy. James classifies all thinkers as tough-minded or tender-minded, and he says the two can never agree because they have two different non-negotiable absolutes. The tender-minded says that goodness or morality or happiness is the absolute, and the tough-minded says that objective truth, facts, is the absolute. Well, one could be tender-minded or tough-minded, and one could be an atheist or a theist, and that would give us four possible combinations. Sartre is a tough-minded atheist. He is an atheist because he thinks it's true, not because atheism helps him to be good or to find meaning or to overcome despair or to be happy. The humanists that Sartre criticizes are tender-minded atheists. They are atheists because they think atheism is useful, fashionable, a way to overcome myth or guilt or old-fashioned ideas, or they're atheists because it makes them liberated. Another very famous tender-minded atheist is Nietzsche. If you know anything about Nietzsche, you may be surprised that I call him tender-minded, but his argument for atheism is as far from tough-mindedness as you could imagine. He is an atheist not because of objective facts, but because of his subjective feelings and desires. I will quote Nietzsche's argument for atheism. He says, "I will now disprove the existence of all gods. If there were gods, how could I bear not to be a god? Consequently, there are no gods." Nietzsche wills God out of existence. He kills God. He announces not that God does not exist, objectively, but that God is dead, and we have killed him. A third possibility would be a tough-minded theist like Aquinas, who believes in God because he thinks he can prove that God does in fact exist. For a tough-minded thinker, the only justification for believing any idea is that it's true, whether it's desirable or not, helpful or not. C.S. Lewis is a good example of a 20th century tough-minded theist. He says in his autobiography, Surprised by Joy, that he was converted from atheism to theism as reluctantly as possible, kicking and screaming, the most reluctant convert in all England. The fourth possibility would be a tender-minded theist who believes in God not because he's convinced it is true, but because that belief is helpful, useful, comforting, or necessary for morality. That's Kant's position. Morality is Kant's absolute, and he thinks that if there is no God, there cannot be real absolute morality. But he also thinks there is no way of knowing whether there is or is not a God, because metaphysics is impossible. So we must live as if there is a God, even though perhaps there is not. Just to challenge you, let me give you my personal opinion here. I have more sympathy for Sartre than for Kant on this issue, because even though I believe that God really exists, I also believe that honesty is an absolutely absolute absolute. And living as if God existed, even if perhaps he doesn't, sounds subtly dishonest to me. Like believing in Santa Claus, even though you're old enough to know better, but it makes you feel good and behave better around Christmas time. If I were God and had to judge Sartre and Kant, I would give Kant the severer purgatory because he didn't learn lesson 1, the primacy of truth, while Sartre did. Or seemed to, anyway, only God knows. Next time we will look at the relation between ethics and Eastern religions rather than Western: Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism.
After listening to Lecture 12, a student posed this question to Professor Kraft. Why did Sartre write books if he considered everything to be meaningless? Let's listen to the professor's response.
If Sartre were asked the question, if everything is meaningless, why do you write books? He wouldn't try to give a meaning for it. He would, I think, say, writing books is simply an activity. It's like blowing up a bubble. There's no substance inside or outside of a bubble. There's just emptiness and meaninglessness. But a bubble is the place where the inside emptiness expands, the bubble expands, and the outside emptiness contracts. So the only thing to do is blow up your bubble. It's like Nietzsche's will to power, but without the passion. Writing is simply a meaningless activity like breathing, but it's what I do, says Sartre, so I do it. But you don't have to have a motivation for doing anything you do, according to Sartre. Actually, if you want to read a more poetic and passionate atheist, I'd recommend Nietzsche. Beyond Good and Evil, his attack on religion and morality, is Sartre plus poetry and passion.
This ends Lecture 12. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 13, Eastern Ethics.
So far, we have confined our exploration of ethics to half the world, the Western half. We've ignored the East, the Orient. But if ethics is universal, we had better look East as well as West. For the same reason, we should look at the past as well as the present. We will find a different kind of connection between ethics and religion in the Orient. Ethics is part of philosophy, and in the West, philosophy distinguished itself from religion, due largely to Socrates and his successors. But in the East there was no Socrates, and so philosophy is not a purely rational science in the East. It's always closely tied to religion. Well, you may wonder then whether they should be called ethical philosophies, since they're not based on reason but faith or religious experience. But if philosophy means the love of wisdom, they could be called philosophies. They could also be called religious if religion means some sort of relation to some sort of absolute being or absolute reality or absolute something. However, Eastern religions are not religions in the sense that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are religions. That is, except for Bhakti Hinduism, they do not include the following claims: that there is a personal God who created the universe out of nothing, that God revealed himself by written scriptures and historical miracles, that religion is a dialogue between two distinct persons, man and God, that God has a will, that he's a moral commander, and that he gave mankind moral commandments. The four most influential and lasting and popular religions in the East are Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. Each of these religions includes a moral code, And the religions and philosophies of the world differ quite significantly on theoretical questions like the nature of God and the relations between God and the world, and between God and the soul, and between the soul and the body, and between spirit and matter. But they don't differ very much on practical questions, questions about practice, about how to live. There is a very impressive agreement about the content of moral goodness. In an earlier lecture, I distinguished 3 levels of morality. First, pragmatic survival morality, a morality that's a mere means to the end of survival and order. I won't hurt you if you don't hurt me. Second, justice morality, do the right thing just because it's right. Finally, a third level says we should go beyond justice to charity, unselfishness, that the self exists not to have its desires gratified, that's the presupposition of first-level morality, or even to act equally and justly, as in second-level morality, but to give itself away, to forget itself. The meaning of life is to be a saint. Now, almost everyone recognizes level 1 morality. We need peace and order and survival. And most people recognize level 2 morality, though not all, especially today, when for the first time many intellectuals deny there are any objective and universal moral absolutes, but I think level 2 morality is still pretty much in place. But level 3 morality is rare. Justice, equal rights, that's not rare, but going beyond justice, not just to sentimental love, but to the extent of giving up your very self, that's quite rare. And yet every great religion in the world has taught level 3 morality. Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Zoroaster, the Hindu sages, Buddha, Lao Tzu, Confucius, all teach self-forgetfulness, self-giving, self-subordination. All teach some version of the paradox that to find yourself, you must lose yourself. Yet, although the content of ethics in the Eastern religious traditions is high or idealistic, third level, yet the status of ethics, the role of ethics in these religions tends to be lower or less than in Western religions. In this sense, in Western religions, moral behavior comes from all the way up and goes all the way up. It's commanded by God, and it's our response to God, our response to ultimate reality, since God has a will and God is a moralist. The ultimate reason for human morality is God, whether it's His will or His nature. Over and over again in the Jewish scriptures, especially the book of Deuteronomy, God repeats, "You must be holy because I, the Lord your God, am holy." Now, in Eastern religions, we must also be holy, but not for that reason. Morality doesn't go all the way up. At a certain stage in the climb up the mountain to God, morality is left behind, like the first stages of a multi-stage rocket, or like a ladder that you use to climb onto the roof. You don't need it anymore once you're on the roof. In Eastern religions, the purpose of morality is to wipe the bad dust off the mirror of the human mind so that we can see God, so that we can have mystical experience. The goal of Eastern religions is mysticism. The goal of Western religions is sanctity. In the East, the moral will has to be purified so that the mind is clear. In the West, the mind has to be enlightened so that the will can be better. In Hinduism, the ultimate reality is called Brahman. In some Hindu traditions, like Bhakti Yoga and the Bhagavad Gita, Brahman is a person to be loved and trusted. In the other Hindu traditions, Brahman is not a person, but simply the one and only reality of which we are all manifestations. The ultimate end of Hinduism is realizing our unity with Brahman, realizing that in the depths of our soul, or Atman, we are all one, like a single undersea continent, even though it appears on the surface to be separate islands. And that one that we really all are is Brahman, God, infinite and absolute and indefinable perfection. The expression of this unity of Atman to Brahman is the formula, "Thou art that," Tat Tvam Asi in Sanskrit. Atman is Brahman. There are 4 different roads to Brahman, 4 different yogas to the realization of unity with Brahman. The word yoga means deed or work, or yoking to a task, a way of life. All are interior journeys of self-discovery that lead to Atman and thus to Brahman, but they're for different personalities. Each includes a moral code, and the moral codes are similar. Purification from all kinds of evil and impurity and selfishness, but the psychological emphases differ. Jnana Yoga is a mental, intellectual path by which you learn to understand yourself differently. You learn to detach your thoughts from your body and your ego and its desires. You learn to identify yourself with the universal observing mind, or Brahman. Karma Yoga is a path to Brahman through ordinary daily work, fulfilling your karmic duties with a new motive, not for the hope of personal happiness by fulfilling your desires, but sheer obedience to your fate, your karma in the mind of Brahman. Bhakti Yoga is a personal, emotional path of love and attachment to Brahman instead of yourself. And finally, Raja Yoga is a careful, difficult, detailed, experimental path, like turning your life into a spiritual laboratory. It combines elements of all the others. Ethics is somewhat different on the 4 different yoga paths. The role of the mind is obviously primary in Jnana Yoga, and the role of emotion and personal attachment is primary in Bhakti Yoga, and the role of work and purity of motive in work is primary in Karma Yoga. But they all have the same goal: detachment from selfishness and attainment of unself-consciousness. The explanation of what happens then differ. Some Hindus believe that you then see that you simply are Brahman, while other Hindus believe that you then attain union with Brahman, a kind of spiritual marriage, a little closer to Orthodox Jewish and Christian mysticism. The theologies differ, even within the one religion of Hinduism, and certainly between different world religions, but the ethics is quite similar. Probably the major specific difference between Hindu ethics and most Western ethics concerns the value of individual human life. If a pious Hindu sees someone dying in the street, he will not necessarily try to save him, because that might be interfering with his karma. This life is not the only one, so this man is only passing out of one body and will soon get another one by reincarnation. Here's one example of the way a theological belief, reincarnation, makes a difference to ethics. There are 2 theological beliefs that make a great difference here: the Christian idea of the incarnation and the Hindu idea of reincarnation. The incarnation means the belief that Jesus of Nazareth was literally God become man, and that this man was in fact the eternal, perfect, all-good, all-knowing, all-powerful Creator, the mind of God, or the Son of God, or the Logos of God. Well, if God became man, man is raised as high as anything can possibly go. You don't have to believe in the truth of this Christian doctrine to see that it is the strongest possible reason for belief in the dignity of man, and the dignity of women too, for no other religion has ever called a woman the mother of God. The other theological doctrine that makes a difference to moral values and the value of individual human life in particular is the Hindu doctrine of reincarnation, that after you die, your soul gets another human body and comes back to earth to learn the lessons you didn't learn the last time around, to fulfill your karma, your destiny, and cosmic justice, to reap the rewards for virtue and the punishments for vice from your last life. Just as the Christian doctrine of the incarnation of God in man makes man and life on earth much more precious than common sense takes it to be, the Hindu doctrine of reincarnation makes it less important, less final than common sense takes it to be. I don't mean this as a criticism or an evaluation, just a description. I think Hindus would agree with that description, would say that we Westerners, whether religious or secular, take ourselves and our lives on earth and our individualities and our individual deaths much too seriously, that we should fear death less and love life less than we do, because both are only temporary and repeatable. But the West thinks they're not repeatable. If you believe that you only go around once in life, then you'll take that life much more seriously. That's true for both the believer in individual life after death in heaven and for those who don't believe in life after death, because for both, this is the only earthly life you get, so you'd better get it right. As the old beer commercial said, you only go around once in life, so live it with gusto. But if you believe in reincarnation, it's like taking a test with endless chances to retake it if you fail. If you don't believe in reincarnation, it's like taking a final exam with no chance to retake it. And that difference has produced a big cultural difference between life in the West and life in the East, especially in India. India is very patient. The West is very impatient. We have more hospitals, but also more wars. Our ethics emphasizes right action. It's more involved and practical. Hindu ethics emphasizes right understanding. It's more detached and contemplative. Buddhism is an offshoot of Hinduism, a kind of simplified and purified Hinduism. Buddha's ethics, summarized in his Noble Eightfold Path, is similar to Raja Yoga in Hinduism, but Buddhism rejects the Hindu theory of Brahman and Atman. Buddhism is either atheist or agnostic about Brahman, and it denies that there is an Atman, or a spiritual substance called the soul. It says that our belief that we have souls, or egos, or selves stems from our practice of selfish desire. If we stopped desiring, we'd stop thinking that there was anyone there doing the desiring. So the ultimate end of Buddhist ethics is to stop all selfish desire, to purify our thoughts and actions from selfishness in order to reach the state of consciousness called nirvana. Nirvana means extinction of selfish desire and thus of self-consciousness, and therefore of suffering, because suffering comes from selfish desire, according to Buddhism. Now, most of us in the West agree with Buddhists that selfish desire is bad, but we do not agree that the self is an illusion, and that ending self-consciousness is the ultimate good. We do like the idea of salvation from suffering, of course, but not at the expense of salvation from joy and love and happiness too, which is the price you have to pay if the very idea of the self is extinguished. For it is the same self that both suffers and enjoys, both hates and loves, is both bad and good. Once you reach nirvana, you are not good or bad, you simply are not. So even though there is a strict ethics on the Noble Eightfold Path to reach nirvana, and one that is quite similar to much of Western ethics, it exists only to be transcended. It is not a way of perfecting the self, but of destroying it, or rather destroying the illusion that there is a self. There are different schools of thought and different emphases within Buddhism, but the essence of Buddhism, as summarized by Buddha himself in the 6th century BC, is the Four Noble Truths. First, that all life is infected with suffering, or dukkha. To live is to suffer. Second, that the cause of suffering, the reason we suffer, is because of greed, or grasping, or tanha. We have selfish desires, and that sets up a gap between desire and satisfaction. And that gap is what suffering is, wanting what you don't have. In the words of a very popular philosopher, you can't always get what you want. Or another line, I can't get no satisfaction. Buddha diagnoses the cause of that symptom as desire. Third noble truth, to eliminate the effect, eliminate the cause. So the way to extinguish suffering is to extinguish selfish desire. Nirvana, or extinction, is the prognosis, the cure. But how do you do that? You need a prescription, and that's the Noble Eightfold Path, which is the fourth noble truth, the way to the extinction of selfish desires. In the Noble Eightfold Path, life is divided into 8 aspects, and egoism is deliberately reduced to 0 in each part. Inner consciousness, outer consciousness, desire, occupation, friends, etc. Buddhism is a way of salvation, but not salvation from sin, as Christianity is, but from suffering. There is no notion of sin, or of a divine law, or a divine will to sin against, or even a personal God in Buddhism. So just as in Hinduism, ethics does not go all the way up in Buddhism, as it does in Christianity and Judaism and Islam, where there is a God who is good and a moralist. Here's a story to show the striking similarity between Buddhist ethics and Christian ethics, despite the striking dissimilarity between their theologies and religions and metaphysics. The story comes from the 10th or 11th century, from Tibet. A pious Buddhist was meditating alone before a gold statue of Buddha in a monastery in Tibet in the middle of winter. He had on 2 robes, and there was a fire in his fireplace. A thief came in from the storm outside, noticed the gold Buddha, and noticed that the monk was in a trance, so he stole the statue. But as he was leaving, he noticed the monk's nice yellow robe, so he stole that too, off his body. This woke the monk up, and the monk chased the thief out into the snow and caught him. But instead of calling the police, the monk gave the thief his second robe. He said, I kept calling you to stop, but you wouldn't listen. You need this second robe more than I do. Your job requires you to be out on the road in the middle of winter, but I have a nice warm fireplace. Here, take this second robe too. The thief said, You must be a crazy man. No, I'm a Buddhist monk. Well, I think you're crazy. I will explain to you why I'm not crazy. Tell me, suppose you were out in this storm and you had 2 gloves on your right hand and nothing on your left hand, and your left hand was freezing. What would you do? The thief said, I'd put one of the gloves on my left hand, of course. And would that act be crazy? No. Well, then I am not crazy either, because that's exactly what I've just done. The thief understood, and he was so impressed with this wisdom that he came back to the monastery and learned to be a pious Buddhist himself. Now, one of the fascinating things about that story is how closely it resembles a Christian story from the 6th century in France about Saint Martin of Tours. It's a story Victor Hugo used as a model in Les Miserables for his pious priest who gave Jean Valjean his silverware to save him from being arrested. Saint Martin was a rich but pious bishop, and a thief stole some gold from him, and the police caught the thief and brought Saint Martin into the town square to identify the thief. And Martin said, yes, that is my gold, but this man ran away so fast that I forgot to give him the rest of my gift, my coat. Here, my poor man, you need this coat more than I do. And he took the coat off his back and gave it to the thief. The behavior is strikingly similar and strikingly unusual. It's as if Buddhist saints and Christian saints share some strange secret. But their explanations are strikingly different. When St. Martin explained to the thief later why he did this, he said, with this gold I have bought your soul for Christ. It is Christ who did this deed to you, through me. You must learn to live for Christ as I have. You must learn charity. You must learn to save others as Christ has saved you. But the Buddhist explanation was simply rational and impersonal. The Christian explanation was personal. I and you and your soul and Christ as real persons, all of which Buddhism denies. Yet, the two strikingly dissimilar religions produce strikingly similar kinds of lives. The 2 greatest virtues for Buddhism are wisdom and compassion, or prajna and karuna. Wisdom means enlightenment, overcoming the illusion of distinct individuality, and compassion means feeling one with all suffering beings. Karuna, or Buddhist compassion, is not the same as agape or Christian charity. They both negate the same thing, selfishness, but they don't both affirm the same thing. Karuna is empathy with all suffering beings, a feeling or intuition. Agape is active love, willing the good of the other, an act of the will. And here's a second difference. Both karuna and agape are to be given to all people, both good and bad, but karuna is to be given to animals too, equally with humans, because they suffer too. This is illustrated by the following Buddhist story. 2 Buddhists were fishing. The first, who was enlightened, saw a lizard come up out of the water and attach itself to his hand and start to suck his blood. But he didn't pull his hand back. He fed the lizard his own blood, out of compassion for the lizard who was starving. The second Buddhist, who was not enlightened, said, don't you know what that lizard is? It's poisonous. The first replied, don't you know who that lizard is? It's me. So in Buddhism, as in Hinduism, there is not the great priority put on human life and human individuality, and certainly not on human bodily salvation, which there is in the West by both Western religions and Western secularism. Here is a Buddhist story about love and hate. Buddhist ethics agrees with the West that hate is very bad, but it does not agree that love, charity, agape is as good. Certainly not that it is the ultimate good, the highest value. In the story, an inexperienced sailor who couldn't swim took out his sailboat on a large lake. A storm came up, and he tried to get the boat back to dock, but every time he approached the dock, another sailboat got in his way, so he had to retreat. Finally, the wind got so bad that his boat toppled over. As he began to sink, the offending boat passed near him again, and he raised his fist in anger at the irresponsible sailor who had cost him his life, but he couldn't see who was sailing the boat. He sank down, then bobbed up again and saw the boat a second time, and shook his fist at it, but he couldn't see the sailor. Finally, just before he went down for the 3rd time and drowned, he saw the boat a 3rd time, and this time it was close enough to see who was sailing it. No one. It was empty. He had no one to hate. So he unclutched his fist and died in peace. The boat is the body. The sailor is the soul, the self, the ego. There is no ego, according to Buddhism. We are empty boats, driven by the wind. There is no one there to hate, and when we see that, we can no longer hate. But the price you have to pay for that is that there is also no one there to love. Confucian ethics is much less mystical than Hindu or Buddhist ethics and much more practical and political. Its central idea is harmony. Justice does not mean equality or rights, but a kind of social music, each person singing the note that is right for them. Confucius took this central idea of harmony and constructed a social ethic that transformed China from a period of civil war to relative peace and unity and stability for over 2,000 years, until Mao Zedong, history's greatest mass murderer, destroyed it and replaced it with the opposite philosophy, communism, which is based on class conflict and totalitarian force. Confucius was not much of a success in his lifetime, just like Socrates, yet his influence is unparalleled in history. For 2,000 years, every Chinese schoolchild imbibed Confucian principles for every aspect of life at every hour of the day. Confucius was probably the single most successful thinker in the field of social ethics in the history of the world. I think most Americans would find it impossibly oppressive and narrow and artificial to live in a Confucian society. Everything is done like an 18th century ball, with elaborate correctness. There is a right way to address your older brother, which is different than the way to address your older sister, and also different from the way to address your younger brother, and so forth. But it worked. Another thing we would find very different about Confucian ethics is that its basic unit is not the individual, but the family. The individual is subordinated to the extended family. Preserving family loyalties and honor is primary. Individual happiness is secondary. And surprisingly, this system seems to have satisfied more individuals than any other in history, in the world's largest nation for the longest time. Another thing we would find alien is the very great emphasis placed on tradition and respect for the old. We're a youth culture. Confucianism envies the old more than the young, because it values what the old are better at, wisdom, more highly than what the young are better at, pleasure or health. In fact, there's so much respect for ancestors that they are almost worshipped. Perhaps the most pervasive difference between Confucian ethics and Western ethics is this, where the genius of the West is to distinguish things, ever since Judaism and Christianity distinguished the creator and the creation, and good and evil, much more sharply than paganism had done, and to define things clearly and logically ever since Socrates. In contrast, it is the genius of the East, especially in Confucianism, to join things and people, to mediate and compromise. A striking social indication of this difference is the fact that America has only 4% of the world's people, but 75% of the world's lawyers, while China has 20% of the world's people, but only 1% of the world's lawyers. Confucianism is opposite to Taoism in many ways. Its founder Lao Tzu was a romantic and a mystic, whereas Confucius was a rational pragmatist. Confucius met Lao Tzu once, and afterwards said, "I know a monkey and a fox and a rat when I meet one, but today I have met a dragon." We know very little about Lao Tzu. His name means only the old guy. He left civilized China, like Thoreau leaving for Walden Pond, riding off on a water buffalo, disenchanted with the rules and regulations of Confucianism. But the gatekeeper at the Great Wall, who had heard of his wisdom, wouldn't let him pass through till he paid, not in money, but in wisdom. So Lao Tzu got down off his water buffalo, tossed off 81 short poems, gave them to the gatekeeper, and left, never to be heard of again. Those 81 poems constitute the Tao Te Ching, which is the second most popular book in the world next to the Bible. Not only Taoists, of whom there are very few even in China, but Confucians and Buddhists and Hindus and even Christians love the book. Many parts of it sound like Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. Qing means book or classic. Dai, which is also one of the 5 most important moral virtues in Confucianism, means spiritual power, and Tao means way. It means the way ultimate reality works, and therefore also, in the second place, the way nature works in manifestation of ultimate reality. Learning from nature is the key to Taoist ethics. And finally, also, in the third place, the way or lifestyle of the wise individual and the wise society that imitates the way or patterns or style of nature, just as nature imitates the eternal Tao. That pattern is similar to Christian charity and Hindu-Buddhist mysticism in that it is self-giving, yielding. The greatest power, or Dai, according to Taoism, is in the feminine side of our being, our womb-like receptivity. Rigid things die, flexible things live. The great strong oak tree breaks in the hurricane, but the weak little willow tree does not. The favorite Taoist model in nature is water. Water always goes to the lowest place, the humblest place, and it has no form of its own. It takes the form of its containers. Yet it's the source of all life, and its waves, dashing themselves to extinction on the hard rocks, are not changed by the rocks, but the rocks are changed by it, in fact turned to sand after millions of years, because water is so patient. The Tao Te Ching is full of images of the power of the Tao, like the emptiness at the center of a bowl, or the doors and windows that are useful precisely because they're not full and hard, but empty. So if we let our spirit be empty, we too will have the power of the Tao, and it will work through us. When the first Japanese mountain climbing team conquered Mount Everest, they stopped 50 feet from the summit and went back down, out of respect for the mountain. Asked why, they said, "We did not climb to conquer Everest, but to befriend her." That's like the Tao, humble. Taoism would see the modern Western ideal of man's conquest of nature by technology as absurd and impossible. The Tao Te Ching says, nature is a sacred vessel. Those who only want to use her do not succeed. Nature is your mother. You don't conquer your mother. One of the movements in Western thought today that owes a lot to Taoism is sometimes called deep ecology, as distinct from merely pragmatic, practical, conservationist ecology. Taoism never took much in China except as a protest movement. The Confucians were the responsible establishment, the main culture. The Taoists were the counterculture. Together they made an odd couple, complementing each other like Mars and Venus, left brain and right brain, classical and romantic, practical and mystical, or, to use the Chinese terms, yin and yang. Eastern ethics, especially in Taoism, takes its standard from nature, from the law of yin and yang. We find this in nature, mutually dependent pairs, light and dark, hot and cold, male and female, and also life and death. At the heart of life, there is death. As soon as we're born, we begin to die. Or as Jim Morrison says, nobody gets out of here alive. Socrates made the same point in a joke on his deathbed. After receiving the poison, his sentence of execution, his last words to his disciple Crito were, "Crito, we owe a cock to Asclepius. Be sure to pay the debt." Asclepius was the god of healing. Pious Greeks who had a life-threatening illness slept in his temple overnight, and if they were healed, they attributed it to this god. The thank offering for the god's rescue from death was a sheep if you were rich, and a cock if you were poor, like Socrates. But there is no mention of Socrates ever being sick. And the god did not rescue him from death. He died less than a minute after telling Crito to pay this debt to the god. But Socrates' point was the same as Jim Morrison's. This world is a world of death, and now he was being delivered from it. Socrates' implied point is that at the heart of this life there is death, and at the heart of death there is new life, immortal life, heavenly life, like yin and yang. I think there's great wisdom in this, but I think something is missing. I think moral good and evil are in one way not like physical life and death. Life depends on death, but good does not depend on evil. Life does depend on death. If some of us don't shuffle off this mortal coil, there'll be no room for others to arrive. But good does not depend on evil. You don't have to be wicked in order to be virtuous. Unless ultimate reality is like that, both bad and good. Unless even God has a dark side, as in George Lucas's Hindu theology in the Star Wars trilogy, where Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. In other words, where the hero is not the son of God, but more like the son of Satan. Or, to be more exact, where good and evil both go all the way up. Vishnu is the creator, and Shiva is the destroyer, and that's Brahman. Or else where neither of them go all the way up, and ultimate reality is beyond good and evil, as in Buddhism. But in the West, rooted as it is in Jewish and Christian and Muslim theology, ultimate reality, or God, is good and not evil. He does not have a dark side. And the meaning of life is being like him, and he discriminates between good and evil, and tells us to choose good and reject evil. So morality is taken with ultimate seriousness, because it's rooted in something ultimate. It's the absolute essence of the good for Plato. It's God for Jews, Christians, and Muslims. It's the rational, universal, necessary, unchangeable, abstract a priori of the categorical imperative for Kant. So whether it's pre-Christian or Christian or post-Christian, the West tends to moral absolutism. Morality is not relative to immorality, as yin is relative to yang. There have been philosophies in the West which have disagreed with this. The Sophists and the Epicureans in ancient Greece and Rome, and Machiavelli and the utilitarians in the modern West. But up till recently, they have been the minority. They probably still are among the masses, but not among the intellectuals. And that's probably one reason why Oriental philosophies are more popular and fashionable today at the same time as moral relativism is replacing moral absolutism. And this raises the question of the future of ethics in Western civilization, and the future of that civilization itself, and the connection between those two things. Can our civilization survive without its traditional ethical foundations? That is the question we will think about for the last lecture.
After listening to Lecture 13, a student posed this question to Professor Kraft. How do you explain the similarities in the ethical systems of so many different religions? Let's listen to the professor's response.
It's a real puzzle to account for the striking similarity between, for instance, Buddhist ethics and Christian ethics if they're not derived from a similar religion or theology and if there's no historical connection. They're not copied from each other. So where do they come from? I said something about the Buddhist and the Christian and basically all religious saints and mystics having a common secret. Where do they get that secret from? Well, Plato would explain it in terms of a kind of innate unconscious knowledge, something like Jung's collective unconsciousness. And if you pierce through that, anyone can see it at any time and any place. There seems to be something to that. I could account for that in two ways, vertically or horizontally, so to speak. Vertically, if God created us in his own image, then maybe he put in us a kind of mental resemblance, a kind of set of almost genetic tendencies to think these right thoughts. Or horizontally, if once we were more perfect and innocent and close to God than we are now, if something like the story of the Garden of Eden is true, then maybe there's a kind of collective racial unconscious memory of that. And if that is true, that would explain another puzzle, why we are so disenchanted with the world, why we all have a lover's quarrel with the world. Pascal says we're like disinherited princes. We're not satisfied until we get back on the throne. But we never were on the throne in our memory. Well, maybe we were way back beyond our memory.
This ends Lecture 13. A History of Moral Thought, Lecture 14. Final questions. Who's to say who's right?
I hope you have followed all 13 of these lectures actively, not passively, thinking through the questions yourself, not just listening, but talking back, dialoguing with each of the philosophers. If you have done this, then I will venture to guess at least one aspect of the result, one characteristic of your state of mind now: confusion. Even if you understood everything each philosopher taught, and all his reasons for it, what you do not understand is how you should interiorize them and personalize them and assimilate them, whether you can reconcile them, and if so, how. What are you as a single individual to learn from these very different minds? Can these different flowers be arranged in a single harmonious bouquet? In these 13 lectures, I have tried to take you on a guided tour of just a few highlights, a very small sample of a very large and rich and complex history of ethical philosophizing. I feel like a tour guide who is finishing up a one-day whirlwind tour of 13 different cities in a country with a long, rich, complex history, like England or Italy. But the country we have explored is not a foreign one. It is our home. This is the country of human reason. Our reason, thinking about human life, our life, about the moral meanings of this life, about the good life and the good society, about good and evil, our good and evil. So, if we are human, the question is our question. But the confusion is our confusion, too, because the answers have been many and different and apparently contradictory to each other, so who's to say who's right? That question is the one always asked by philosophy students. It can mean one of three different things. Two of them are cop-outs. Only the third is going to lead us anywhere. First, it can simply be an excuse for mental laziness, for a non-serious skepticism. Who's to say could mean, it's a wild goose chase, save yourself the trouble. I know that we can never know. Second, it could be a desperate search for some authority figure, some expert whom you could just follow instead of thinking for yourself. This authoritarianism or dogmatism is very similar to skepticism, our first mistake, even though the two sound like opposites, because both spare you the wear and tear on your gray matter. Both are convenient. Both are mentally lazy. A third meaning of who's to say could be an honest confession of confusion and doubt and a request for some clarification and some answer to it, some way to make it educative. So that is what I will try to supply for you now. So in this concluding lecture, I want to address two questions. First, whether we can reconcile or synthesize or relate the insights from so many different philosophical positions, and if so, how? Light from many different lamps. And second, how are you expected to profit from them? What do you gain? What difference do these philosophers make? How are you better after you study them than before? First, then, how do we cope with the confusion and with the contradictions? I think our first reaction should be gratitude, because we wouldn't have this problem, this confusion, if we lived in and inherited a smaller, narrower, more monolithic civilization. One of the glories of Western civilization is that it fosters this debate, this pluralism of philosophies. Only a free society, only free minds produce such diversity and confusion. When we study a little intellectual history and begin to hear this rich, large chorus of voices stretching back to Socrates and the Sophists, we do not hear the sound of one hand clapping, or one voice singing solo, or even one note sung by all voices in unison. We hear many different voices. But is it cacophony or is it harmony that we hear? I think we hear both, rather like a late Beethoven symphony, like the Ninth. Perhaps we just haven't gotten to the Ode to Joy yet, or perhaps we've left it behind. Or perhaps the very disharmony is the harmony. Perhaps the very disagreements make up the best harmony. Perhaps we have agreed to disagree. But isn't it true that some of these differences between the different moral philosophers are not just complementary but contradictory? Not just different emphases or different dimensions or different insights that could all be synthesized, but either-ors that can't be mediated. Differences that are like wars, where one side wins and the other side loses. The difference between Plato and Aristotle may be mainly a difference in emphasis, but the difference between Plato and Machiavelli certainly seems to be a contradiction, and about some of the most important questions in the world, issues that cut to the heart and draw blood. These philosophies are not like different colors, but like night versus day. But which one is the night and which one is the day? Is Machiavelli in Plato's cave, or is Plato in it, and Machiavelli out in the sunlight? Both night and day are spread like a sky over everything. Your answer to these basic questions that these philosophers ask will make a difference to not just some things, but everything in your life. Questions like, do we have a free will? Do we have a creator, a divine judge, a spiritual soul, life after death? Does life have one objectively real ultimate end and purpose and meaning and greatest good? And if not, what is its meaning? And if so, what is it? Is there a double moral standard, one for individuals and another for societies? Is moral progress a fact? Has there been moral regress? Are we better, wiser, happier than the ancients, or are we less? These are questions that we've argued about passionately in our past history. In fact, often so passionately that some have killed and others have died because of this passion. Socrates may have been the first martyr for philosophical beliefs, but he was not the last. Just to take one example, if a certain philosopher named Karl Marx had not written a certain little book called the Communist Manifesto, about 100 million people would not have been killed in one century alone, the 20th, in ideological wars, from the Spanish Civil War to Mao Zedong's ideological purges in China. And before that, America's bloodiest war, the Civil War, was about a moral issue, slavery. And the French Revolution, the archetype of modern revolutions, was about ideas, liberty, fraternity, equality versus throne and altar. In the 17th century, we have the bloodiest war in Europe's history, the 30 Years' War, which killed a third of the entire civilian population of most of Germany. And that was a war of ideas, basically Catholic versus Protestant. Now, our past history always shapes our present, collectively as well as individually, at least on an unconscious level. So I suspect that we fear today to argue very passionately anymore about these great moral questions because we fear the violence that used to result from that passion. Not just because we're cowards, afraid to die for our convictions, but because we are more compassionate and unwilling to kill for our convictions. And because we are rational and we see that ideological wars really amount to saying, look here, we can't agree. We have deep differences of opinion about deep things, and therefore from this premise we deduce the following conclusion. Let's all dress up in uniforms and go out and kill each other. That's obviously the only way to settle philosophical questions. I think we are so rightly skeptical of that absurd conclusion that we fear to embrace the premise from which it was deduced. Namely, that there are real, deep, important differences about good and evil, and that these are things to be passionate about. But I think there is another and better way to avoid that bad conclusion. We need not deny the premise, which seems to be true. We need only deny that the false conclusion follows logically from that true premise. We need only deny that if we are passionate seekers of the truth about the good, if we demand to distinguish who sees the truth about good and evil and who does not, that if we do this, then we must necessarily translate that mental and spiritual passion into physical violence. That if we believe in the inner war or spiritual struggle or jihad against ignorance and evil, then we will also necessarily believe in and wage outer wars. We used to do that in religion. We don't do it much anymore. The last war of religion was in Northern Ireland. I think the Palestinian Intifada is not a war within Western civilization, and it's not primarily a war about religion, but about territory. Well, how have we succeeded in religion? Religion is still taken seriously, even passionately, by most people, yet that passion has not become violent as it used to. Why? I think this question about religion is very relevant to our question about philosophy, because philosophy and religion deal with many of the same issues, those passionate questions, the most important questions, even though their tools for trying to answer them are different. Philosophy uses only reason, while religion uses faith. I see at least 3 causes for religion's improved situation. Positive causes now, not merely the decline of religion or the decline of the seriousness and passion with which the questions are now asked. I think that is also part of the answer, but not a positive part. First, the separation of church and state, of religion and politics. This, I think, guarantees the freedom and independence and health of religion as well as politics. So, can the moral philosopher learn from this? Should we opt for the separation of ethics and politics? Alas, in one sense, that's our problem, not our solution. Our politicians aren't ethical enough. And they could be, without very much disagreement, because there's a lot more agreement, a lot more consensus in ethics than there is in religion. Or is there? What about crucial and controversial issues like cloning and abortion and euthanasia and war and the legalization of drugs and homosexual marriage and polygamy? These are all public issues, not just private issues. The state must judge yes or no about them, so it cannot be neutral, as it can be neutral towards religions. Ironically, there is far less consensus in religion than there is in morality, and yet we've solved the problem of religious conflict better than the problem of moral conflict. Well, a second reason for the decline of religious wars, I think, is the rise of 2 new answers to the question of religious differences. Until modern times, nearly everyone assumed that religions contradicted each other, that on at least some crucial issues, if one was right, another was wrong. Philosophers call this position exclusivism. Two alternatives to exclusivism have become popular, at least among philosophers and scholars of religion, and a bit more slowly seem to be percolating down to the masses of religious believers too. They are called inclusivism and pluralism. Inclusivism claims that although religions seem to contradict each other, they really don't deep down or high up. The most popular image is many different roads up the same mountain. Another image is different islands all being manifestations above the waterline of a single undersea continent. Once you become a deep-sea diver, you can see that. Or once you become a mountain climber, you can see the roads converging as they approach the summit. The inclusivist says that the mountain of truth includes all the religions as roads to the summit. A third position, pluralism, says that we can't know whether the inclusivist is right or the exclusivist is right. We can't know whether, in the last analysis, religions contradict each other or not because we don't have the last analysis. All we know is that they're different, like cats and dogs. Maybe they can mate, maybe not. Now, can these two new answers in religion help philosophy? Not much, I think, because philosophy doesn't use faith or religious experience or mystical experience, which you need to do in order to see the hidden unity of all religions, according to the inclusivist. Philosophy only uses reason. And on the level of reason, different ethical philosophies certainly do contradict each other. For instance, Machiavelli versus Plato, or Sartre versus Aquinas, or even Kant versus Aristotle. And pluralism seems to be a cop-out in philosophy because we do have means for discovering errors in philosophy, logical reasoning, and human experience, which, unlike faith, everyone has. A third cause of the decline in religious wars, however, seems to be eminently applicable to philosophies and philosophical ethics. In fact, religion learned it from philosophy. It is simply the art of dialogue, the art of listening, passionate but polite conversation, learning from each other, even when we deeply disagree, demanding a deeper understanding of the other side before judging or acting. Suppose we do this. What will happen? That's a very easy question to answer because you have already done it in listening to these lectures. So, what has happened in you? You are a test case for humanity, or at least for Western civilization. If you now understand Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Buddha, Aquinas, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Rousseau, Descartes, Kant, Mill, and Sartre better, how can you learn from all of them if they contradict each other? What you learn is truth, and truth never contradicts truth, yet these philosophers contradict each other, and yet you have learned from all of them. How have you done that? I think you don't have to search very far at all for the answer to that question. Every single one of the philosophers in this course will teach you the very same answer to that question, by example if not in words. Each one learned from others, from his predecessors, with whom he disagreed. We do not have to invent this solution. It is massively present to us in the whole history of philosophy, which has been called the Great Conversation, one that is more than 2,400 years old. It began with Socrates more than anyone else, and none of the philosophers in this great, long, complex Socratic dialogue came into it from Mars or from heaven. They all grew into it like plants, rooted in the soil of history. They're all branches on the single human tree, no matter how far they grow out into opposite directions, far from each other and far from their common roots. Without their predecessors, none could have philosophized. Not even Descartes, whose method was to ignore all his predecessors and begin as if he were Adam in paradise or an angel. Without predecessors to disagree with and ignore, you can't ignore your predecessors. Philosophers who learn from history are dwarfs standing on the shoulders of giants, to use a favorite medieval saying. If they see farther than their predecessors, it is only because they have their shoulders to stand on. So at the very least, an opposing philosophy helps you to appreciate and define your own philosophy better by contrast. For instance, Sartre's consistent atheism, or Nietzsche's, can powerfully help theists to appreciate their theism, rather as your father helps you to appreciate him the most by dying. The dark silhouette left by his absence is often much larger than the positive picture of his presence. The same may be true with God. And I think the atheist can benefit from the theist in exactly the same way. You put muscle on only when you box with strong sparring partners. Similarly, the Platonist can learn from Machiavelli what is the problem that Plato claims to have the solution to in the Republic, and Machiavelli does not agree. And the Machiavellian can learn from Plato what problems give rise to the Machiavellian solution. This, I think, is true even of the less sharp and total differences. For instance, the difference between Aristotle's metaphysical ethics of a natural law of human nature and of an ultimate end or purpose or goal or greatest good versus Kant's non-metaphysical ethics of a purely formal, abstract, logical rule of duty, a categorical imperative. Kant's critique of Aristotle is that the pursuit of happiness as the ultimate end has no moral worth because it is a natural inclination and not freely chosen by the will. Aristotle has to reply to that and know himself better in the reply. And Aristotle's critique of Kant would be that Kant severely limits morality to justice and equality and rational duty, which is abstract, which is an ethic for angels, not humans. And Kant must reply to that. And when these two engage in the great conversation with each other, which is what has happened in your mind when you have studied both of them, then each one clarifies and strengthens his own position in listening to and understanding and responding to the other. Whether he modifies his position under this critique or whether he does not modify it. Even if he does not, he will add new reasons for it in answering his opponent's objections, and thus strengthen it. And this brings us to a second benefit from studying opposing philosophers. More than just appreciating your own philosophy better by contrast, an opponent can help you to modify and improve your philosophy by showing you something your philosophy didn't see. Every critic, however wrong he may be, is also right about something. Every error has to begin with some truth, some insight, before it can possibly twist or misinterpret or misuse that insight. To take an extreme example, even the philosophy of Nazism has to begin with idealism and patriotism and honor and order and purity and heroism and courage before it can twist all those things so horribly. Remember that scene in the movie Cabaret, the one in the outdoor cafe? No one sees everything, but also no one sees nothing. We're all in need of other eyes, but we can all contribute some insight. We don't have to abandon the laws of logic and the law of non-contradiction to say that. We can say that apparent contradictions may often not be what they seem, just as apparent agreements are often not what they seem. Thus, two opposed philosophers, like Aristotle and Kant, for instance, may be using the same term in different ways, so that they may really be complementary rather than contradictory. To take another example, the self that Buddha denies, is that the same self that Socrates affirmed when he said, "Know thyself"? Or when Descartes and Kant and John Stuart Mill all say that ethics should be scientific, do they mean the same thing Aristotle meant when he classified ethics as a science? Perhaps they don't really agree. And if not, then the existentialists and the romanticists who deny that ethics is a science, are they really disagreeing with Aristotle when they're disagreeing with Descartes and Kant? Perhaps they're not even disagreeing with Descartes and Kant. Or perhaps they mean something different by ethics rather than something different by science when they say that ethics is not a science. We need to clarify the terms, and our opponents help us to do that, whoever we are. Or when Plato and Aristotle say that politics is social ethics, the science of the good, the ideal, and Machiavelli says, no, politics is amoral. Politics is the art of the possible, not of the ideal. What do they mean by politics? What do they mean by the polis, the state, the public community? The same thing? You needn't agree with everything a philosopher says to agree with some of it. You can be a rational eclectic, like a bee gathering some pollen from each flower, as long as the one honey that you make is really one, that is, rationally consistent. You need not choose just one philosopher to follow. Construct your own philosophy. All the philosophers will help you to construct different parts of it. Another answer to the contradictions between philosophers is this: the contradictions may be real, and the law of non-contradiction absolute, but we do not think only logically or illogically. Sometimes we think non-logically, intuitively. We have a right brain as well as a left, and the right works more by analogy and intuition, while the left works digitally like a computer. And even within left-brain thinking, we often meaningfully and profitably embrace contradictions. And not just because we're careless and dull, but sometimes because we're honest. For instance, when we read Plato, we may really be logically convinced that justice must always be more profitable than injustice. And then, when we read Machiavelli, we may really be logically convinced that sometimes it isn't. And those two ideas really do contradict each other, so one of them must be false. But the union of those two contradictory ideas does in fact happen. The synthesis of logically unsynthesizable ideas, the reconciliation of the logically irreconcilable, happens in your mind, in a single human mind. In objective fact, one is not, one is false. But in your subjective mind, both are, both live. Because you, the person, the subject, are not just an idea or an object. You're not a physical object, a thing. You're not a mental object, an idea. You are what Sartre called a being for itself, not a being in itself. You have dimensions that the world simply does not have, and dimensions that no idea has. No idea can think. You can. No idea can change. X equals X and red equals red timelessly, but you can change. This does not violate the law of non-contradiction, but it adds a temporal dimension to it. Just as two bodies cannot occupy the same space at the same time, but they can if you factor in the additional dimension of time. So two contradictory ideas cannot both be true at the same time, but they can at different times. Once it was false that Athens was great or that Socrates was alive. Then it was true for a while, and then it was false again. And even timeless truths, like justice must always be more profitable than injustice, or the number 4 must always be greater than the number 3, which cannot be true at one time and false at another time because they're not about changing things in time at all, but they're about unchangeable essences. Even these ideas can be believed at one time and not believed at another time. Even though you cannot believe contradictory ideas at the same time, you can change your mind, and you can believe contradictory ideas at 2 different times. Thus you can be both a Platonist and a Machiavellian. Perhaps it's useful to change your mind as often as you change your cat's water, and perhaps you should. Minds can get stagnant just as water does, even though truth does not. Socrates is constantly trying to inveigle you to change your mind. So is Jesus. So is Buddha. Yet all 3 believed in unchanging truth. But our minds are not unchanging truth. Our minds are truth seekers. We are not wisdom. We are lovers of wisdom, philosophers. And love is always changing, growing, living. Let me try to put that same point in different terms. What's impossible in a system of fewer dimensions can be possible in a system with more, richer dimensions. That's the principle that explains why 2 3-dimensional bodies cannot occupy the same space, yet they can if we add the 4th dimension of time. Now, the human mind is not, like physical bodies, limited to 4 dimensions. And all these philosophies come from human minds, not from the physical 4-dimensional world. And not just human minds, but human persons with minds and hearts and wills and emotions and embodied histories and stories and cultures and families, which all have desires and fears and pleasures and pains, just as our individual bodies do. It is surprisingly easy for philosophers to ignore that obvious fact. For instance, philosophers' bodies. Socrates and Sartre were probably the 2 ugliest philosophers who ever lived. Both were very short and had faces that looked just like frogs with bulging eyes. And Socrates was probably the happiest philosopher who ever lived, and Sartre was probably the unhappiest. Now, is that irrelevant to their philosophies? Is it mere coincidence? No, But we need more than good logic and sense data in order to understand it. We need psychological wisdom. We need the experience of human life and intuitive understanding of human nature. Where do we get that? I think we get it more from novels than from philosophy books or psychology books. I think Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and Dickens and Tolkien show us more about this multi-dimensional reality that is ourselves than the psychologists or the philosophers usually do. Because psychologists and philosophers explain, but good novelists show. Philosophers and psychologists give us useful roadmaps, but novelists give us a car and actually take us on a journey. And there is always a lot more on the road than any roadmap can show. So my final answer to the question of how we can learn from all these contradictory philosophers is not some super philosophy, not some roadmap to judge and reconcile all the little roadmaps, but the suggestion that if you would fulfill Socrates' definition of the goal of philosophy, know thyself, read the great stories. Read Homer and Shakespeare and the Bible. To understand Sartre, read Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov and meet Ivan Karamazov. To understand Machiavelli, read Genesis and meet Jacob and Esau. To understand Plato, read The Lord of the Rings and meet Gandalf. And then you will understand from experience how you can learn from all the philosophers, even though their propositions contradict each other. How can the same student learn truth from contradictory teachers? You know the answer to that question already from your experience, because you have been doing exactly that all of your life. For life is not a philosophy, but a story, with a rich variety of contrary characters. You yourself are a story with contrary characters inside of you. The only reason you can identify with all the contrary characters in a great story is that you find them all alive in yourself. There is an Ivan Karamazov and an Alyosha Karamazov and a Dmitry Karamazov and a Fyodor Karamazov and a Smerdyakov Karamazov in you. You are Gandalf and Frodo and Aragorn and Saruman and Gollum. And you are Plato and Aristotle and Kant and Machiavelli and Sartre. You are large. You contain multitudes. Know thyself. The second question of this lecture is the question of profit. What profit do you get from having listened to these lectures and followed each train of thought and thought about these issues yourself and hopefully also tried to read some of the recommended great books of these great thinkers? In exchange for this investment of your time and trouble and mental energy, what have you obtained? What's the difference between before and after? Why bother? My first answer is that even if you have not found the answers, you have found the questions. And that's half the job. Getting the questions out, really raising the questions, not just hearing them and understanding them, but asking them yourself. That's far more precious and more difficult and more rare than we usually think. And once we do that, once we seek, finding answers turns out to be easier than we think. Questions are harder and answers are easier than we think they are, because life is full of answers. But not everyone asks the questions. Seek, and you will find. In Zorba the Greek, there's a great dialogue between Zorba and a philosopher. Zorba asks in agony and passion, "Why do the young die? Why does anybody die? Tell me." And the philosopher, like Socrates, answers, "I don't know." And Zorba says, "Well, what good are all your damn books then if they can't tell you that? What do they tell you?" And the philosopher answers, "They tell me about the agony of men like you who can't answer questions like those." You see, the very questioning is the first part of your answer. You have escaped from the cave. You have become a mental adult. You have entered the great conversation, the truly adult conversation. Welcome to the company of wisdom seekers. Welcome to the ranks of philosophers. And here's a second answer to the question of profit. The question may be put this way: what difference can philosophy make to your life? Philosophies are abstract and theoretical, and our lives are concrete and practical. And my answer is that abstract ideas have concrete consequences. Sometimes the difference they make is a difference between life and death. E equals mc squared made a difference to everyone in Hiroshima. All previous history is the history of class conflict made a difference to everyone in Russia and China. Liberty, fraternity, and equality made a difference to everyone in France. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, made the difference that is America. Here's the difference philosophy makes. The three most important choices you ever make in your life all depend on your philosophy, especially your philosophy of value, your fundamental moral philosophy. They are the choice of which God to believe in, if any, which person to marry, if any, and what career to work at, if any. All three choices depend on your philosophy of what is good and what is bad. First, God or no God, a good God or a bad God, or a God beyond good and evil, an absolute or no absolute, and if so, which one? Which summum bonum, which greatest good, what ultimate end, what meaning of life? Second, to marry or not, and if so, what kind of person do you want to be most totally and intimately bound to, hopefully forever? That's very close to the question, what kind of person do you want to be, hopefully forever? And third, to work or not to work, and if so, why? What work? What you do also reveals what you are. All three of those questions are so important that you will probably think about them on your deathbed. When you review your life now that it is whole, when the book you have written comes to its last words, the end, and goes home to the printer, then you will see how important philosophy is. The answer to why bother, then, comes down to Socrates, who said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." William Barrett, in Irrational Man, translates this conviction into modern terms in speaking of three existentialist philosophers, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Sartre. He begins by a story from Kierkegaard. The story is told by Kierkegaard, he says, of the absent-minded professor so abstracted from his own life that he hardly knows he exists, until one fine morning he wakes up to find himself dead. It is a story that has a special point today, since this civilization of ours has at last got its hands upon weapons with which it could easily bring upon itself the fate of Kierkegaard's hero. We could wake up tomorrow morning dead, and without ever having touched the roots of our own existence. There is widespread anxiety over the dangers of the atomic age, but the public soul-searching and stock-taking rarely, if ever, go to the heart of the matter. We do not ask ourselves what are the ultimate ideas behind our civilization that have brought us into this danger. We do not search for the human face behind the bewildering array of instruments that man has forged. In a word, we do not dare to be philosophical. And here is his judgment upon Nietzsche, especially upon the key idea that God is dead. God here means, Barrett says, the historical God of the Christian faith, but also in a wider philosophical sense, it means the whole realm of supersensible reality, Platonic ideas, the absolute or whatnot, that philosophy has traditionally posited, and in which it has located man's highest values. Now that the eternal realm is gone, Nietzsche declares, man's highest values lose their value. If man has lost this anchor to which he has hitherto been moored, will he not drift in an infinite void? The only value Nietzsche can set up to take the place of these highest values that have lost their value for contemporary man is power. But do we today have any better answer? An answer, I mean, that we live and not just pay lip service to. Nietzsche is more truly the philosopher for our age than we are willing to admit. Despite all its apparently cheerful and self-satisfied immersion in gadgets, American life, one suspects, is nihilistic to its core. The final question, what for, is not even asked, let alone answered. And finally, here is his judgment on the most unhappy philosopher, Sartre. The nausea in Sartre's book by that title is the nausea of human existence itself. And to those who are ready to use this as an excuse for tossing out the whole of Sartrean philosophy, we may answer that it is better to encounter one's existence in disgust and nausea than never to encounter it at all. Here, finally, we see the answer to our other question, reconciling contradictory philosophies. Here we see extremes meet. Socrates, the creator of Western philosophy, and Sartre, its destroyer. Socrates incarnates all good philosophy, even Sartre's. For while Sartre may see little value in Socrates, Socrates' disciple William Barrett sees much value in Sartre. And this largeness, this richness, this diversity is the glory of Western culture. It can assimilate and use even its enemies. Because at the heart of this civilization stand the two most influential people who ever lived, Socrates and Jesus, good philosophy and good religion. Both conquer their enemies by making them their friends. That's why both are immortal. That's why both bury their undertakers. I congratulate you upon having attained a good beginning. Well, I hope I have challenged you in these lectures. I hope you were stimulated to think for yourself and talk back, whether you loved and agreed with what I said or whether you disagreed with it or even hated it. I don't hope that all your thoughts agree with mine or disagree with mine or Plato's or Kant's or Sartre's or anyone else's, but with truth, with reality, and that your thoughts about the good match the real good, whatever it is and wherever it is. If we can all start in the same place with that desire, the desire for honesty, then I think we might have some hope of ending in the same place, even though we travel by very different roads.
Now that you've completed this course, be sure to test your comprehension by taking the final exam. You'll find the exam on this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com. If you've enjoyed this program, the Modern Scholars series from Recorded Books offers courses in a variety of subject areas taught by the world's greatest professors. Call 1-800-636-3399 or visit the course's webpage for a free catalog.